Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
That's right, let's get this vault door open, everybody. Hello and welcome to the stream. Feel free to put one in the chat so I can see and hear ya right over there. I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out. I saw you there, Dragon Wolf and Paul, at the top of the stream. Yes, it's time for some Satisfactory, everybody. I have been off playing other games, but we're back and we're going to get it going on, playing some Satisfactory tonight. Man, just having a fantastic time. Playing a whole lot of different games. Of course, been playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. We played a bunch of Avowed. We also played a massive amount of course, Throne and Liberty. We've been playing Astroneer. Man, tons of games that we've been playing together. Been very, very fun. I did an 18-hour stream of Throne and Liberty and then another 9-hour on top of that one. That was a lot, but we did burn a lot of our tokens. We burned up a lot of our stuff. Finally got it going, went and did some Abyss tokens, figured out how to actually solo the Crimson area there. Not easy to solo. Did a little bit of that. Getting radiated. Move back just a little bit. Look at this awesomeness right here, everybody. Got our trains coming in, running our nuclear power. Now, what we're trying to do is push forward on our Satisfactory playthrough. Now, again, we went off to play the release of Talandre in the Throne and Liberty, but now we're back to regular schedule. We're going to be switching some things up as well. This week, we're going to stay with Wednesday and Saturday for team events. And I'll probably be doing some stuff offline as well, like fishing. Yeah, prepared for the future. Just like on the thing. Now I lost my train of thought. Just like we normally do, Wednesday and Saturday, and then we're going to be switching next week to Monday and Fridays being our team days with the crew, and we'll do those days and do rating and team events and all of that kind of stuff, and try to push forward on our other playthroughs. because we're coming to the end of some of these playthroughs of Satisfactory and Astroneer and whatnot. We already finished Aloft, which was a really fun game. Well, at least the early access version of it. And of course, we have 7 Days to Die coming up potentially in a couple weeks, and we're going to be playing that on Saturday and Sunday. Though Sunday was a really great day with the team. We all went in and was having a good time. I might just log in early, play some with the team off stream, and just to get that stuff going. Now, what I really want to do is get the team together and help them get their gear. So, of course, rating, guild rating, and, of course, go out there, help them farm those 3 stars, even 2 stars, just to get those loyalty coins so they can get their stuff. And as you saw, I farmed a massive amount of 3-star dungeons and 2-star dungeons and got a massive amount of loyalty coins. Already have my primary weapon, which is my wand. And then, of course, working toward that bow, and I can buy it right in the thing when it's ready. I'll have that bow really massively boosting my healing as well. Trying out every single different healer combination. Anything I see online, I'm trying out that healer build and trying to find a healer build that I think is great as a long-time healer, everybody. And trying to optimize that setup for full healing, because you really need full healing now in that Scarlet or Crimson Scarlet Monastery. That was like World of Warcraft. In that Crimson dungeon, good to have a healer around and just kind of find a little corner and just, grind out resources as well. Because that drops a lot of really great stuff. Because, man, I was in there soloing and I was getting crazy tons of drops. Plus, you're also doing your contracts and all that other stuff. So I do try to save most of that for team time, but every time we just don't have enough time, because on Wednesdays it has maintenance, and then on Saturdays we're doing raiding. So we rarely have enough time to do everything together. We can't do BIS tokens and 3-star dungeons and 2-star dungeons and 1-star dungeons for those who need it. We can't do it all. We don't have enough time to do it all, but we will go ahead and give it a good try. And I might, after we finish our other playthroughs here, I might add a 3rd day for Throne and Liberty, and then, of course, 2 days for 7 Days to Die, and then whatever else I feel like playing. Again, whatever else comes along, because there's going to be a bunch more games. I have a giant list of games, and by the time I finish one game, there's already new games that came out, and I didn't have time to play the other games that came out that I didn't have time to play the first time. But again, I like to focus on games I really enjoy, because I think that comes across on the stream. To all of you as well. It was like, oh yeah, Kismet's really having some fun. Like, I was really having fun, even though I got owned a few times, trying to take on those mobs. But it shows you that my particular set is capable of doing it. And that guy, many people I met there, even with over 5,000 score, without a healer, even if, because a lot of classes have some self-healing, but not to the level of if you get 10 of those mobs on you, you're going to survive. And I think that's why a lot of people, they went in there, they did it a lot in the beginning, and then all of a sudden there was nobody in there. And the reason why there was nobody in there, because they couldn't just go in there and do what they do in all the other dungeons and grab a bunch of mobs and kill them all. Some of them are struggling even to kill one mob, but because when you tag one mob, you're getting 3 mobs, and each of those mobs has 250,000 hit points. So it takes a long time to kill them. Now, in my case, see, I'm AoEing, so instead of just doing 10,000 damage to one mob, I'm doing 10,000 damage to 3 mobs, and so I'm actually killing them faster than if I killed them individually, say with my bow or whatever it was. So I'm actually killing them faster because I'm doing 30,000 damage at any time, and you can see I can burn them down. As long as they're not stun locking me, I'm insta-healing myself, and I have unlimited mana and basically unlimited health. So I could sit there and grind that all day long, especially the bow peeps, the bow ones, and maybe one executioner who's constantly trying to stun you all the time. But a lot of those mobs come in and stun you, and that's really why you need a tank. That tank can go ahead and mitigate those stuns. You can also take the hit of those stuns and survive, where caster classes, range classes are going to have a more difficult time. Even DPS will have a more difficult time absorbing that damage and also mitigating it, reducing the overall damage, which is great because it actually gives tanks a purpose. That really, tanks don't really have that much of a purpose in some of the content, right? Because it's not like I have to heal them all the time, the whole entire time. Now, of course, when you're doing like 3-star dungeons or 2 stars or whatnot, But by now, actually, 1-star dungeons, you don't even need a tank. You don't even need a healer. You don't need anything. They could be all DPS. You can run in there. You can wipe them out because everybody's so OP as opposed to those dungeons now. But 2 stars need a tank. 3 stars need a tank. And you especially need a tank when you go into that Crimson Dungeon, because the tank is the one who's really going to keep the group alive, along with the healer, and then DPS, of course, wiping them out as fast as possible. And that's good, because that's what you want. You want everybody to feel like they're an important part of the team, that they are necessary for doing those particular dungeons. And if you've got a tank and you got a healer, you could do tank healer and just go down there and just grind that all day, every day, and have a good time. And that was fun, though. I met a lot of different groups, and that one group I got in, man, they were on the ball. That healer was exceptional, and I was off healing while I was doing it, because even that healer, who was a very great healer, sometimes we get overwhelmed, and other people would run by and drag a bunch of mobs on us, and we get 20, 30, 40, 50 mobs on us. Just an absolute ton of mobs, and then she'd be healing like a boss, and then I'd see that she was struggling to keep everybody up, and bam, I'd throw a heal down, and then she keep DPSing, and of course I'm AoEing as well, so I'm doing 10,000 to 50 mobs. That's 500,000 damage, everybody. As long as they got aggro, man, I can do 500,000 damage just by blasting, because I can do, you know, these 5 I can do 50,000 damage, and these 5 I can do 50, because you can move around and shoot different mobs. So it gives you, because the thing about AoE is it scales, right? It massively scales your damage. But the problem is that you can also drag mobs. You're pulling mobs that you're not supposed to pull. And things like that, and watching your positioning, where you're standing, where you're at. Are you up against the wall? Are you right where you're going to go into another room and pull other mobs? There's like really important positioning when you're there. That's why you want to find yourself a little corner, hang out in that corner, kill mobs, get tons of drops, be good. I really want to burn my Abyss tokens. I need to get the team together long enough where we can burn those, because I burned 20,000 Abyss tokens, and within 2 or 3 hours later, boom, I already had 20,000 more Abyss tokens. And then, of course, I have, you know, 40, 50,000 of them in my inventory from forever, because I can't burn them fast enough. And I just feel like I'm going to burn them down just so I can get them out of my inventory at this point. I can't seem to have enough time with the team, or enough people who want to go and burn those tokens as well. So again, those Crimson, though, is a great place. Now, all my team members, I suggest you get a group together, you get with the team when I'm off here playing Satisfactory, whatever. You get together, you go down there, because there's phenomenal drops down there. And again, you have your 2 different types of contracts. I realize that your contracts, your level 1 contracts are for the first levels. And then, of course, your level 2 Crimsonlings are the bottom level, right? Which is much harder, everybody. Those mobs down there, 350,000 hit points and above. Just absolutely a massive amount of hit points. That would take me way too long solo, so I don't even bother. But again, with a team, you have even a 3, 4, 5-man team. You could go down there and just pull 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 mobs. You can even do it with a 2-man team. You got a healer and a tank. Though it'd probably take much longer if you didn't have an actual DPS doing it, and so on. But that's the thing to do, is just get a good group, bottom there, find the corner, and just grind those mobs out so you're getting those drops, and you're doing those contracts, those level 2 contracts. Because that's what I saw in all those groups. Like some groups I would go and I'd hang out on the first level, level 1 and level 2, and those were pretty easy contracts to do, and the mobs are like 250. And then some groups would go down to level 3, and then they would be doing those 350,000 mobs. And then I also did a bit with my team. We did a little bit of the first levels, and then we went down to the bottom levels the other day and did a bit down there, but we kind of ran out of time for it because it got dark. And then we went and we did Nebula Island, which was also awesome. My team got like 50 bags, tons and tons of loot to get as well. But we'll be back to that tomorrow, Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my team, but I'll be on early, just doing a little bit of my daily stuff to catch up a bit on those contracts and stuff. But I've been trying to do my contracts, so it's not so much. But then again, I just got 50 more contracts, so we'll work with the team. Then it'll be maintenance, which sucks. So the great thing is I'll probably stop playing Throne of Liberty on Wednesday and probably play like eventually when we finish our Astroneer playthrough, we'll probably do Monday, Thursday, Friday on Throne and Liberty. So those are usually my team days anyway. And then, of course, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be playing 7 Days to Die. So getting that going on. And again, hopefully the team can be on those days because those are the days they voted for. And we can go ahead and keep doing some rating, get everybody some sweet gear and whatnot along the way. So going to be awesome. Look at my perfect spiral over here, everybody. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? That is a perfect spiral. Not just how everybody else does it, but the Kismet way, making it awesome. Making it perfect. Very cool. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. We're going to try to push forward again on our playthrough here. Again, thanks to, I'll back up here again, make sure I get their names right. Dragon Wolf and Paul. Yeah, there they are. Appreciate you guys being here. And of course, always solving technical problems before logging in. So, always throws me behind. But I'm here and I'm ready to rock, even though I've been doing super long streams. Hey, Reed, what's up? Thanks for coming in, saying hi. I appreciate you. Tell us with the biddy there. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. We got Dragon Wolf coming in with that Kismet love trade. Look at that giant love trade. Love it, love it. Great. Ice Cold Killer coming in. What's up, Ice Cold Killer? Thanks for chilling out in the stream. I appreciate you. Dragon Wolf coming in says, hey, Kismet in chat. Hope everyone is having a wonder day and ready for this epic stream. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready to get it going. Hey, Brandon, what's up over there on YouTube? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Jonkers coming in, bringing the love. King Lion saying hi in the chat. Look at all these awesome people in the chat. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Thanks for supporting the stream, whether you're lurking or talking away in the chat. I appreciate each and every one of you. I say we get to some gaming. Let's go. All right, very excited to push forward on our Satisfactory playthrough. Again, we're going to try to push to our next phase here. Now, as you can see, look at this beautiful setup over here. Now, if we get too close, everybody, watch what happens. Uh-oh, radiation alert. This is why you don't start this up until you're really ready for it. Did I turn the sound off or something? Why is there no sound? Hold on. Why is there no sound? Yeah, I don't hear any sound. No more sound. Oh boy, here we go. Told you there was technical problems. All right, let's see if we can hear the... We can hear that. Let me go over here and see if I can get this to work. Hold on, technical problems. Always with the technical problems. Can't play one game without some technical problems. Hold on, there's something definitely going on with the audio. Volume up. Everything else looks fine. Okay. Nah, gonna have to exit the desktop. This is my life, everybody. Why can I not hear the audio? Oh. All right, there we go. All right, had to reset the audio. Tell you, everybody. I don't touch nothing. The really weird thing is like little gremlins in there. I tell you, I touch nothing. I just shut the computer off. I turn it back on again, and then I have all these technical things to solve every time. This is Windows for you. Okay, let's get back onto the server now that we actually have some audio. But I've been doing this so long, everybody, that I have 1,000 tricks that I can do when audio doesn't work or this doesn't work or that doesn't work to get it working where we don't have to spend an hour screwing around with it. I was like, okay, reset this, reset that, reset. Okay, there it is. Bam. Okay, back to playing some games. So yeah, I have about 1,200 hours on Satisfactory on Steam and another 1,000 or so on the Epic Store. So about 2,700 hours on this one on Satisfactory, which should make it up there probably third. Yeah, it's actually third. Current third that it says on Steam is Fallout 76, but it's actually Satisfactory. Satisfactory is about 2,200 hours live here on stream. So yeah, a lot of hours, everybody. My first time playing. But also, you know, I think this, you know, for the people who really play this a lot, everybody, those are rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. Okay, yes, now we can hear the game. All right, there we go. See, look, I get the radiation if I get too close. That's because nuclear power causes radiation. That's why you want this kind of set off by itself. But you can see it's actually functioning, and you can see all of our trains coming and going. You can see our water coming in on our spiral train. Very, very cool. Look at it go. dropping off that water for our nuclear power. And of course, this one right here is our uranium, and then these are our other resources there. And you can see down here is where we're getting the water from, and we built our perfect spiral, which again is going to be available. I still haven't posted that for my patrons, but I will. And this is actually a double helix or a double spiral. So we have a train going up the spiral as well as a train going down the spiral right now as well. Or actually, yeah, there it goes. So train going down, going in the station, one coming. That's what you want too, by the way, is to have them perfectly synced in the opposite direction. One picking up while one is dropping off. So very cool. Here comes our uranium. And again, we only have the one thing for uranium. That is more than enough. And if we get close to it, again, it's going to radiate our character. So we want to make sure that we do have our filters here. I've got about 10 of them on me, so we can go over here and get it going on. So we have basically bringing in our raw resources here. Those are then being manufactured over here into from sulfur and water into sulfuric acid right there, which is being run across to our blenders over there. This is where our water is coming in and being dropped off over here. You can see we actually have a double amount of water because we need a lot of water. Some of this water is being used for sulfuric acid. And you can see some of this water is being run over here. I'd say water is probably the most, or fluids is the most difficult thing in this entire game because it doesn't work like you think it would work. There are a lot of things that they added, a lot of realism that they added to the game. Like that hammering when it hits the end and all of that kind of stuff that can mess up your fluids. And I have a feeling they're still working on it, everybody. And the thing that I think you should do with fluids is immediately take fluids and run them up high. Run them up high. I found that this system works pretty well. You want to also do double outputs out of your fluids here, so your flow is a much higher. And then you can see our flow is pretty awesome here, and then flowing downward right here, and then runs out where each of these, of course, runs to different sections of our nuclear power. Wow, we got 50 of them in there. Oh, the waste is full. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh, are we going to get radiated over here? Wow, we let it run so long, it filled up all of that with waste material. Maximum radiation level achieved, everybody. All right, we are going to get radiated like crazy. Look how fast my filter going down. Yes, yes, yes. Way a lot of radiation here. So we need to get our train thing here. And we need to get this going before we run out of filters. So what we're going to do is immediately work on our stuff. So it's been running all of this time and has massively backlogged a bunch of stuff, which means our power has actually stopped because we let it run so long. Now it's been running non-stop, everybody. The server currently has how many hours? 2,819 hours of it just running as well. Resume game. There we go. And so basically in that 2,000 hours, it's built a giant backlog of this nuclear waste. Now, this actually is going to come in handy later on when we actually want to utilize these nuclear waste in another part of the factory that we're going to kind of work toward today. And we're going to go ahead and set this back here. And we're probably going to need a couple more sets of this. Now, we have some blueprints for this. And again, I already gave these blueprints to my patrons. Again, all these blueprints are available and will be available even more so to my patrons as well. So what we want to do is go here. These are storages. This is sort, and this is temporary. Okay, so this is storages in there. And then these are just our little temporary storages that we're going to do like this for now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to really stack a bunch of these in here. Can we fit another one in front of here? Maybe. Let's see. Yes. Very nice. We'll do that. Take this out, though, because we don't want that to... No? Not going to give it to me? Okay, fine. Okie-dokie. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's got to go. Take that thing out. We don't have any power. All right, you're going to make me take that blueprint out, aren't you? All right. Do what I gotta do. Okay, and again, what we're going to do is build even more storage than we had before so we can kind of let this run. And we'll move that like that. Maybe nudge that back just a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and connect those belts. Okay, so basically we have 2 sets of storages there. And we're going to make... Oh, I hate it when I do that, everybody. I screwed... Wow, Whoa, what the heck is going on here? I was trying to do it so fast that I massively screwed all of that up. What the heck? Look at this, how it just started cascading to the left there. Wow, okay. All right, now I gotta take all this back out. I'm not gonna leave that, everybody. No way am I going to leave that. All right. Let's do this, but this time we're going to turn on the blueprint function so that it lines up. And we don't really need 3 anyway, so this is one of the great things about the game, everybody, is if you go in and you make a mistake, you can just take it out, no big deal. And if you don't like the way you did it, you can very easily go in and just redo it, especially if you had used blueprints, which makes it even easier to put stuff in and take stuff out. And you can see I'm using middle mouse button to pick up this blueprint, so this is nice and lined up. Again, very easy to just snap that in there. Now again, when you're in build mode and you're in blueprint mode, it will automatically snap, so it's doesn't have that weird offset like that. I don't know why it would do that at default anyway, everybody. That seems kind of weird how I just kept offsetting it like that. But, you know, we do what we gotta do. And there we go. All right, much nicer anyway. And then we'll take this out, middle mouse button this. There we go. Have that in there. Have that in there. Okay, now it just makes me want to redo all of this here. Okay, take all this out. Okay, let's start at the end and work our way backwards. Even better idea. What can we do here? Let's go to set 10. And we'll put this as number 1. There we go. Okay. Number 1, number 1. Wrong way. The other way. Yes, there we go. We'll hit H. And that's probably good enough. Maybe a little bit forward. There we go. And there's number 1. Okay. And again, we're going to put a lot of this in here. We're going to try to align it like this. Hit H and bring it forward. And I feel like we'll leave a bit of a gap there because I noticed that these things were really close to each other. I didn't really like that either. It doesn't really matter. It'll actually work. But I don't like them when they're right on top of each other there. So that's about the distance that we want. So we'll just remember that on the next ones because we're going to need a lot of storage here. And I'd actually turn the blueprinting thing off right here because it's just going to be more annoying than it's worth. And you can just go ahead and line it up like that. Oh, wow. First try. Look at that. Nice. And same thing here. Hit H. And whatnot. And then like that. There we go. Bananas. Okay. And then like this. Very nice. And keep on keeping on. Right down there. Right now. So we're going to give ourselves a lot of room here to get this going. Okay, now we're out of resources. That's fine. Okay, now those resources will refill. Now, it's been a while since we actually made any resources at all. And that's because what we did is we made a ton of resources in the beginning. We backlogged those resources, and then we just took it out because we didn't need it anymore as we revamped the factory. And as we revamp the factory, eventually we'll need to get back to it because we're going to eventually run out of those resources because we're not making any more. Now, they're not very hard to make, and we have enough resources to get those various things going. But it's actually smarter to integrate the lower end resources into your higher end production and then just siphon off some of it into a backlog. And then once you have it in that backlog, it'll fill up and then you no longer need to run some in there because you've already have your backlog of that particular resource. There we go. Okay, very nice. And again, I put my nuclear waste way out here. Away from this. You can also try to flush it in the toilet or feed it to lizard doggos because they love it. It's like a treat for them because they're radiated puppy dogs. And now we're going to run back. Look at the radiation level going up even though I'm this far away, everybody. Again, you have a lot of this together. You're going to burn these filters very, very quickly. All right, now we're going to span this across here. Actually, we should go the opposite direction. Reason why is so we're not getting fully radiated the whole time. So we'll go this way. And then we'll go this way. And, oh, didn't quite reach. And then there. Okay, now it's going to move all that down and allow our nuclear power to start back up. Now, one of the cool things is, oh God, look at my filters. We're definitely going to need to make more filters. When those run out, everybody start taking damage, my character will die. There's a massive backlog of these that we've done. This is the backlog, everybody. This many of these in here. Look at this. Holy mackerel. Our nuclear power is going to run for endless amount of time. Over here, backlog of these. This is why I always create a backlog of all that stuff so it can be utilized later on. We got to get out of here. We're at our last filter. And again, this is why I don't start that up until I'm absolutely ready to start up that nuclear power. And the nuclear power will turn back on again. There we go. It's already back up and running because now it also has a backlog of water, has a backlog of all the materials that we need. More important than 100%ing those is to create a backlog, I feel. To create a backlog of it and then have backlogs in each part of the process. So if any process becomes full, it'll backlog to the next one. That'll become full. And then if you have issues with power or things that turn off or so on, you can always come back and turn that power back on. It will instantly start right back up again. So it's always good to have a backlog. Now over here, you can see that I put a bunch of resources in here. That's part of that process, right? But also I put some of it here into a backlog into these boxes. Now these boxes are also 10 deep back here, and you can see that is backlogged all of those resources while we were busy doing other things, which is cool. Again, that's 10 boxes deep of all of that stuff. So all of this stuff has backlogged. All of the other stuff is backlogged. It's pretty awesome. That's why I like to let it run, because I have the power of time. It literally ran for 1,000 hours and I wasn't there. It wasn't my 1,000 hours. It was 1,000 hours of the server. And that's why, big love to G-Portal, who are my awesome server hosts, that's been running flawlessly this whole entire time, which I definitely have to give them a shout out for that. That's just been running and running and running without any need for me to be in there to keep it going. And that's when you know you've got your power pretty balanced. But if that stuff causes my nuclear power to go off, if I had a lot of production, it would I'd actually turn my factory off. So let's take a look at our power. Our power is going back up again. Right now, we're at 46,000 power, roughly on the top end, 43,000 on the low end, and we're using about 6. Because I work very, very efficiently, everybody. That means I have a leftover power of about 34,000 power, roughly. 34,000 power that's just sitting there not being used, which is actually going to the batteries, but all the batteries are full, so really it's not going anywhere. It's just producing 38,000 extra power right now, or 30,000 extra power right now for no reason other than the fact that we can. And by the way, we could be using that power as well. So we got all of that going and whatnot, and I think we're ready for our next stages as well. So let's go ahead and think about our next stages here. Let's see. We want to go look at our phase 8 here. Where is our thermal stuff there? Okay. There's our generator, one nuclear power. I think it was tier 7 is when we got our assembly director. Yes, right there. Okay, so we need to get this assembly director going. As you can see in that upper right-hand corner, there's 4 things that we need to get going up there. And those things are part of the production that we need to produce. Now, again, if we have some of the resources already ready to go, we'll just take it and we'll run it across and use it there. So let's go look for it. We can just hit N and then say assembly. Assembly director system. There we go. What do we need? We need some adaptive control units and we need some supercomputers to make it. And then to make adaptive control units and to make supercomputers, you need a whole bunch of stuff in front of that. You need computers, you need all of those things to get to that particular stage. So you need all this other stuff. Now we can go and look to see if any of those things are the things that we already have. Now again, at this point, I would just make it to do the high-end thing, and then you would have all those other resources left over that you could do. Like a great example, if we go in and we look at, say, computers, right here, computers require some cable, plastic, and some circuit boards. So if we go over here, and blue is typically for my storage, we can look and see, do we have any cable or whatnot already done? Actually, we already have some of these, which are AI limiters over there, which we could definitely use. And do we have any cable over here? It doesn't look like we do. We might want to just add it at the end here. What do we got in this one here? Anything in that one. Why is this here? That's there so we can add probably another one in the future. Let's go ahead and add that back in. So again, normally I have these in order. I make one of each thing in a specific order. But you can see that some of the stuff is missing, right? So some of that is missing there. But, oh, and we need to take a minute to go do our filters and stuff too. Because we're going to go back over there kind of in that nuclear power area, but we're going to run some of those resources that we already have queued and actually start to utilize those again. And start over with some of our basic resources. Now, way up there at the top, kind of off to the side, is a bunch of basic resources that I already have. Then that stuff is being auto-fed into the awesome sink. And the reason why I build up so high, see I'm way up here, is because my trains can run nice and flat up here. So that's why I build up so high. You can build down to the ground level and let it run between trees and walls and all of that stuff if you want. Look how cool that train spiral is. Again, the perfect spiral, everybody. Everybody else does it non-perfect. I do it perfect. And by the way, those blueprints will be available for my patrons as well. So, as you can see, it goes up and down, and it does it at the maximum speed, which is cool. Very cool. Okay, so I always like to do stuff and then improve upon what's already been done. That's one of my favorite things. Okay, so we got that going. We got to eventually get it into our space elevator here. And so we were going to do filters. Let's say focus on that first. We've got to go in and make ourselves a bunch of fabric. We'll just manually make it while we're looking at this other stuff. I think it's in the other stuff. See, this fabric here, again, we can feed this stuff into the Dimensional Depot, which is one of the coolest things they've added to the game, is they added that Dimensional Depot in there, and then you can utilize that Dimensional Depot as well. All right, we ran out of biomass, which is okay. We made a bunch of fabric. Then we want to go over here to our little workshop, and we want to make a bunch of gas filters, because fabric becomes gas filters become iodine filters. And I don't usually make more than 20 at any given time, because I try to not go where it's nuclear radiated. We're going to make 25. We'll make an exception here and make 25 of them. I just want to keep those on you. A lot of times when I know I'm not going to be around the nuclear power or around anything that's radiated, I'll actually keep them in the dimensional depot. And we could also be processing these. We could have a whole process that's just making, taking stuff, turning it into fabric, and then fabric into gas filters into iodine filters. And we're going to automate everything in this particular playthrough. But the first thing we were working with is our power. Because once we have a bunch of resources, we could basically do the power. Now, I actually have enough resources to that I've backlogged to actually probably start that process. Now that I think about it, let's go see if we can just make some from what we have, because that's most efficient. Instead of spending 12 hours making all these other things, if I already have the resources, why would I not just create the thing? At least that's my mentality anyway. But it is fun to build those things, so that's one reason to do it. Do we have some extra adaptive control units and supercomputers? Let's go find out. Oh, here comes the Kismet love train. Big JP the mighty. Big JP coming in saying, hope all is well. It is now that you're in the stream, Big JP. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We appreciate you in here. Let's show him some love, everybody. That is 83 months of sub love. That's a lot of support. That's a lot of love. I expect a lot of love in the chat for the people that keep this stream going. It only takes a minute, everybody. Put a heart in there, whether it's a heart from my emotes, if you're a sub, or if you're a viewer, just go ahead and throw any heart in there. Make sure to use those thank you emotes in the chat as well. This is an interactive stream, everybody. I will sit here and we'll stare at the wall until I see some love for Big JP in the chat. That's it. You know how I am. I'm old. I'm worse than cantankerous, everybody. I'm kiss-tankerous. I'll sit and stare at the wall until I see some love. These are the people that keep this stream going. And believe me, it's a struggle every month to keep this thing going. So again, show some love to Big JP in the chat, everybody. It just takes a minute to show some love, get that love that's being sent here in the stream. We amplify it in the chat by putting them hearts in there, and then we send it out right back around in the internet as well. Yes, King Lion knows how to get it done. All right, way to go, King Lion. Showing some love in the chat. Come on, more people. Wake up there in the chat a little bit, everybody. Come on, let's show some more love to Big JP. Let's do it. All right, let's go ahead and also see if we've got some of this stuff laying around somewhere. We got to make 500 of these, so it's going to be quite a few. Let's actually see if we have any iodine filters over here. We don't even have any in there. All right, we thought we'd check. What do we got over here? I got to remember what the heck I got stored way over here. Oh, okay. Tons of framework up there. Okay, some more of this. A lot of stuff up there. Okay, so yeah, some stuff that we produced there. A lot of random loot in there. Okay, okay. We got a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of water in there as well. Some stuff from the Christmas event. A lot of random stuff in there. Always good to have a little random stuff around. You never know when you might need that stuff. Oh, wow. A lot of packaged turbo fuel in there, too. Very nice. Oh, we got some fused modular frames. Let's take those out of there. Do I have I already been running those? Yeah, man, I must have a backlog of those somewhere. We got a couple carts there. Can we put those carts in the thing? Let's go see. Oh, yeah. Throw those carts in. Oh, we already have too many carts. All right, well, if we got too many carts, we'll just throw that cart away. There we go. That means we already have a bunch of those in there. Okay, try to remember where I left off here among all of this extra stuff. Wow, okay, we got a ton of stuff in here. These we can take out. Put those in there. Yes, okay. Throwing those in the dimensional depot. More of them. Those will be in there when we need them. Okay, so this has come down and still got a bunch of boxes free. But we do have a bunch of raw resources in here that eventually I will have a storage for all of these raw resources as well. So these all have a place to go and to sort to as well. But don't see any adaptive control units, which is what I'm looking for. Yes, yes. A lot of our fused modular frames in there. Kind of interesting that these go up to here, yes. Apparently we didn't make extra fused modular frames, and that's okay. Okay, so again, assembly, director system. So we're gonna need a bunch of that stuff, which we do have. You can see we have those little little things there, and then over here, say probably circuit boards out of all of those. Let's go look for circuit boards over here somewhere. Remember what I put all over here. Again, remember I played through this game like 50 times, everybody. So sometimes I forget what I've done and what I've done. Oh, I do have a bunch of circuit boards right there. Okay, and as you can see over here, everybody, we were making a bunch of radio control units. And we can go ahead and take this out now. What we'll do is we'll go ahead. There's our computers there. We could have probably just left that, but we're going to redo this just so I know I'm doing it correctly. And actually, we could take out this much faster if we just hit Control and then Control again. There we go. And we'll go ahead and turn this into our new stuff. Oh, that's it? We only made one box? We made one box of that. All right. Well, we're going to take that box and we're going to rotate it around over here. And we're going to take all... And we're going to Control-click those into there just to kind of clear that out a bit. There we go. Very nice. Dimensional depot out. We'll take this out. And that's all good. Okay. Very nice. I'm just going to redo this so you know what's up with what's up. Now, a lot of times I build temporary storage. There's no point for me to rebuild the whole entire thing at this point because I already have the resources. But if that's your jam, you go ahead and do it. Now we're going to go ahead and switch this to our item here. I think it's a item in here, or is it in the? Don't see it. Huh? Let's go see where we actually make that in. We're going to turn that off because this is going to make a bunch more of those that we don't need. Right here, assembly director system. Is done. Oh, it's only 2 items. That's right. So that's going to be in the assembler. Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, that's super easy. Actually, we'll just do that over here on this side then. Shoot back in our thing here. Actually, we'll just take this out. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and get ourselves an assembler. Turn it the correct direction would be awesome. And okay, so what we need is this one. So we need adaptive control units, which we need to make. Oh, that's what we need to make in the manufacturer. Okay, I knew there was a manufacturer in there somewhere. Okay, so first we need this for the adaptive control unit. I knew there was a step in there that needed that. Okay, so first we'll do our adaptive control unit. And then we'll go ahead and have this. Actually, we could have left that at the ground. Made a bunch of extra adaptive control units to go in there. What's up, Wes? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, there we go. Showing some love in the chat for Big JP. Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on our adaptive control unit. We're going to go ahead and give it some power again. There we go. We need automated wiring. So automated wiring is in a box way over there. We're going to go ahead and just manually bring those over. Like so. And get this going on. Actually, we should probably create a box right here. We should drop all our stuff in there. And grab these adaptive control units over here. Out of there and out of here. All of these, yes, lots of them. Nice, okay. Again, we got a ton of them. We might as well just utilize the resources that we already have. No reason to make more if you already got a ton of it. And how many of these does it take? It takes 5 per minute, so 5 to produce 1. So we'll need 5 times that to do it, which we'll see how that is. Okay, we need actually a second box because we have more than a single box can hold. Okay, and then we'll run this down into this box, and that will run those adaptive control units in there until we run out. Circuit boards we know are going right here, so we'll take all of this out. This is a whole nother process that I was doing over there. I should have made more storage for that over there. I'm not sure why. I probably was at the end of a playthrough or something. End of a stream session there. That's okay. We need more. We'll make more. Okay, so now we have our circuit boards. Easy. Why are they not going in there? Those are not circuit boards. Those are controllers. Circuit boards are the ones next to it. Yeah, high-speed connectors. Circuit boards. My bad. These ones. How do I know? Because it's not continuously running in. See, now I know that it's working. And then we can see it running in there. Heavy modular frame and computer. Okay, let's take all this out so we can see what's up. And then now this is why you label all your stuff, everybody. So you can go, oh, okay, that's where my computers are. That's where my thing is. Computers probably would be over here, I would think. Let's take all this out of here. Oh, I was running it over here. What was I making over here? Oh, how convenient. Supercomputers. I need those too. All right, well, let's run these over here. Again, we're going to utilize these over here in a moment. How convenient. I must have been thinking ahead or something there. Feels like it. Feels like I was thinking ahead. All right, we'll put all of our supercomputers in there. Wow, that's going to help us a lot later. Okay, so adaptive control, heavy modular frame. Is that really heavy modular frame or is it modular frame? Heavy modular frame right here, nice and easy. Run that across. Let's just do this. Remember, these are 10 boxes deep, everybody. They are very deep. Again, I don't need to have any advanced systems. I don't need to build every single process because I've already built the process before. Backlog the process enough where I can finish the entire game. Absolutely. But we're also doing stuff that's just for fun. To the kind of extreme that we do here in the stream, I call mega building. Where we just do stuff for fun. Take this out, take that out, we don't need it, and then off it goes. All right, now of course we also want to use our power shards because we have a tremendous amount of power. I love just having so much surplus power that I can just say, you know what, just go ahead and super run that sucker right there, and then it's going to go ahead and run it big time. Let's go over here and see if we have our output multiplier there. No, don't see it there. But over here, we have 2 of them there that we could probably use in the assembler after this, which is going to double up our production. I don't like to put stuff on my road here, but we'll go ahead and do something along that line. And then assembly director system, so our supercomputers can go ahead and run here. And we're going to need some power. Right here. And that little glitchy clicking sometimes. That's not the game, everybody. That's me. My hand twitches. Getting old, everybody. Getting old. All right, adaptive control units, which are these right here. So again, we can just run this, run that, and we're off and running. Again, we'll overclock those so they're 2.5. We need. By the way, I just noticed that it actually does 1.5. Huh, you can actually put them in there, partially in there. I had no idea. Let's go over here and see if we have some more summer sloops. We know we got some around somewhere. Let's check the dimensional depot. We got 1 of them in there. We'll get the 1 of them out of there. And, or not. In the inventory. There we go. And then, oh yeah, it actually works. It works partially. I don't think I've ever known. I always thought it was like all or nothing, but it's not. You can actually put 1, 2, 3 of them in there, and it still works. Wow, look, I learned something new. I love learning new stuff, everybody. It's incredibly fun. Oh, making heat sinks over there. Ooh, we're gonna need those too. Okay, so that's already off and running, doing its thing. We want to go down here though, and probably where our fuel is. Find ourselves a couple more of these that we can just go ahead and grab. You can see, look at our fuel power, everybody, just running wonderfully down there. So this is turbo fuel. Down here, you can see I've got the regular fuel, and then it turns into turbo fuel, and then that turbo fuel is feeding all of these fuel generators, which is awesome. I think I was doing the middle one. Yeah, we'll go ahead. Probably have way more turbo fuel than we need. Let's go down here and check our backlog. I'm sure there's a massive backlog of turbo fuel over here after letting this run for a couple weeks, which is great, everybody. It's great to let it run, then come back to it, and it's got tons of stuff going. And again, this is if my nuclear power goes off. I always have this as a backlog. Actually, don't have a backlog of turbo fuel there. Interesting. And then over here, yeah, actually does not have a backlog. Interesting. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and grab these so we can utilize them up there. And we really don't need the turbo fuel now that we have our nuclear power going. As long as we keep our nuclear power running, we should be fine. And over here, yes, there's something there. And we're going back up over here. Getting this going on. So again, having a good time, everybody. Played a lot of games, playing with the team, playing with games like Astroneer and Satisfactory, and then some solo games and whatnot. I really enjoy tons of games. Now, this actually is a multiplayer game. You can make a server and have a bunch of people on it and work together on big projects, which is really fun. Mine's a solo server. I'm just running it myself. And just kind of having a good time playing through the content. And again, this is our mega playthrough that we're doing here as well. And so we did that. We want to go ahead and boost our manufacturing over here. Now, what this is going to do is better utilize the resources that we have, our automated wiring. So what it's going to do is basically make 2 times the amount than it would normally make, right? So it's going to make twice as much using the same resources, because we're going to run out of automated wiring. Though automated wiring isn't that hard to make, I can use stators and wiring to make more of those. So if we do run out and we say, oh, we're at $9.99 or $4.99 and we need one more, we can manually go and set it up to run. Or we can automate it. Okay, so now we got this. So we're still waiting for our adaptive control units, which I believe are going in the awesome sink right now. I don't know if any of these have come out yet. These take a really long time, and to get all the way up to speed, you have to run this a few times before it actually kicks in. And, it's prioritizing the awesome sink. Yes. Oh, actually, that's where those are. They're in the awesome sink. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll take the awesome sink out for now. And, wow, we already have like 100 of those suckers that we can just pop right there. And, again, that's why I like to have those in-between spots that do that particular thing. Now, we need 500 of these, so we're going to go ahead and just make a box to make 500. Now, I can run it directly into the space elevator, but really don't need to. What we want to do is run this out. So not only we're going to double the value of the resources there, but we're also going to double the value of those resources again. So twice a double value. That means it takes 1/2 of, because it's half and half again, 1/2 of the resources roughly, without getting too much into the math, to produce the same thing. So that's why those output multipliers are so important. It does use a lot more power, but they are very valuable in that. And also we want it to go a little faster, so we'll also use this massive amount of excess power that we have to make it run faster. So instead of it doing like 0.75 every minute, it's going to do 3.75 every minute, and we won't have to worry about it. Our power is way beyond the power that we're currently using. And again, that's how I'm efficient, everybody, is the fact that I've already backlogged a ton of resources in the earlier stages of the game, and then now I just make the thing that I want to make. So there we go. So we're going to let those run, and again, hopefully we'll end up with 500 of those. And if not, we can come back and we can fine-tune that. I'm going to take this other summer sloop and throw that back into the Dimensional Depot. And that's process number 1 that we need to get going. Now, process number 2, we'll go ahead and get that going. It's some sort of engine. Oh, yes, prepared for the future. Thank you for those 100 biddies as well. Master B coming at us. Hello, Kismet, getting Satisfactory on one busy game. Yes, it is. It is very, very. I'm one busy dude. I'm a busy guy. I do a lot of things. All right, this thing's called an engine or something. I can't remember what the name of that thing is called. Fusion something. Wonder if we could just go look at it in the thing. Do I have one down? Wow. The fact that I don't have one of those down stuns me. All right. I probably had it down at some point. I probably just picked it up. Crafting bench. All right. I don't think this is something that we can do in the crafting bench. I think it's something we have to do in a machine. Yes. Okay. Now let's guess what machine it's in. Now again, I could go down to the thing and figure it out, or I could just figure it out up here by going in here. Okay, so it's not in here. Let's check the assembler. There it is. Magnetic field generator. Wasn't even close. That's funny. All right. Versatile framework and electromagnetic control rod. Now, electromagnetic control rods, those are down below. And we're making a bunch of those for our nuclear power. And I bet you we have 10 boxes full of that. And versatile framework, we saw that. So we're going to go ahead and just put this off over here because we know a lot of our versatile framework here. Now you can see I just set it off to the side. This is what I call offline production, where you didn't build the entire process. You didn't spend 5 hours doing all of that because you don't necessarily have to. You can because it's super fun, but you don't necessarily have to. If you're going to be efficient at it, you build up the resources and then utilize those resources. Otherwise, they were just was no point in making them in the first place if you're not actually making them. You're actually utilizing them. Oh, did we get the retweets? Oh, look at you guys go. Here you go, 1,000. Okay, there it goes again. Stream Deck, what are you doing to me, bro? Stream Deck has worked flawlessly for so many years. Lately, not so much. There's some sort of update for it. Bet you it's some sort of weird update that I need to do. All right, let's try it again. Again, I can just copy paste it faster than screwing around with this every single time. Yeah, it's just having an issue connecting to Twitch most likely. I probably have to log out, log back in again, and do a bunch of other crap that I don't want to do right now. There it goes. All right. Again, I just reset it a bunch of times and then it worked. There you go. There's a bunch of kids caps for crushing those retweets, everybody. But don't forget to go out and add some more. Hit that link, hit that like button, hit that retweet button over there. And show the stream some love, and I'll give you some more kids caps on top of that. In fact, I'll give you a few extra thousand on top of that. Right there. Okay, so again, we need our versatile framework and electromagnetic control rod. We also need some power over here. There we go. And so what we're going to do is kind of manually go in and set these up so we can run those in there. Now, how many of these we need? 500 of those as well. Okay, no problem. So we'll go over here. We'll get our things that we have in here somewhere right there. And oh, actually, I saw some over here. Let's just grab those. And then a bunch of them over here. Now you know why I just make a bit extra of that. And I just leave it for when I actually need it. Look at that. Wow, it's more than one box. Well, let's just make another box right behind it. Put that in there. And there you go. Now we got that in there. It looks good. Electromagnetic control rods. Let's go ahead and get some of those. Here we go, everybody. It's always fun to go and see how far I can go before I run out of power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're falling to our doom. But there was already power right there. This is actually my storage power. And obviously our nuclear power is working, so we know that we have electromagnetic control rods running over here. There we go. And down here. And again, if you have everything nicely labeled, we should be able to find them right here. There we go. And I bet you those are 10 boxes deep, because if I look at the box in the back, it goes from here up there all the way to here. So this one is the one that's going to fill first, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So if you know if it's way back here, you know you're good. And so we'll just grab a bunch of that. In fact, we'll grab a couple boxes, whatever we can fit in our inventory. And we'll take those with us. And it'll just make a bunch more down there. Now again, I can run the line and run it all the way up there and do all of that. I'm not doing all of that because it's less efficient than me just grabbing it and running it over there. It's more efficient to do that. Watch this, everybody. Whee! Hey, what's going on under here? Yeah, it's called trusting yourself that you actually did that. I actually have a little thing that I can walk under, too. What's going on? How's my belts doing? Yeah, my belts are working. I can see them working away there. Could have took that hyper tube if I wanted to. But I just, you know, take my time in this game. Very, very fun. To just kind of wander around, be in no ginormous hurry to get from A to Z. And just enjoy the journey. All the way up we go. Good time for some hydration. All right. Dang it. Snap in there already. I mean, it would have worked, but it's not lined up. That's going to bug me. All right, there we go. Off it goes. Magnet field generators. Now, do we need to double this one up? Probably not. I kind of feel like we got plenty of these. That's for sure. But if we could find some, we could go ahead and utilize it, I guess. I don't think we had any more up here. Honestly, I can't remember where the heck those suckers are. Let's go down here and see if we remember. I know we collected a ton of them. Great way to find out is just to roll over this stuff like this, and if you see them at the end, see them at the end, and you know they're in there. Typically, I use boosters at the beginning of the process when you're extracting resources. Check and see if I... Oh, right there. See? We found one. We'll take that. We probably should take the rest of these out now. Now, again, once you have the nuclear power going, the rest of this, the fuel is not as important. In fact, the nuclear power is probably more effective than using your summer sloops over here. But since that's already a process we already have going, we're going to leave it. Yeah, we got a lot of these summer sloops in here. Nice. And if it produces less power, that's okay as well. Again, we have like a 30,000 overhead. Showing you one of my great tricks here. So you don't have to look in each and every one of these things. You can also just look at the smoke. It'll be purple. Right here, you can see the purple smoke coming out of there. Another way of seeing it there. Just take all that out. And now we have a bunch of summer sloops we can use. Very cool. For making all of this stuff. So let's run back over this way. And we'll get this going on. Did they upgrade for more machines? They didn't add any updates yet, but they're working on 1.1 right now. Really, the thing I want to see is those auto curving pipes. That would be awesome. So we'll definitely check that out when that comes out. And again, we're working on our mega playthrough here. Again, I just use square boxes, everybody. You can sit there and do fancy stuff. That's very inefficient, I find. But eventually we'll get to that. We'll get to super fancy building later on. And again, this is the release version of the game, and this is actually my second playthrough of the release version. The first one we kind of did just to kind of finish the game, and then now, wow, look at that backlog already happening. Nice. Can't produce it fast enough. How many have we produced already? 39. Okay, that's going to be done very, very soon. And just to kind of speed up the process, we're going to be doubling up all this stuff. And we're going to see how many of these we can get done today. Maybe even unlock phase 4. We'll see. And again, now all of this is being higher value because it is now basically doubling the resource usage. So using half the resources you would normally use. And I'm also doing it faster. So very, very nice. And we already have 8 of those going. Very nice. Okay, next part of the process that we want to do. We can get all of our stuff back here, and we'll go ahead just throw down a manufacturer. And there's our thermal rocket there. What do we need? Modular engines, turbo motors, cooling systems, and fused modular frames. Do we have those laying around? Good question. Let's actually turn this manufacturer around the other way. And again, modular engine. Not sure I was doing any modular engines yet. But we can go take a look. Over here, no, those are all just regular resources. Over here, no. Okay, modular engines it is. And we could probably take our heat sinks here. We'll leave our heat sinks there. We're going to need those eventually. Okay, modular engines, and we roll over modular engines. It looks like it used the manufacturer as well, so just set it off. Maybe this way. All right, modular engines are going to need motors, rubber, and smart plating. So we can start with our smart plating, which is probably the thing I have the least of. While we were busy doing that, it actually was moving all this stuff up to the front, like that. And see, we're utilizing all this extra stuff, if you don't notice. That's why I had it there. I had it there for when I'm ready for the stage. I can just use the stuff that I already have from the previous stages, as opposed to, again, rebuilding all of that stuff, which is completely unnecessary, I think. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Why redo something you've already done? Then again, I do like to be very, very efficient. There we go. All right, first one's in. Rubber and motors. Now, those I know that we have somewhere around here. Now, again, we're building a bit of spaghetti here, and that's okay. This is basically a giant storage bin for my resources. And so, this is what I do with it. Just utilize it for this type of thing. And we'll not quite make it there. Bring that up just a little bit. And run that up there. Actually, we should probably run that to the other one. Go back out. And we'll move this one over. Make that a little easier. Okay, engines, and then the other thing was rubber. All we have to do is find where our plastic is, and most likely wherever our plastic is, the rubber's right next to it. Right there. This one I kind of feel like we'll run over. Then we'll run under. And a little bit of spaghetti. Good for you. Just remember the sauce. And the sauce is have fun while you're doing it. That's the real sauce. All right, there we go. Looking good. We'll put this in here. We'll go ahead and power this up. So right when it gets started, it'll go right to making those modular engines. The second we give it some of this power. There we go. All right, and then we'll go ahead and also backlog this into there. And now we're making ourselves some modular engines from all the stuff that we have. And we're utilizing our resources at double the value. Not sure how many modular engines I'm going to need, but we'll make a box of it and see how it goes. Then we need turbo motors, cooling systems, and fused modular frames. So this is our first resource. So we'll take this one. We'll run it nicely over there. And then we'll check our turbo motors. Could have sworn I was making those at some point. Let's go over here and see what these were again. These are our supercomputers, which we moved. And I could have sworn I made a bunch of those turbo motors somewhere. But that could have been another playthrough. Yeah. Again, we were making supercomputers here, which we might need again, so I think I'm just going to leave those in case we need that again. We run out of those. Okay, so now we also need this other item over here, which again is turbo motors, and we can take this blue printer out now. Oh, we gotta clear the blue printer first. Clear. There we go. And we'll get our turbo motors going. Turbo motors here. And that's our cooling system over here, right? We're going to need our heatsink cooling system. Radio control units, which are the ones we just did, motors, and rubber. Yet again. So we can just go ahead and create some more spaghetti here by taking these motors, splitting those down into there. Yikes, okay. Over here. These, run those into there. Now we have our motors and our rubber. Radio control units are the ones that we had over here. We're actually better off moving them over this way. Again, same thing here. We'll want to double that up. Power that in. I could have sworn I made turbo motors. Yeah, maybe not. I only got 9 of them. So if there's only 9 in the dimensional depot, then most likely I hadn't got to it yet. All right. Again, we want to put this out here. Take all the stuff out of my inventory. And grab these over there. And use those up. Right into there. And that the other way. We don't have any more. Okay. Thought I might have some extra. Okay, so now we got the third thing in there. And now cooling system. Those are a good question. I made those. And I have some. So let's just do this. Put this up a little box here. And maybe this way. Don't do me any good sitting in the thing. Take those out, put those in there. Okay, now we need cooling system. Again, it seems complex, but if you have a lot of the stuff. Oh, there's the thing that's going to slow us down. Right here, nitrogen gas, water. Yes. So we need to grab that from the other side there. And rubber and heat sink. Yes, we have some extra water, and we need another manufacturer for that. Getting a little closed in over here. Let's move that over there, put that all in there. Another manufacturer. Again, this is what this whole space is about, just building these things in between. Okay. Not in the manufacturer. Cooling system. Let's try to remember what that's made in. The blender. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take our blender. Right there. Okay, now we got it. Cooling system. So we're going to need our heat sinks, which is what's being produced over here. And we'll just run this up. This. And we'll always start with the easiest thing first, because bam, now you got that one already done. And we can power that up a little bit. Grab our stuff back over here. And where'd you guys go? They're right in front of my face. I just know it. Yeah, it's right there. And then again, overpower these. Put those in like this. And rubber. Rubber's an easy one. We have that already going. We could probably just split it here. Run it up like this. And make a big old mess. Like that. Alright, do we get the other stuff in here? Oh, we didn't put this to power yet. Let that stuff start to run in there. Fused modular frames, I believe those are over here. We have a bunch of those. I thought. Maybe not. We definitely have those somewhere. There's a bunch in the dimensional depot, then most likely I made a bunch of them. I could have made them like I'm making them right now and didn't actually backlog them into a box. But where did I put the excess of them? Is the question. Huh. Doesn't look like I did. Okay. More fused modular frames. Okay. Where do we make our fused modular frame? This is a good question too. Fused modular frame is done also in the blender. I wonder if we're doing those down below. Just bring some of those up. Yes, over here. This is going to make the cooling system. And this will make its way back this way. This way. Come on. I can't reach. What are you doing? Stop it. Crazy game. Sometimes it's crazy. There we go. Okay, so when this is done, it will run that out. Now what I need really is a packager. Right here. Like so. Actually, I need to move it back just a little bit. Say something like this. And actually we need our pipes. Yikes. I'm making spaghetti, but at least I'm making nice spaghetti, if you know what I mean. Them 90s in there at least. There we go. Okay, so what this is going to do is unpackage our extra water that we have. Right there. It's also going to need a place to put these extra canisters. And so we're going to go ahead and utilize a bunch of extra stuff that we have to unpackage all this extra water that we have. That's not even lined up. Come on, line up there. There we go. And so we're using all of our excess stuff, which I love to do, everybody. Instead of reinventing the wheel again, just go and use your excess stuff. It's around here somewhere. Let's see. Where's all that extra water go? Right there. So is there any more back here? Oh yeah, a whole bunch. If you control click, it'll just take that particular item out. In this case, tons and tons of extra water. Any extra water laying around? Back here, maybe? These are all resources. Okay. Easy. I don't have to run the water over here or anything. We already got it packaged. Easy. Already good to go. Boom. And there we go. So now we need some power here, and this will begin. Let's make its own power pole. No power there either. Gonna make me upgrade these poles. Actually, let's upgrade this one back here. There we go. Okay, there it goes. It's gonna start to unpackage that water and run that water right into there. And now we need nitrogen gas. That's the tricky one. And I think we have some over here, so let's go get it, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do our nuclear power without that nitrogen gas. Woo, okay, shot me way over there. Let's take the underway here. You can look at all the stuff underneath here. I don't know why they don't go first person when you're in. That'd be the time to be first person. When you're in the thing. It's like reversed, everybody. You're first person when you're doing this and your thing. Third person when you're in the thing. I don't know. Okay, we're looking for nitrogen gas. Let's go ahead and go down here and try to remember where the heck we were running that nitrogen gas. Good question. I can look on the map too to see where I'm getting it from. Nitrogen gas right here. So it is extracting the nitrogen gas, and where is it going with it? Yeah, this is the nitro train. Nitro drop off right there. I think it's this way. Yes, way that way. I love trains in this game. Hey, and there it is, nitro drop-off, see? And I got it all labeled so we know what stuff is. Labeling for the win. Okay, what am I using this nitro gas for? I can't even remember. I'm doing something over here. What are we doing? Oh! I am doing cooling systems over here. I thought I had done a bunch of cooling systems. Well, hey, we found where our cooling systems went. Okay, what are we making over here? Ah, turbo motors, how convenient. Okay, we'll just be taking those turbo motors, thank you. Do we have a bunch of these left? Yes, we do. We'll take a bunch of those, too. So, yeah, we're doing our turbo motors down here and our cooling system. You can see our heat sinks were being manually fed. And then there's our fuse frames. I knew we were doing those somewhere. Okay, what's it missing? Aluminum casings. All right, we'll move all this stuff up above, like so. And you can see we have a crazy ton of all of this. Okay, why is this going in a circle? Why do I have that going in a circle? It's just circling from one box to the next to the next. What are you doing here, Kismet? I don't know what I was doing on that one. That probably was a late night one right there. All right. Oh, there I go, dropping stuff. My bad. Let's put these into the dimensional depot for right now. While we're getting this stuff going. I hate these boxes. Do not make those boxes. Okay, now we've got to come back and we're going to move all of this stuff. Now, this particular water here is for the cooling systems. I could have sworn I was working on these. And then also the turbo motors here. So we already have some turbo motors, so we can utilize those. But the smarter thing for us to do is to take the nitrogen gas and the water on this particular case and actually just run it up where we're working up there, because the bulk of the resources are up there. The only thing that's not up there is the nitrogen gas and the water. It'd be smart for us also to package that stuff so we could hold more of it and backlog it, or have bigger tanks, lots and lots of tanks of it to backlog it up there as well. And you can see I was doing the same thing here. I was kind of manually setting that up. I had totally forgotten I had even done that. I thought we had already done it, and I said that earlier. I thought, man, I could have sworn I had already got these going, because that's the next logical step that I would have done, is to start that process going, so when I needed it, like right now, it would be ready, and I did, so yay me. Hey, Ro coming in. What's up, Ro? Thanks for coming in with that love. I appreciate the raid. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hopefully you had a great stream. Man, I hope you're going to join us for some 7 Days to Die coming up in the middle of the month. Going to be super fun, I think, checking out the new progression system that they're going to have. And then, of course, a new skill update and all of that. Weather systems, all sorts of cool stuff. Now, I do have a sorter, everybody, that automatically sorts all these resources, so I don't have to resort them again. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw it right in here. And this is going to go ahead and sort most of this stuff that I don't really want to resort. So I'm going to let it do all of that. Now, all this other stuff, this stuff, I'm going to manually do because we want to go ahead and get these stuff going. Modular frames there. Then this is our thermal production unit, which is where we need our turbo motors. So I'm just going to throw some of those in there, some cooler units in there. I have no idea where I was making those fused frames, but we're going to go ahead and work on this. So were we making turbo motors here somewhere? Over here maybe? Yes, okay. So this is where we were going to make our turbo motors. Radio control units. Oh, we didn't give it any power yet. Okay. Oof, this is going to be a mess. There we go. Okay, so we've got all the things that we need in there. This needs a box. Getting very close in here. Getting very close in now. That needs a box where I can throw these turbo motors. Do its thing, and then again the other thing is our cooling system, which is this, and then our fused modular frames, which I don't know where those are, but we'll look for those here in a bit. Put that there, and we're just making a bit of a mess. Now we could go in and make a fancy factory to do it as well, but we'll get around to it here. Fused frames. A lot of these. Oh, look, see, we can see those fused frames are going in. So somewhere I have those fused frames, and they're automatically are being fed into the dimensional depot. Might have been over on that side is where I had those. All right, but for now, again, not doing me no good sitting in there. And we have, and again, this is producing this. We already have our turbo motors, and this is off and running. Okay, so here we go. Where do we go with our summer sloops? Do we have any more? No, we don't have any more. Okay, that's fine. So this is going to make our actual final product, which is what we need. That is not lined up. Again, we're trying to make as many of these things for phase 4 as we can. That's already making them. See, that's already making them there. So I definitely would like to have the double up there at that final process. So let's do that. Let's do this. Again, we're getting a better use out of all of the processes before that by putting it in the in process where you're actually making the thermal propulsion rocket. Because again, it's doubling and doubling, doubling every single thing that was before that. It's basically getting doubling up all the value of all those resources. So very nice. Okay. And we'll have to do a bunch of those. Over here we need nitrogen gas and we need water. Now we're going to unpackage some of the water over here just to reutilize that packaged water. But we will also run our gas up here, which is what we need. And so I'm not going to use those floor holes because they're notorious for sucking. We'll just go ahead and do something like this. And we'll probably bring it up and bring it across here. Now, one of the cool things about gas, everybody, is gas does not actually need pumps. It doesn't need it. I put it on there anyway because it makes me feel better. But it doesn't actually need the pumps, so it's not required. But we're going to go ahead and make a whole nother line right over here. That's going to make this super easy for us to utilize this over here. Let's say right here. And we're just going to run ourselves a nice wall. I love just doing a wall because it's so quick and easy. Running a wall up like that. And then also we can utilize our power. Right down here. And then I'm going to put this on the back. Let's say we start here. Doesn't really matter. You can make it perfect if you want. I make it efficient. That. Okay. And then we'll pick up the wall. Run that up some more. And then we'll bring the power up. Basically acts as like an electric elevator where our hover pack is utilizing this electric line to let us go up in the air. You can see this is quick and easy because we had already preset this up. Oh, our Christmas stuff up there. I'm leaving that in game, everybody. Because of all you awesome peeps who came in and helped St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to leave it in there for all time. And we'll just bring it up to the top, just to make it easy. Okay, so basically what we did is we made a wall that we can utilize for our resources there. I don't know what rate this is coming in. I actually forget. It's been so long. I don't know. I can't see the fill rate. But we'll just go ahead and start with 1. I don't know if we'll really need more than 1, so we'll just get an idea of what we want. Actually, we should probably do this way first. No. Like this. At maximum length. That shows up. Stay there. Okay, our gas is flowing. Let's take all of this out now that we no longer need any of this. We're moving all this production up above where we have all the other resources so we can just use those resources. Keep taking this out until it says, hey, Kismet, you got, ooh, we get our stuff back too. Oh, look at this. We are going to get our dimensional depots back. Yikes, okay. Yikesers. I feel like I should make a hypertube on this side too, but I already got one over here, so no reason to be redundant just for the sake of convenience over there. I try to be energy efficient as well, so if I build another hypertube there, it will use more energy, and the hypertubes use energy all the time, unless you put them on a priority switch, and if you put them on a priority switch, you can then switch them off when you're not using them, turn them on when you are. I just don't make a lot of hypertubes, and then I don't have to worry about it. Only hypertubes that are like really long distances like this. So I can take a train to most places faster and easier, I feel. The only great thing about this is you can start going, go make a sandwich while you're traveling clear across the other side of the world, and then come back for it later. Okay, and over here we'll put some more. Oh, okay. We need more room for packaged water. Now we're going to bring actual water up here, but we're going to start with our packaged water. Again, we got all this extra packaged water, and I made it for this purpose. Really, I made it to make aluminum. But while I was doing aluminum, I thought, well, I'll package some of that, and I usually throw it in the Awesome Sink. But this time I said, oh, I'll save it for when we're doing the later game stuff like this. I could have done the same thing with nitrogen gas. And again, a lot more stuff here to sort, so we'll throw it in our sorter. Actually, we could put these things over here. Where do we put those? I don't remember. Cooling systems. Yes, this one. Cooling systems there. All right. That'll keep that going a bit. And then back to our sorter over here. Again, we'll throw all this random goodies in there. Have those, put those back where they belong. These, we'll put those in there so we can use those later. Don't need that right this second. We'll put those back in there. And we came up here for what reason? I can't remember. What reason would I come up here for? Gonna run stuff. We had to drop off that stuff so we could sort it because our inventory was full. That's why. There we go. All right, this is cleaning up nicely. Get all these back. These anymore. All right, let's see if we can make a mess here. Into some boxes on the thing. Sometimes it's good to do this because it'll put the box, if you have too much resources, all together. I've done it where it has like pages and pages and pages of resources in one little box. That's the only time I like those little boxes, is when you have this massive backlog of stuff in there that you can go in and utilize. There we go. All right, that production no longer needs to be there. And then we need to find some water here. This is gas, gas, gas. Okay, so that's all gas there. Our water, I believe, we've got oil there, is way over that way. Probably have enough packaged water to do all of this anyway. Yeah, we'll go with that for now and see if we have enough packaged water, and then if we don't, then we'll do water. Again, you don't need pumps for nitrogen gas, so we're just going to try it without pumps and see how it goes. The gases, most gases anyway, have a tendency to rise. So you don't have to worry about it. But I put it on there because it makes me feel good about it. I feel like the weirdest thing in this entire game are the fluids. Okay. I kind of feel like we'll take out the top here. And we'll just run this. Side a little bit. Over there. How easy was that? Here comes that nitrogen gas. There goes those cooling systems. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So we got this going. Also, you can see that I got some of my summer sloops back from that. So now we can go back to doubling this up. And we're looking good. So over here, these are more cooling systems. Right there. Those in there. And then what is the output of this? These are turbo motors. Okay, and these turbo motors are supposed to go over here, no doubt. Yes. So into this box here. Nothing more fun than making spaghetti because it triggers my chat, which I enjoyed. Very enjoyable, everybody. Kismet, no, please, no more spaghetti, please. Nope, we're doing spaghetti. Because you know why? It's efficient. You're like, Kismet, no, the other way's more efficient. No, it isn't. Look how much time this takes. Look how much time it take me to go and build all of these systems individually. Right? This is way more efficient. I already have it. Why not go from there? I already have the resources. Burn those resources up. But having them backlog doesn't do me any good. How we doing over here? I bet you we're doing pretty good. Well, holy moly. Okay. Yeah. We're at 150 of those, pushing 200 already. Looking good. Now, again, every now and again, you want to check in on your resources. Make sure that you do have enough running. And if I find that I don't have enough of these adaptive control units, I'll go ahead and make some more and put it in there. But I can tell you I have a lot of all of these. I have 10 boxes deep of all of these. So those is going to be more than enough. The problem over here is our cooling system. And over here, we're making that cooling system. And we want to output it. And we're making the cooling system go here. Oh, we need it in both places. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize that till just now. Well, then we'll just go ahead and do a little splitter right here then. And we'll just run that right under there. Run that right into there. Now I'll send half of it to one and half of it to the other. And we'll start making both of those. Very nice. We got our cooling systems here. That's got a bunch of them in there. And then we put our extra in this over here to make our turbo motors. But really, I think it's already got a lot of these resources. So you can see it already has a bunch. So again, we only need to make 500 of these. We don't need to make 500,000 of them. So we can go ahead and do this. Now, another thing I would do is also put this eventually in the dimensional depot. So the output of these, just have them go in the dimensional depot. So when you do have 500 of them, you can then just pull them from the dimensional depot and run them directly into the awesome sink. So we're going to go ahead and, or awesome sink, into the space elevator, not into the awesome sink. So we're going to go ahead and put our rockets in there. And then we'll take this one actually out. And we'll just put the end result in there for now. And dimensional depot here. Those in there. There they go. Okay, now two of our things are going. Where were we making our other thing? Did we make our other thing? Oh, way at the end here. Yes, in this assembler. What are we doing over here? Oh, okay. Almost 200 there as well. Okay, good. And then dimensional depot. So there's our third item we have going. Why is it going from the top? Go from the bottom. There we go. So that's our third item going there. So all of our magnetic generators are going to end up in the thing here. So we can go mag. I can hold 250 of them in there. So basically, it's half of what we need. So what we can do is when it hits 250, we can take that 250 out from down there. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, down here by my space elevator, I can then just build some boxes down there and do it. Or I can run them down there if I wanted to. Completely unnecessary to run them because, again, you'll have that gap already done, that movement already done for you. And the only thing we really were missing was our fused modular frames. Those are going to be our main issue here. And it's 2.5 right now that it's producing. Let's go ahead and take a look at our fused modular frames. Not in there, they're in the blender. So heavy modular frames, there's that nitrogen gas again and aluminum casing. So we can definitely make a bunch of those. And they're supposed to end up over here. So again, let's just go ahead, make ourselves a little extra area here. Okay, and we have our nitrogen gas coming up right here. So again, more Spaghetti City here. And we're going to siphon off some of this gas. Run that down into there. Need some power. Double it up. Run some overclocking. Go. Okay, now we also need a bunch of other resources over here. Okay, heavy modular frames here. See how very quickly your whole entire base can turn into a spaghetti mess? Very easy to do, but also very, very fun. All right, just like that. And then what's the other one? Aluminum casing. But this is what this whole area is for utilizing all of these resources that we did backlog. Again, we weren't around waiting for them to run. We let them run, and then now we're coming back later. Actually, let's go like this instead. Come back later and utilize them. If you don't utilize them, then it was a waste to make them in the first place. We're trying to go under. We just built that in a matter of minutes, everybody. Again, it looks like a convoluted mess, but it does work. And that's the thing. If it works, it works. That's the end result. And there it goes, making a bunch of fused modular frames. And speaking of things we need to do, let's go over here and put this stuff back in the sorter. And let it go ahead and do its job here. Put all that stuff in there, not that. These, and these. And then things like heat sinks and things of that nature, we can go ahead and throw in where they go. Now going in here, already full of heat sinks. There we go. It's got the water, it's got the nitrogen gas, building those cooling systems. Very nice. Thermal propulsion rocket. Yes, we're 90 there. And then the other thing is something. I forgot what the name of it is. Oh, just did something about full screen or something. Oh, okay, I hit some buttons. All right, this one. Magnetic field generator. I don't know why I keep forgetting that particular one. Magnetic field generator 224. Okay, and then assembly director systems 205. Okay, nice. So we have all three of those going, and now it's just a matter of letting that run for a while, see if we end up with enough. Now we're going to run down here to the space elevator. Looks like we have a bunch of resources stacked right here. It just dawned on me. Yes, look at me go, leaving a bunch of resources down here I can utilize. Very smart. Okay, over here we're going to line up 3 boxes. Like so. And then we'll again go do our first one, and we'll just pull that out. And again, we don't have to pull it from up there. We'll just run it in the dimensional depot. And then we'll run that in. That's going to go in very, very quickly because, again, it's going to go at the max speed of our belt. And then it was electro something. Oh, God. I forgot what it is again. I don't know what it is. I have a block on that one or something. All right, thermal propulsion rockets. Actually, I'll put those in there. Those will run in there. Just write that down. What is the name of that thing? Don't tell me. We'll figure it out. So little free time at the moment. It happens. I understand. Totally understand. All right. Magnet. I was typing mag. That's what it is. Magnetic. Magnetic. Try it again. We not run this in there? We did. There it is. Okay, maybe I wasn't typing it. Yeah, just instead of running that big old long line, I could just take it out of there, run it in there. And we're about halfway on all three of those. Now, the toughest one of all of those, everybody, is, of course, the last one, which is this nuclear pasta thing, which is the thing that's going to definitely take the longest. So we're going to probably just let that run. There it is, nuclear pasta. Now, nuclear pasta is going to use a bunch of the stuff that we already have. But when we do nuclear pasta, over here, you can see it uses the particle accelerator. It also uses this other thing called copper powder that you need to make. So you need to do all that other stuff ahead of it, right, to create the pressure conversion cube, which we are already making that stuff, so we can use that stuff for pressure conversion cube. And then we need, of course, our copper powder. Then the pressure conversion cube has a bunch of stuff in front of that as well. So again, and then your nuclear pasta right there. Now I'm going to go ahead and do it up there where I have all those resources. So we'll run back up there. And we'll get our first particle accelerator going. Now, you need a lot of power to do the particle accelerator, and I only am right now using about 40,000 power. And that's all I really need because I've actually finished the game with just about 40 to 50,000 power. I finished the entire game. And you're like, Kismet, how's that possible? Efficiency, that's how. Very, very efficient, obviously. I feel like that's more of a challenge than just building some gigantic base that's making 10,000, plates. More of a challenge to do it efficiently. And I try to play differently than everybody else. Everybody else plays it where they play it to the nth degree, which I like to do too. But there's no point for me to make 10,000 plates if I don't need to make 10,000 plates. If you know what I mean. Completely unnecessary, I believe. Okay, some more of these radio control units. Where are those going? Over here, probably. Yes. Right here. Throw those in there. And this one, heat sink, we'll just throw away. I'll keep hold of that. Okay, so we got all three of those going. We need our particle accelerator, and we do not have enough room here. We'll just make a special spot for it right over here. And why I'm doing this, because I could just use my blueprints. But, I don't know, I'm in that kind of mood to zoom. There we go. Okay, particle accelerator, here we go. What do we need? Fused modular frames and some turbo motors. So, let's go over here. Grab some of these turbo motors and some of these fused modular frames. Get easier for us. And then particle accelerator. And we'll turn it this way. Okay, nuclear pasta. So we need copper powder and pressure conversion cube, which is the same stuff there. Oh, we're going to this, and this is going to be in the assembler. We'll need an assembler, so we can just do it this. Run that like that. Okie dokie. We need our pressure cube. So fuse modular frames, radio control unit. Here, let's make some more spaghetti while we're at it. Fuse modular frames. Don't remember where I was making them, but I'm making them here somewhere. Over here. Well, that's convenient. Okay, it's going to take some of them and run them into here. Read our power line there. Okay, those will start running a few of those in there, and radio control units. We'll go grab some of those. These over here. I feel like we're going to need more of those for sure. Alright, more running spaghetti across here. Hold down control, by the way, it'll override its need to go in there. In the box. There we go, we'll run some radio control units over here. And that'll start producing some pressure cubes. Again, we'll overclock that as well. And do we put some more summer sloops in here? We have one more summer sloop. Over here in this block. More hiding in here? No. Alright, we got the one. We'll use the one. Again, I forgot, I didn't know that you could just put a partial summer sloop in there and it'll still have an effect, which is great. Okay, and I have a bunch of fuse modular frames on me. I'll just throw them in there. And that's going to make some pressure cubes. Now we want to make 100 of this. Now this is the most expensive thing, I think, at this stage when it comes to power, and I'm going to be crazy. Power. And actually overclock that. Now it's actually smarter if I take the stuff out of here and then put this in here, because it's going to double up both those things that come before. So at least, 1.25 that right now until we find some more summer sloops, or until we realize that we have plenty of resources elsewhere to double that stuff up. So now the hardest thing I think out of this is actually not the pressure cube, but the copper powder. And I believe we have our copper down here. Stuff running nicely over here. This is iron. Yeah, it's iron. One of these two things has our copper somewhere. I think this is all iron. This is all coal and something that's not labeled. Anything in that one? No, nothing in that last one. Yes, our copper and all that stuff is over on this side. Yeah, there it is. And we have some iron that's not even being used right now. Got that going, and again, this is iron. More iron. This is our two coppers here, which are probably backlogged 10 deep now, because again, we did stop that production. And we can see some copper coming through there. So what we need is we need a factory to produce our copper powder here. And you got to make a lot of this, everybody. You're making a tremendous amount of copper powder. So we need to take the raw copper, we need to convert it into the copper ingots here, and then make that that copper powder. So we want to utilize what we already have. We utilize the backlog there to make a tremendous amount of this copper powder. Remember, the end result is just to progress to the next stage, everybody. It's not to make 5 million of those things. You can if you want to run them in the Awesome Sync. You get tons of tickets for it. But really the goal is to progress and progress and progress and progress, because there's actually a storyline. We're building a space station up there. And for what reason, I'm not going to tell you. This way, you can play the game and figure out why. Okay. That's part of the storyline. It's pretty fun. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need our forges. Now, we already have some forges in here, basic groups. We have our smelters right here, aka forges as I like to call them. And then we're going to look and see how we're lined up over here. Oh, this is my, that's my blueprinter. Move this over this way. Okay, where's the input of this? Good question. Where do we set our inputs? Tough to remember. I think it comes in here and goes down and back. No. Here. Comes in here, then out the other side. So this is the input here. So if we look at where our outputs are here, we want to run those down. We're looking under here. All right, that's doable. Totally doable. Now we'll want to rotate this. Okay, so what we're going to do is create some extra smelters here to burn up all this excess that we have. Like so. Now how many smelters I need? Doesn't matter. Because I have the power of time. Now I could figure out all the math, but you don't have to. If you're like me and you have a server, you can go ahead and just let it run 24/7. I'm going to go ahead and siphon off some of this into here, going this way, down into there, and then we'll have to, ooh, very close, we'll have to turn that like that, and run it this way. And we'll go ahead and go on this side, because you want to know where you're going to end up, so good to go to this side and figure out where your floor hole is going to be. Let's say offset it just a bit here. That's going to come up. That is an output. Oh, it is going down here at the bottom. Look at me go. It's an output too. No, that is an input. Yes, like that. Okay. That into there. And then we're going from there to there. So we'll go ahead and start this way. I always use the 3s because it's easier. And then we'll go here. As easy as that. Alright, is it actually working though? That's the important part. Is the splitter working? Doesn't look like it is. Kind of hard to line that up. Oh, we have that going up there too. Yeah, we're going to probably need to back this up. And like this. Out of there. Too close. That looks like deuterium. No. That was the wrong ore anyway. Going blind. I thought that was copper. That is deuterium. That is the wrong material. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do this instead. We're going to go and do this the smart way. Let's do this here. Not back far enough. How can we get that? Definitely needs to be back. Aha! There it is. Okay, easy peasy. Then find the heck where it went. Somewhere. This way. Wow, okay. Over here. Not looking in the right direction. Oh, it's hiding behind these belts. That's fine. Turn it like that. Now that's going to run a tremendous amount of copper in that way. So I'm kind of using the box as a splitter, which I don't really like to do, but because it doesn't work well. But it's off and running. We'll get it going. Okay, now this whole thing is set up as a blueprint, so I can just very easily just get this running. So we'll go ahead and see where do we have our power. This one. This is our biofuel. Let's go grab it from this one. Good enough. Trying to get out. Okay, why did that not run power? Oh, I haven't told it what to be yet. Okay. There we go. Important if I tell it what to be. So this is all going to go ahead and take all that excess and make a bunch of copper ingots. And then from the copper ingots, we're going to go ahead and convert it into that copper powder. And the copper powder uses the constructor to make that copper powder. And it just so happens that we also have 10 constructors that we can just sit right here on the top, and these are built in a modular style. Which means that they can just sit right on top of each other like that, and then the outputs should end up on this side, I believe. The output is here and there. The ones on this side should end up coming around and going up, which I see does not seem like it's working. So stupid thingies. I have that like that then. Oh, so I can merge the ones from up above. That's right. These are already merging in the bottom line. So if I have one from up above, I can make it come down here and then merge into the same line. That's what I was doing there. Only need one. Don't really need a massive amount of this. Just need the one output. And then we need to get it to the input, which weirdly I did not mark. Normally I mark it in green. Yeah, oh, it's on this side. Okay, so we got it. We have it flipped. Okay. And we'll do that again, this time hopefully aiming it in the correct direction. Let's see. How would we know? Where's the arrow? To the left. I didn't mark it in such a way where I would know where the inputs and the outputs are. Let's go over here. I think these might be our actual constructors. Oh, those are assemblers. Let's go over here to our blueprinter and fix that so we know where our inputs and outputs are. Really important, makes it easier because as I'm coming back to it later after a few weeks, and now I don't know where my inputs and outputs are. But we'll go ahead and fix that by going in here, and we've marked this as our input side. So one of the things that I do right over the inputs is that I will change the wall here, or I'll just make the wall double high. And then that will tell me that's where the input is. So when I'm putting it down, makes it easier. And then I'll just take that. If I want to stack something on top of it, I'll just take that wall out and then stack the thing on top. No problemo. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, that actually was the correct direction. We had it the other way. Because I can see that double wall there up at the top. We know that's now the input. We'll go like this. Change that like this. Run that into there. Oop. Try that again. Not making this easy here. Oh, red is the input. Green is the output. Man, I got that backwards. Oh, I don't want to block my other output. That's why I did this. I don't block my other output at the top. And then this will come down. That'll go there. All right, very nice. And then power. Take this power. Right up to there. And now our constructors are ready. Again, I'm not even going to bother with how much of each thing that I need. It's just going to run forever anyway. Let all this go. Bigness, very nice. And we'll do all of this. Those are all good. And then we have to connect the outside of this. So this goes there. That circles back and then distributes that to all of the machines along the back there. And then over here, this one's already connected inside. Yes, okay. See, to fit more constructors in there, we actually made it where we have to do the outside of that one. But here for these, we did those all on the inside. And there we go, looking good. Let's see, we have a problem over here? What's the problem? Problem is, I didn't tell it what to be yet. Copper powder. There we go. Apparently those didn't kick in. Try again here. Oh, we've been playing for 2 hours. Might be a good time to take a break. We're coming in. I got a bunch of those on me. I can just throw them in there. Get that one going. Yeah, these all look good. And eventually those will fill up with copper ignites. Now another thing is over here where I'm actually producing more copper ignites. I probably have a massive backlog of them over here somewhere. There's those things there. There, these are my wire here. I'm going to try to remember what everything is. Did I label all this stuff? Usually I label it. Apparently decided not to label it this time. Kind of feel like we might be just running that stuff up. And this is going over here. Oh, I started from the smelting at the top this time. Oh, interesting. I do change it up each time, everybody, just to get a kind of a gist of it. So this is running out, and I think we've, this would be a storage level here. Are we storing? Yep. We're storing an absolute ton of those. Okay, so what we can do is tap into that extra storage and utilize that output. And just run that down to here as well. So we'll just make a merger. Merger. Seems good. Okay, how to get our output here, which is actually over here. Maybe up. Yes. Okay, we're going to siphon off a whole bunch of these ones that are already done, so we don't have to wait around for those to be made. We're good to go. And there we go. All right, so again, utilizing that humongous backlog that we have to get that going. You see I took that top part off there because, again, the output of this, which actually I'm still blocking right here. Oops. Still blocking, my bad. That was the top one, but it's actually the bottom one. Getting my colors confused today. Oh man, we're gonna have to fix all of this. Hold on. We're gonna have to fix all of this. Okay, okay. Down here. Be nice if it showed the line when you have the two things lined up. Right there, when the two ends of those are lined up, that would be nice. Okay, same thing here. We'll merge. Bring this up. Into there. Again, that's why I build backlogs. You'll see all of that come in and merge with that. And now it's basically producing that just that much faster. And then here's our output, which is our copper powder. And then we want to store our copper powder. So we'll go to our storage. And this is called vertical storage, meaning I can just keep storing it up and up and up. And I believe the inputs are on this side. Again, I did not mark them. I can see them because it's all blue, so I can't see the green of the storages, but I'm assuming that it's turned in the same direction as what we had before. And if we go inside there and we see the lines, the three lines like that on the back, we know that's an input. So now we can just go like this. That will now backlog that into all of these massive amount of boxes that we have in here. And that'll start to backlog that. Now, we need to get that from here to up there to that particle accelerator. So we might just go over here and run it clear over there. Now we need to find our output as well, which I think is on the same side. Red output, red input, green output. There we go. I kind of feel like we'll run this back down. And then run this underneath all the way over to there. Wrong direction. Okay, now it's going to run down there. And we're aiming for way over there. Here we go again. All right, we could probably just utilize this over here. That's going to be easier. The reason why we'll utilize this over here is it already has the distances that we need for our max level belts, or max distance belts. Across here. It does have an empty one on the right there. Hold on. Just realized that I very smartly left a little spot empty on this side. Let's see how that comes through there. No, don't like that. Let's do this. Run it in the middle one, but I'll just do it on the side. So we can fix it back here so that it runs up into there. And then now we don't even have to add any additional stuff other than just running the belts. And that is even more efficient. And then here, goal is to get over there. Where our hyper tube is. I'm counting 6 in my head. 6 foundations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get the idea. Kind of watching where I'm going. Let's go ahead and go to the end here so it's a little easier for me to find it. I'm going to run it on the back side, I think. We have some power back here. Okay, so we got power on the left side. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to do switchbacks like this. Wow, perfect. Okay. This is called a switchback. We're just switching these back and forth, back and forth. You can run the thing in infinite distance, which you can see me doing over here. I'm running at an infinite distance, but I find that it starts having redraw problems. Probably better to do it like this. Just to make sure you're attaching to this first and then the thing. Just to make sure that's working. Okay. Now we just need to take the one we were running here. I think was over here. Yes. Then we can try to transfer it here. A little far. Let's go ahead and start to bring it down there a bit. Into there. Just right there. And then this way. Do try to keep them square to what I'm doing because it makes it easier in the long run. And we're doing the outside edge one here. And then of course the straight function really helps with this. See, normally it does that, but you hit the straight function, gives you a nice 90. Very, very nice. 6 is about right here. Bring that down. Do this side. Oop. Straight function off. So it can reach, and this actually doesn't need to go that way because we can just meet here instead. And there we go. So we just ran that whole entire thing all the way up, and you'll see it come up over here. Hopefully, yep, there it goes, and it's going to switch its way back all the way to the top. And we just got our copper going. We just got all of that production going in like 2 hours, everybody, because we have already done all of the resources before. Now, I could have just put the particle accelerator down there and run the other one down. I could have done it that way as well. But since I have so much extra copper and whatnot, it'll produce a massive amount of that powder. Now, it's going to burn up all of that excess, everybody. It absolutely will. It uses an absolute ton of that copper powder for the nuclear accelerator here. So we'll go up here. We'll go ahead and say, okay, we want to run this from underneath there right into there. Take this one out so we can just kind of glide underneath here and direct this actually over this way. Thought it might have been over there, but it ain't. So we're gonna run it over here. And we'll angle this over just a bit. And since we already set the direction is going to be correct down here. We're going to do this, and then we're going to take a break. Just trying to get this up and running first. Okay, and there we go. Let's watch our particle accelerator start up for the first time in this playthrough anyway. I love the sound of the particle accelerator, by the way. Okay, now, how much power did the particle accelerator just use? Let's go look at our power thing. Look at this. Whoosh! Up to 17,000 from about 6,000. So you got to think that I have it overclocked, which you should really not do in particle accelerators, but we're doing it again anyway. You see we have plenty of copper powder for right now. We have a bunch of pressure cubes in there. And this is going to go at its maximum speed here, which is about 1.5 per minute. We need 100, which means we need about, let's call it 60 minutes or so, about an hour, if we have enough copper powder. Now, copper powder is going to be the biggest issue. It's going to slow this whole process down. It's going to slow this whole process down, but I have so much extra that I have backlogged that, again, this is all through backlogging, everybody. It's the most efficient way, I think, of playing through the game is to let it run, backlog all the resources, and then utilize those resources when you get to those next stages. So we have all 4 items going now, and basically, this is a matter of time. And then we've unlocked the space elevator. So while we're letting our particle accelerator go there, and all of our nuclear power that we have going, and all of our spaghetti mess we used over here for all the different systems we have going, we're going to let it run. Now, the number one thing that's going to run out is this water right over here. It'll run out of packaged water, and if it does, well, then we're not making any more of our cooling systems. But we'll see how it goes. Right now, we could actually check these other ones. Oh, and we need a box for our stuff here. Now, why would I overclock the particle accelerator in the first place? Well, it makes it where I don't have to make more particle accelerators, and I don't have to go and basically go and make more of these and then split and do all of that, because that takes time. And your time is your most valuable asset. So instead of taking that time, I will just do one and overclock it, and that's why I have so much excess power. Also, we'll go ahead and throw this right in this dimensional depot, so we can access it from down here and run it eventually into the space elevator. Let's go ahead and check our other stuff in the space elevator right down here. We actually go in and look and see how many we have. It actually says the name there. I forgot. It says the name of what it is. So assembly director, assembly, yes, 152 more of them there. We'll just control click those out of there. The other thing, magnetic field generator. Again, we're checking our dimensional depot here. Control click stacks of those. And then thermal. And then control stack those. And by the way, it doesn't matter which box I put it in, because it doesn't matter. If once it goes in there, it'll just use it up anyway. It only matters if you end up with extra. Look at them filling up there in the upper right-hand corner. Let's see if any of them actually hit maximum. I think we got number 3's maxed. Okay, number 3's maxed out. Oh, how are we doing? So we got one done already. Oh, and the other two are super close. So again, by the time we come back, everybody, we should have a good amount of those done. And then we'll just let those run for the rest of the night while we're working on other stuff that we're going to work on. And probably in the next hour, I will be able to unlock phase 4. So very, very cool. Again, you saw that I didn't have to build big, giant factories. I didn't need 100,000, 500,000 power. I'm showing you how to do it very, very efficiently by using that backlogging idea. Very, very efficient way. Now, of course, we will go and we will automate all of those systems eventually. Every single thing in the game, we're going to automate as many nodes as we can tap before we run out of build limit, and all of that. We will do all of that as well. But as you can see, my way is very, very efficient. And again, you can see that we're only using around 17,000 power to even do anything at this point. Oh, it's topping out at 20,000 power now, and you can see our power is kind of going up and down and up and down. Over here as well, but we have so much excess power that's not that big of an issue. I would normally go back and fix that, but I think it'll be fine. And that has to do with our fluids over here. Our fluids are going up and down because we took all the stuff that was doubling them out. And that's okay. Again, we have more than enough. All right, and our nuclear power probably should be running well. Let's. What do we do? I think we left it up above. We should go and run up above while I go ahead and take a break here. This way my guy's going up the hyperdube while we're doing this, and then I got to grab my back there. And away he goes. Okay. Off he goes up the thing. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you all to enjoy. Now, again, you can descramble the words in the chat, earn yourself some Kids Caps, and everybody in the chat some Kids Caps by descrambling the words while I take a quick break. Always good to take a break when you are gaming or working at the computer every few hours is what I try to do, because otherwise I sit here for way too long and get in trouble with my doctor. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and start this up. Let's see if we got all the buttons on, and back in just a bit. All those words, I'll give you 5,000 caps right now. Let's go. Come on, 3 more words. You got this, chat. Here, I'll even try to help you, though I'll probably be of little help. Let's go. Let's go over here. Let's see what else. That's an M word right there. Move. Oh, you got it. Nice over there. Oh, I don't know what that word is. That's a 5-letter word. Oh, what do we got? I was still pretty close, everybody. Good job working together. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. I'm going to give you a bunch of caps for working together. Awesome job. It's one of my favorite things is to watch you guys work together in the chat, just like we do in game. Thank you, Fraggle. Another 1,000 caps for letting me know that everything is working, because this isn't Yo Mama stream over here. This is a complex stream. I got a lot of moving parts in this stream, that's for sure. All right. I must have done something to my thing. I must have put it like in full screen mode or something. Hold on. Yes. Window full screen. This way it doesn't flash every time I switch to another window over here. There we go. This way when I'm tabbing between my various stuff here, it doesn't mess it up. All right. Speaking up. All right, let's get back to it. Now, the server's actually going to reset in about 30 minutes, but let's go ahead and check in on our particle accelerator. I'll return that back down again. There we go. And our particle accelerator is looking good. It does have enough copper powder to run right now. Let's watch it and see by the time it's done filling that up, does it have enough copper powder? We might want to do another round of constructors. So we got to produce 250 per minute, basically. Every time this thing stops, it takes longer for it to queue up. Okay, about 90. So we might need 2 more. Yeah, so it's doing about 90 before it does the first one. So I would do 2 more things of constructors and go from there. Well, that's what we'll do. Drop down here. And we will take out this storage for now and come back to work on that in a bit. So we need 2 more sets of this. And again, this is what's so great about a modular system is the fact that you can just keep adding to it. And this is how I love to do my stuff. So in here, we can go ahead, go back over, where was it? Basic factory groups, there we go. We can go ahead and put 10 more constructors down, and we know which direction to turn them now, too. Like so. 10 more. I'm going to say we need probably a total of 4 of these as well. Just to try to get that copper production really popping. Again, you get it kind of close and then you hit H, nudge it in. Hologram mode is one of the greatest things they've added to the game. Okay, so now we have these coming down. We want to go ahead and think about our power first. So we'll go in here and find our power somewhere down here. Oh, we already brought it up on this side. Over here. And so we'll just run it up to the next one. Just take care of our power first. That's why I build like this in a modular style, so it's very, very easy to expand your overall inputs and outputs. Now we know up here that we're going to need to fix our outputs like we did down here. So we're going to want it to come in here and then go back that way there, come in there, go back that way. You get the idea. So let's just do that while we're at it. And then we're going to eventually need to combine all of these outputs along this side. So eventually it'll end up Oh, I forgot to take out the things before I stack the other ones. That's okay. We can fix that. Just like this. There we go. And then we'll have our storage. Our vertical storage up here at the top. Like this. Again, everybody been massively streaming. 18-hour stream, 9-hour stream, and we'll just see how long this stream's going to go. Maybe a 12-hour stream. We'll see. Really been pushing myself big time, everybody. Really pushing now. I hope to aspire to really get all of this running. Okay, so we want to have our inputs going on all of these. So here, there, there. Now what I'm going to do is put the inputs separate. Instead of chaining them, which is what I would normally do because it would come out of here and then I'd chain it, or I would chain it downward, which is how we've been chaining it. We're actually going to split this input because that's 780 in, and that's way faster than we need for all of this. So what we want to do is probably bring this down on this one. Got to get an idea of where that first input is. Say somewhere there. There we go. Okay. So the bottom part is coming from the conversion of this bottom one here. So this one's producing its own ignits there. And then up here, we're going to go ahead and split the output of all this backlog that we have up here. And we're going to run that down to the next one. Let's say about there. See if that'll reach. Yes. And then we'll split it before that one. And again. Stay there. It's going to run there. Okay, so now we have, we basically have split it in thirds, or really half and a half and a half, to go ahead and run in there. But it's not producing anything right now, so we definitely need to go in and tell it what we want to produce, which is copper powder, so we'll just copy it. I can also hit Control-C on my keyboard. And then I can say in here, paste. I can also just click on it, which is another way of doing it. But I can just go Control-V without even being in that thing, which is basically going to paste all of these in and start all of these constructors up. And then now that we've already copied it before, it'll just remain copied in the what's known as a clipboard. And then we can go ahead and do the same thing here. If you see it not turn like that one. If you see it not turn yellow, then you missed that one. Sometimes, you know, you got it, but it doesn't work, so you just do it again. There we go. We should see all of those as yellow. We should probably go check those last ones. Make sure that they're all up and running. Nope, missed one. Right there and right there. There we go. That means that it's not set. Either is there's an issue or it's not set to make the thing that you're trying to make. And so what we're doing is massively upscaling our copper powder production so that it can keep up with the accelerator, because we are overclocking the accelerator. Normally you'd be fine, but because I'm massively overclocking the accelerator, it definitely is going to need a lot more of these. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just overclock these? Because it takes a lot more power and it's really not worth it. You can see we could stack those much easier than doing particle accelerators. Though we could build blueprint and you know, set up a blueprint for our particle accelerators as well. Now the top one here is actually an input. We need this right here. So we're going to need to merge all of our inputs from down below and have it go here, and then use this output to basically run that back down there. And we'll go ahead and try to bring that up like this. And then we'll do, let's say, something along this line. And then this into here. Okay, so now you can see that they're all starting to produce a bunch of that. Now this is a little tougher because this is 4 items that need to be merged, so we need to kind of half merge and then half merge again. So we'll grab a foundation here, we'll go ahead and bring it up here, and we're going to try to combine these together. Actually, it'd be even easier if we did it up on the top of this first one here. And we'll just go ahead and do a merger. And we'll have the merger. And we'll do outward like this. And this will go into this merger. And then the one from down below. Then run into that one. And now those two are merged together. And then this will go up into the storage. Right there. And now you're good, right? So now we've merged those. But we have 2 more down here that need to be merged together. Now, the way you want to look at this is you're going to merge 2 together, right? So we're merging these 2 right here automatically, and then we're going to merge the 2 down below and then make it end up over here. So we want to go ahead and put ourselves a floor hole there and connect it in because eventually that's going to bring that up into there. But we got to do the same thing here where we go ahead and do this one. We'll put a merger, eyeball where that is there, and merger. Make sure the output is going the same way, like that. And then down here, same thing. Bring this down first because that's easier. You can line it up and run it like that. So now we just basically 4-timed our production. We've got it merged, and then we're going to bring this down, and that's going to go right there. And then doesn't quite look like it's going to make it, but it does. And then up here, then all of these are merging together. Now, what's my total output of these? I have no idea. I have no idea, and not even going to bother to look. But if it's more than 200 per minute, I'm good. And we'll see. And you can see that it's just cranking all that excess that we have. Again, that's why I let stuff backlog, is so we produce all this excess, and then that excess can be used for other processes. You can see that that's running right now at 780. How do I know it's running at 780? Because it's absolutely filled the belt. So on the other end, when it ends up over there, it's going to be a tremendous amount backlogging over there. And if it produces too much that the machine can't handle, it'll backlog in that storage boxes over there. And then I have a huge backlog of that, which I can then add another particle accelerator and burn up that backlog. But very, very fun to just not even think about the numbers. Say, screw the numbers. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And I'm going to look and see in the machine, does it have enough? Oh, it doesn't have enough. Okay, I need to add more. Does it have enough now? Oh, a little bit more. Okay, and then you can do it that way too, everybody. You don't have to do everything by spreadsheets like I do. Sometimes I just don't feel like getting my spreadsheet out. And I just go and look and see if it, when it does a cycle, does it have enough resources? And we'll go check it out right now. And we'll see if there's enough resources as well. I love the modular design where where can I find the blueprints you're using? You can find them on my Patreon. I do upload all those for my Patreon supporters. You're welcome to go over there and become a Patreon supporter. I put all of the blueprints up there for you guys to check out. Now, I notice that I don't embellish mine. I leave that to you, everybody. You go ahead and take it, put fancy glass and angles and lights and all that other stuff. I leave that fun to you. But the basic designs are all there in that modular style. So again, you can check that out at patreon.com/Kismet. I know, pretty hard to find, right? Because it has my name in it. I'll put the link in the chat for you if you're so inclined. I also put sketches up there, and I also illustrate the processes of all of this stuff. So I'll go into an Illustrator-like program, and I will go in and actually say, look, this is your extraction rate, this is what your conversion rate is, this is how you split them, this is how you merge them, and then this is how you get the output. And a lot of those are up there as well. You can actually, as a Patreon supporter or patron over there, you can see all the other stuff that I post up there too, which is exclusive to my Patreon supporters. So I do appreciate each and every one of you. It's the greatest way to support the stream, everybody. Even if you're donating, say, or supporting by $5 a month, you get everything. Just whatever you feel is appropriate for you. All right. I don't set it. I don't lock it in tiers after that. So just $5 a month does make a huge difference here in the stream, because then I can do more giveaways and cool stuff. I put every penny right back into the stream. So I do appreciate it. All right. Now, if you want to see the spreadsheet as well, by the way, that is free. You can go ahead and follow that link right over there. I have tons of spreadsheets in there, which has calculators and all sorts of things that help you with Satisfactory, as well as spreadsheets that show you the breakdown of how I did my nuclear power and all of that. So I kind of do it on the one side of the brain, which is the logical side, spreadsheets, and then I also do it on the visual side because I'm also a graphic designer. I go ahead and actually illustrate it for you as well, which we still got to get to our nuclear power. We're going to illustrate that at some point. But right now, we're absolutely crushing this. Look at this, everybody. We're getting a backlog of these. I love to see a nice, sweet backlog. Look at that. 50 pressure cubes in here. We got so many pressure cubes. We can't even get them in there. Now, again, I don't want my production to stop, though, so I'm going to take this out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let this keep running, because I always like to have at least a little backlog, sometimes a whole lot of backlog. So you can go ahead and run these like that. There we go. And then I can put these right back in there, so it's not slowing down this production, which I want to keep going, because this only takes 1.25 per minute, and we've got 50 of them in there. So we know we have enough to do half of the ones we need to do up there. Now let's take a look at our copper powder right now, passing up around 469, and it's not even halfway yet. Again, copper powder, I find, which is pretty wild, that is actually one of the stopping points of this part of the game, is that you're just not producing enough copper powder to keep this nuclear pasta going. Yeah, it maxed out. Okay, now we watch it again. It's at 319. And we want to watch it to see if it makes enough copper powder to replace the current amount. So if it goes back to 500, or even if it makes it to 400, it doesn't matter, because it has enough to replace what it currently has. So we want to watch it a few cycles. And this right now is taking 8,000 power. You're like, Kismet, that's crazy. I know, I overclock it, I do the thing, but I have 30,000 extra power, everybody, so it's not like I don't have to worry about it. I don't have a bunch of other processes running, because I don't need to. I have a bunch of backlog resources. I can just run them in there. GG's. Run them in there. GG's all the thing. And by the way, I'm going to be posting the latest and greatest blueprints this Friday on Patreon for all of you as well. Okay, so it's at 200 now. Let's see if it goes to 400 when it gets done here. Yeah, that's a lot of copper powder it's got to produce. Now, I don't think it's going to make it. Wow, really? That's pretty crazy. I don't think it's outputting fast enough. Yeah, it stopped. It's still not outputting fast enough. It doesn't seem like it's outputting faster than it was before. It probably needs to ramp up the speed first to get that going. Oh, let's go check and see if our other three are done. Now, again, we just, within the last couple hours, went and used our backlog of resources, built a bunch of Spaghetti City there, which is kind of fun. You can see all down here, it's all nice and organized up there. We just throw it all together just to kind of show the dichotomy of how you can play the game. But down here, you can see that we have these three boxes. Oh, and this one we have all done. So we can just go ahead and disconnect that one. We'll just leave that backlog in there for now. And now, what do we need? We need our magnetic field generators and our assembly systems. And so I'm actually running it into the dimensional depot here. So I can just grab it. And then mag field generators here. And this is going to let me know when these are full, because what it'll do is it'll backlog the belts and it will actually stop. So when it stops, boom, those are done. And then, and again, you saw within, how long has it been? 3 hours? Within 3 hours, we went from 0 to having 3 of those done. That's pretty efficient. That's crazy efficient, as a matter of fact. Now, we got that done. Do we need to make more of those? Absolutely not. We don't need to make more of those because we don't need them for anything right this second. Though I do like to backlog sometimes a few of them. Let's go this way. I do like to backlog a few of them just in case I need them in future processes. But what we really need right now is the nuclear pasta, right? We need 100 of those and get those done. Now, of course, the faster way to get our nuclear pasta going is to, of course, use our summer sloops to double up our production of our summer sloops. Do we need to double up the production of that stuff? No, because we have plenty. But I will let that stuff run anyway, just to put a bunch of it in the dimensional depot in case I need 250 of those for some other reason. And then that'll backlog all the other resources that I'm producing and so on and so forth for future processes that we might need. And again, we don't really need to double up on our thermal production rocket. So we'll take that out and we'll go right over here to our particle accelerator. Put that in there, and now it's going to create 2.5 per minute. So now, instead of taking like an hour, 60 minutes, it's going to cut that in half, let's say to 100 or so. And let's put that in as our particle. Now, the real thing is you want to keep that particle accelerator never stopping. See, if it stops like this, and then it takes a while for it to start back up, you want it just to keep processing. And again, usually your copper powder is the thing that's going to hold you back on that. So we'll work on that a little bit more here in just a bit. Let's put this back in the dimensional depot. And we'll throw those in there as well. Okay. And let's see. So we got that. How many of these have we actually produced so far? Let's go see. We've produced 29 of them. So we're more than a quarter of the way already to put them in there. We'll just let them build up over time. Let's go take a look at our copper powder again, see if there's any way that we could optimize it, make it go a little bit faster, figure out what the bottleneck is. It probably has to do with the splitting up here that I'm doing of the base resources. Let's go ahead and take a look. And this is the most important process in the factory right now. It's just not coming out of there fast enough. Here. Okay, I get it. It's gonna restart. I say we take this one out. And then what we're going to do is utilize one of the outputs of this. Like this. And so we're going to take some of that backlog and we're going to run it up here. If we can. Probably want to do this. There we go. Yeah, these are going to hit each other, but such is life sometimes. Let's take this out for right now. Bring this down. Say something like that. This out just to make this look nicer. We'll go ahead and do something like this. Quite get that to go in there. Just turn the straight function off. Okay, so now we're kind of siphoning it off at 2 separate points. So we can just increase the speed of the output. We're going to try to do some tricky stuff back here. And see if we can get it from there over there and we're still running in between both of those. I know, pretty sweet, right? That was pretty sweet. All right, this one's now going to run at that full capacity there. And then what I'm going to do is to help out the top 2 here, because this one, I think back here, we'll take this one out. This is now getting 480 in both directions, like that. Very nice. And then this one here, which is 740, could be helping probably. Could be helping this one at the bottom. So we could split here and then merge here. Seriously doubt those are going to line up very well, but let's see if it actually works. No. Very hard to do that on just random belts like that. You can try, but it ain't easy. Yeah, probably easier to run it down like this and put the merger way back here and then just run it to the merger like that. Okay, so now it's also giving that bottom one a bunch as well. So now we're really splitting that excess amount and we're max queuing those basically into those. Again, we can create what's known as a load balancer. So we could go in and create a load balancer between all of the backlog, but it just physically doesn't have belts that are fast enough to make that run. So I've kind of tapped into the middle of the storage and then at the end of the storage so that I could basically make those run out faster. I'm using the box basically like a splitter. So it'll empty this. Now eventually this is going to run out because again, I'm not producing as much copper ignites as I'm burning up, but in the end it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that this is producing as much of this as it possibly can. Now let's go ahead and check every row, make sure every row is producing at maximum amount. Let's go check in here. What's going on here? Oh, this is not getting any copper ignites. Okay, so this is not getting enough copper ignites there. This bottom one. So again, we'll go up here. We'll see if we can split a bit of this off. Again, we're just trying to balance out that each area gets enough of this, and all the excess is being run out at maximum speed, right? So it's being run out at basically 780 times 2. Let's just call it 800. 1600 it's running out right now. And then load balancing it between the 4 different ones, basically, so that each and every level has any of the excess that the other level can't process. And we're trying to process them as fast as we possibly can. Now, again, we can set up a whole process for this, which is producing just that. We get another node and bring another node or multiple nodes, just so that can process faster. But I can tell you that's going to make a huge difference. We can see that this is going up and that this is ending up over here, but it doesn't seem like it is going and going into the output, which is what it should do, because we probably didn't loop that second side, which is why we don't have that extra bit. So yes, we got to get that extra bit from the other side running out of there, and that's going to get us even more. Oh, I totally forgot about doing that. There we go, because the other side, because I have one side which is running out, and then the other side's processing, but it has nowhere to go. I forgot I'd done that. There we go. Now we're seeing our things empty those out. We want to see these emptying out. We want to see this running and being run out of there as quick as possibly can. Yes. And that looks like the belt is getting full, too. Yes, this is getting... Oh, I love to see it. All right, that means that that's running at 780. because it has such a massive backlog on that other side. That other side wasn't connected into the system because I forgot that I needed to connect that part in the back because it's a modular style build. So basically we're putting a whole bunch of copper ignits in there, which is producing copper powder, which is running our particle accelerator, which you can see up here, which is basically helping us complete phase 4. So 3 hours ago we started on phase 4, and we have gotten 3 of the 4 already done, and we're already a quarter of the way into phase 4. And this is how I play, everybody. I play as the ultimate in efficiency. I don't have any other processes going. I'm not making plates right now. I'm not making rods. I'm not making modular frames or any of that stuff. And you're like, how is that possible, Kismet? Because I did that in the early game. I made a ton of those. I made 10 boxes deep of those. And now I'm using that excess that I made in the early game up. I'm using it up so I can basically complete phase 4. And I only have around 40,000 power, and I could basically finish the game right now. And that's all I've needed throughout the whole game, is around 40,000. And I could probably do it with 30,000. Now, I also have the advantage of having a server by the awesome people over at G-Portal. I highly recommend it, everybody. Remember, it's cheaper to actually run it on the server than it is to run it on your computer. Why is that? Because you don't have to pay for the power when it's running 24/7. And this way it doesn't burn out your computer, burn out their computer for a couple bucks a month. So again, follow that link right there and get 10% off too. Be like me, have a mega server. Again, this is a solo mega server with just me running. Now, of course, we could have multiple people in here, a bunch of people in here working together. But I like to go in and just tinker myself and show you some of my modular designs. And so down here, this is all a modular base. So on the bottom part is our forges running. We've also have a bunch of forges over here that have backlogged massive amount of items because we no longer needed them. And now we are, because we were making extra, and now we're using all of that backlog to make copper powder as fast as we possibly can. So again, I needed to connect the outputs on this side. So now you can see that both sides of our production here have the capability of producing. Look, it still has 433 in there. Nice. 60 seconds. Let's check. How we doing? Oh yeah, that all cleared all that out. Nice, that got all cleared out. All that excess up here. Yes, okay, that's back to producing. Very nice. Up here. Gotta get this done in my 60 seconds before I get kicked. Okay, good. All right, we're out. Let me get up here on top of the building before, otherwise I'll fall to my death. 30 seconds. Okay. It's gonna take a few minutes to reset that. But yeah, Tab, that's what we're doing. We are working on our phase 4. Again, since we have all of the resources that we basically need to get it going, that's how we update all that stuff. That's how we push to the next level by utilizing all the resources we have, overclocking what we already have because we have so much excess power, and then we can just go ahead and let that run. But we will go in and automate all of those processes eventually, and have them producing just 10 boxes deep of all of that stuff as well. But I really feel you don't need to. You can just do the ones that I did, and then 10 boxes of that. Remove all of that production. Don't even need it anymore because it's probably Spaghetti City when you started it anyway. And then you can replace those processes if you want. But I feel like it's not really worth it. I think you should basically do a whole bunch of backlogging, then remove all of that so you don't have you wasting that power. Use all the resources that you made so that you can progress the game. And then when you need it for nuclear power, that's when you go and you make your rods and your plates and your wire and all of that stuff, because now you have it for a purpose. It has a specific purpose for making that thing or that stuff, right? And now you've got your wire running and you got your stuff running and it's running for the nuclear power. But you also take some of, you make excess and you run excess into 10 boxes, and then you have 10 more boxes full of those resources. And eventually that part at the top there where you see all my resources are, that'll become obsolete. I won't need that anymore. It'll all be down on the same level I am now. And that's why I built way up like that, because I was building up where the space elevator was, that thing up at the top there that you can see. Yeah, I built up there just for fun, just to see what would happen, and it makes no difference. You can actually jump on that thing, by the way. I didn't realize it. You can actually jump on that thing that's way up there in the sky. I've never tried to be on it when it goes up there, but I have been on the little thing that goes from your hub that flies up, the little flag. It flings you clear across the zone. It actually put me so far out of the zone that I couldn't get my stuff back, so I don't do that anymore. I've also tried to ride on the drones, and it works for a little bit, and then it will fling you across the whole entire thing. Luckily, I had my jetpack with just a little bit of fuel and saved myself before I died, which is amazing. Amazing. So again, right about this time, about midnight, the server auto resets itself. And so I give it a minute or so to reset itself, because this way it can just run on its own when I'm not around. And it will automatically restart itself so that it will clear any issues that it might have had. Always suggest to set your server to auto restart, everybody, at least once per day, and then your server should be fine. That should be long enough. Let's go back in there. And let's see how we're doing. And again, I'd say within the next 30 minutes to an hour, we're probably going to be done with phase 4. And then we get to open up the last phase, everybody, and see how what stuff we need to do to get that going. That's going to be really fun. And again, we've put a whole bunch of backlogs between all the processes that we did, even if it's just one box. You have a full box full of backlog of resources. I can also cut off certain resources that I no longer need to make, and that'll create a backlog of all the other resources that were being used to make that item. There we go. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, we're back. That was easy. And again, we're on our copper tower here. Let's go look at the actual output of the copper tower here and see how we're looking. Again, sometimes after it restarts, it takes time for it to get back up to speed. And lots of copper powder. Oh, there we go. Now it's redrawn. It was still loading. Look at it going at 780 right there, everybody. Again, if you see that belt is completely full like that with no gaps, that sucker is running at maximum speed. Right now, the game's it's chugging a little bit. I got a lot of stuff going, everybody. I got a really nice machine, too. So I have a really nice machine, plus I'm playing on the server. The G-Portal has amazing servers. I never have any issue, everybody. Just you turn it on, you let it run, set it, and forget it, which is my favorite thing. My favorite thing as well. So let's go up and take a look at what we built over the last couple hours here. Up here at the top. And again, look how beautiful my layout is down here. Very methodical and very square and very, you know, nothing touching each other, no clipping or any of that stuff. And then up here at the top, not so much. Because it's going to trigger all you ADHD people, so prepare yourself. There we go. We just built this. This wasn't here a couple hours ago. We just built all this spaghetti mess just to go ahead and make those items that we need. Now, there are some items that we're producing that we no longer need to produce. And that is right over here. Oh, look, that water's still holding steady, is it? Yeah, all that packaged water that we had left over from our aluminum production, we just utilized that. Very cool. Adaptive control units here. And then over here, assemblies over here. We no longer need these. We can go ahead and turn these off right over there. And we all good. Okay, so those are good. We don't need those anymore. Over here, adaptive control units. We can make some of those. Let's go ahead and backlog a bunch of those. We'll just burn up what we have. Let those backlog in there as well. What was the other thing that we needed here? Supercomputers. We still have a lot of supercomputers left over. All right, awesome. And then over here, we are making turbo motors. And right now, our cooling systems is having a bit of stuff it needs to produce. What do we need? Water. Okay, why has our water stopped? Oh, I bet you because this box is full. I bet you that's why. Let's go ahead and add another box and run that up there. Yeah, it filled up with containers. Yes, okay. Again, we might as well burn up the rest of that packaged water because that's why we backlogged it in the first place for, is so we can make our cooling systems. Over here, what are we doing? Thermal production rocket. Don't need it anymore, so we're not going to use any more of these cooling systems. So we can use the cooling systems over here for producing these turbo motors. And we'll produce a bunch of extra turbo motors here, which we are running up and over through this convoluted system that I just made, and you can see we got tons of them in there. We'll let those keep running. So we got our 3 things we have stopped, right? We have stopped our thermal propulsion thingies. Our assembly directors. Oh, and we need to get our multipliers back while I'm thinking about it. And, oh, not that one. Nope, that one I do want to keep in there. Turbo motors, yes. Rapid control, those are all yeses. And then over here, yes, we already got that back. Okay, and then the other thing was we were making modular engines. We'll keep making those. And then over here, fuse modular, yes. And then over here, pressure conversions, nice. Go, baby, go. Look at this. All right, so that has maxed that out right there. And again, we'll see if it fills up fast enough. If it does 200 more, see, and it should go right to 500 now. We kind of went back because I can tell whether it's running a bit slow because I've played the game a lot. That seemed like the powder wasn't coming through, and that's because the whole other side of our constructors was not working because we didn't loop it back through again. And now it is. See, now it's working wonderfully, and so the nuclear or the particle accelerator won't stop. You don't want it to stop. If it stops, it's really screwing you up. It's using 20,000 power, by the way, on its own. Just this one thing is using 20,000 power. It's pretty awesome if you think about it. Now, I do have a backlog. If we look over the side here, I do have a backlog of power. These 2 things right here. This is my online backup of power, and this is my offline backup of power. So that means if it cuts off my power and I'm having an issues, I always have the ability to flip this on, and that will start all my power systems back up again, including my extractors that are extracting water or coal or oil, whatever it is. I always have this charged up. It's like a backup battery that you plug in when you need it, right? And I have switches, master switches that I can go ahead, or priority switches that I can go ahead and control all of that as well. So very, very awesome. Okay, so how many of the nuclear thingies do we have now? We have 67 and we need 100. So we basically need around 33. So 33 of these is going to take 2.5 per minute. 15 minutes? I know. You should be impressed by that. You should be impressed by the fact that we just did completely phase 4 in like 2-3 hours. We didn't have to build gigantic factories. We didn't have to build a bunch of processes. We didn't have to run a bunch of lines. We just took stuff that we already had, and all we need to do, because we have so much excess power, is overclock it all and let it run. And that is pretty awesome. Pretty amazing. All right, let's go ahead and make sure we put our... I always like to put my summer sloops away in the Dimensional Depot so I feel like they're safe if my character dies or gets flung off into a place where I can't get it back. I'm not so worried about my power things, but we'll throw those in there as well. And again, we'll just let this continue to cycle. Now, by the way, at this point, we are producing so much copper powder that we could actually do a second one of these and have it done in like 8 minutes, if we want to. We have plenty of pressure cubes, that's for sure. Over here, look at this. We have more than what we need. We have another 50 in there. We only need about 33 more. So again, we'll let that run at its maximum power. Oh, we should look at our overall power usage as well. You're going to watch this ramp up, everybody. Again, what it does, it starts at a low level. Look at this. Look at that ramp, everybody. It starts at a low level, and it ramps all the way up. And I have it perfectly set up where it doesn't cap over my actual power production. But if it does, I do have my online power over here, which you can see my battery on the right side, which will kick in. And currently, it is storing 30,000 power on its own. So not only am I producing 40,000+ power, but my batteries can run at 30,000 power. So I really have the capacity of 70,000. But I also have a second backup of batteries, so I can actually produce 100,000 power, or runs 100,000 power worth of stuff. Now it's going to drain my batteries if I did do that. But it would last for a while. It would last for however long, 14 hours, 16 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours, depending on how much load I put on it. But at any given time, if that actually goes above my my power production, the batteries will automatically kick in, and it will basically mine the gap, basically, for all you peeps in Britain. It'll go up and over the major capacity, but then that batteries would kick in and hold it, and then usually it would come down below that process. And I did that last time too, where I'd make it purposely go above my production and come down to show you that you could do that. I feel like the most underused thing in the entire game, including me, is the battery backup. Your battery backup is an incredibly great way of evening out your power. When you're messing with your power, when you're upgrading your power, when you're adding more power, and you dip below your power production, your battery is a great way of evening that out. And then, of course, using your priority switches. Your priority switches are the way to go because you can control different parts of your factory, turn them on and off when you need them and when you don't. You can turn hypertubes off as well. You can use priority switches for that. You can turn your trains off. Anything that you're not really using all the time. Great example is hypertubes. If you have 50 hypertubes, every one of those hypertubes entrances and exits is using power. So you could probably get 1,000, 2,000, maybe 10,000, depending on how many hypertubes you got going, and get all that power back. I don't typically use that much hypertubes because I typically am using train systems, which you can see. I have trains running all over the place. All the red here is train lines, right? So I have train lines there, multiple trains running on on the same tracks, and then multiple stations for different trains and stuff like that down there, which is pretty awesome. All right, what are we at now? A watch pot. 79, 20 more. Well, that's about 10 minutes or so. So we'll let that run. Now, what we want to think about in the next phase is, now again, I don't need to come up here. It's going to put that in a dimensional depot. So it's doing the job for me. I'll pull it out of the dimensional depot and put it in the space elevator. Down we go. Okay, we'll wait till that reaches 100 and then we'll put those in there. Okay, so you can see that I have all the phases done. Now, when they came out with 1.0, by the way, I've also finished the early access version of the game multiple times. I've played through the game 40, 50 times. I have like 2,500 hours in the game, or 2,000 plus hours in combination of the Epic Game Store and on Steam. I actually bought the game twice. I love it so much. I've also given away tons and tons of copies of Satisfactory here in the stream, probably the tune of thousands of dollars, because again, every penny, put right back in, do giveaways and other fun stuff like that, because that's what I love to do. So yeah, around 2,200 hours. And again, I feel like rookie numbers. Because there's people who have 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 hours, everybody. That's like years. That's years worth of hours playing this game. Now, I never really play at that level. I would say the only game that I've really played that many hours in, and it's easily 10,000, easy, without even hesitating. It might be 20. And that is Fallout 1. Fallout 1, I played it through so many times when it came out, everybody. I was absolutely obsessed with playing it. I wanted to see the different scenarios. I wanted to see the different outcomes. I wanted to see all the things. What happens if I click this button? What if I click this? Because, in those days, you didn't think about, rolling back your save to see all the different options. I played all the way through, and then I said, okay, now I'm going to play it this way, and then I played all the way through, and then I'm going to play it this way, play it all the way through, and so on and so forth. That's the one I probably have the most hours of any game ever. That and another game called Taipan, which I really like, which I've talked about here on the stream, which actually you can go play right now for free on my website. That's right, over here at Kismet.gg, you can go under to top games right here. These are my top games, the games that I think are amazing, and these are the games and my hours right there. I actually need to upgrade this because actually 7 Days to Die is my #1 played Steam game now. So big love to 7 Days to Die, where I actually crossed over. And I'm going to play some more 7 Days to Die in the middle of April because they're coming out with version 2.0 with weather systems and new skill sets and whatnot. Also cosmetic stuff for your gear so you can make your gear look awesome even though it has different specs and so on. And then, of course, the biome progression where you start in the forest and so on. But they really did a cool thing. I give big love to the Fun Pimps who are always thinking of their customer, which I appreciate. You can also click a button, Classic Mode. So you can play it like it was at 1.0 release. and just leave it like that if you prefer to play that way, which I think is cool, because that takes extra time and extra effort for them to do that, by the way. Just keep that in mind, that they did that just for you. Now you can see I have a ton of games in here, everybody. The games that I really enjoy. These are some of my ones that I recommend. Again, if you click these, you can go get them for discounts and whatnot, or it'll just take you to Steam or whatever. And I don't remember if any of these are affiliate links or not. There's probably a few in there, but I don't care. It's like 0.01 of a penny, everybody. That's a waste of my time, really. But over here, you can see some of my favorite games of all time. My favorite game of all time is actually the grandfather of all RPGs, the ones that started it all, the reason why we have a Fallout, the reason why we have Assassin's Creed, and all those other games that I played here on stream, all the RPGs that you ever played, and probably also MMOs RPGs as well. Of course, Ultima 4, the very first quest-based game, modern game anyway, from the mighty Lord British, aka Richard Garriott. If you have never played Ultima 4, you are traveling around doing quests to become a virtuous being, and of course you can make choices whether you want to just go crazy rogue and kill everybody, or you can follow the virtues. I still have this, by the way, in the box, and have the cloth map from this. From the thing. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And of course, Fallout 4, and of course, Taipan. And you can go right here and click Play Online, and we can play some Taipan right there. And we can say start with cash. No, start with 5 guns and no cash. Let's start with that. And there we go. We can play it online. Now, this used to be on the old school Apple II way back in the day, before it was the Apple IIe, by the way. And let me really dazzle you, for those who are new to the stream. Let me go ahead and show you something. Now, a lot of my peeps who've been in my stream, well, I've seen this many times before, but I just dazzle you a little bit while I'm at it. Here's me playing Taipan on an old Apple II in 1986. And you're like, Kismet, how do you know that? Because I played it, because it starts off like in the 1800s. Or 1700s or something like that, or actually it's 1860. I can see it right now in the new game that we're playing up there. See, 1860. And so I played it so long that I stopped it on the actual day I was playing it. So I played it until January 15th of 1986. Now, do you notice how much money I have in the bank in this game? Take a little gander. It's right up there. So before you were born, Kismet was out there making 2.5 trillion with a T. I never even heard of a trillion at 16, or actually I'm 15 there, at 15 years old. You can see a Kismet in the background, by the way, just barely in there with my very young Kismet with my Polaroid camera. Remember those Polaroid cameras, everybody? Those old school ones, taking a picture of my epic success of 2.5 trillion and having 347 guns. So if you can outdo me, you let me know. You go out there and take a screenshot if you can make more than 2.5 trillion. I just have 370 million in cash right there. So again, I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody, for a very long time, and been crushing each and every one of those games. I'm going to transfer all of that awesome knowledge to you so you can crush games as well. By the way, you can zoom in a bit too. And this is the whole game, everybody. This is how we used to play games. So you say, do you have money with the business, with the money lender? No. So we'll say no. And then what you can try to do is, you don't have any money right now. So what you do is you go ahead. I usually start without a loan, though you can. And what you can do is you can buy different stuff, right? You can buy general, arms, silk, or opium. And then you'll take it and you'll go and sell it somewhere else, right? So you buy for low, sell for high, and you just go back and forth to the different areas, and you try to see how much money you can make before you either get sunk, then the game's over. If you die, no respawn. You die, that's it, game over. And you can also watch out for pirates who try to get you. Now, actually, the smartest thing in here is to go, say, quit trading. And then I can go to these different locations: Hong Kong, Shanghai, Nagasaki, Saigon, Manila, Singapore, or Batavia. I'm going to go to Singapore. And now I'm going to have a captain's report. Arriving in Singapore. Now, if I go to Singapore and I get attacked by pirates, right? The price of general cargo has risen to 35. Wow, what a deal. as well. So normally you can see your warehouse and then your hold, and then down here at the bottom it tells you what the current prices of each of these things are. 35 is very high. Sadly thing is I don't have any of that right now, so we're going to click trading again, and we're going to go to 3 and see if we run into any pirates, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to run into some pirates right now so we can blast those pirates, get ourselves some cash, and then use that cash for trading. But we can also go to the money lender, get some money from him, and of course buy for low, sell for high, and then repay the money lender before you get too much debt. Oh, a storm. And this is the games we used to play, everybody, in the 80s. These were the complexity. Now, of course, you're playing Assassin's Creed Shadows now, and you got the leaves coming down, all the little butterflies, and then you got the light rays coming in, and it looks so realistic with all the stuff going along and the animals walking along. This is old school here, brother. This is the old school game. All right, let's try to go to Nagasaki. See what we can find there. Any pirates? Try to get some pirates going on over here. Come on, pirates. No, they're too chicken. They're too chicken to take on the man. Let's try Manila. Come on. Oh, there we go. All right, pirates. 9 ships of Lian Pirate Fleet, Taipan. We have 5 guns. Current seaworthiness is 100%. Our orders is to fight. I will fight them all. I took out the first one. And then again, what it's doing is just firing the cannons right here. Now, they used to have this old sound to it. And now they're firing at us. And now we're going to take some damage. Again, we're at 92%, and now we're going to fight. Now, we can run at any point if there's too many of them. Sometimes there's like 497 of them. I would get, 5, 6, 700 of them when I was very high in the game. Because the more guns you have, the more peeps that show up to try to wipe you out. One ran away, chickened out. He's going to run back to the money lender and get it going. All right, 91%. Now we'll get back to some Satisfactory in a second, everybody. It's running in the background. We're waiting for our nuclear pasta to be done. Okay, we sunk 2 of the buggers. All right, we got them all. And now we got some booty. We just got 10 grand in our pocket. So now we got 10 grand, and we're arriving at Manila. Now I have a bet that the moneylender wants to talk to us, or the guy wants to talk to us. Yes, Li Yang, Lieutenant, Taipan. He says Admiral wishes to speak to you. In there. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and take. We wanna buy. We're gonna buy. I don't know what the prices of opium are at the main thing. Let's see. What do you wish me to buy? O for opium. O-P-I-U-M. Do we have to type O, I think? Yes, opium. You can afford 0. Oh, we don't have enough cash. Okay. 0. Okay, buy. Okay, and then S for silk. We can afford 10. All right, well, then we're going to buy 10. Okay, now in our hold, we have 10 silk, right? So we're going to quit trading here, and we're going to go back to Hong Kong and see if we get attacked again. Oh, no, we're arriving in Hong Kong. Okay, now the money lender is going to, or the guy is like, he's like going to, you have to pay him for protection. Li Yan says that I owe him 28 bucks in donation to the Temple of Tihao. The sea goddess, will you pay? And in this case, see, what I did is I took that 10 grand and I used it to get the silk. So he doesn't see the 10 grand when I go back to Hong Kong, right? So he doesn't say, hey, you got 10 grand in cash. You owe me that 10 grand. Nah, I have no money, so he's going to charge me 28 instead of like thousands of what he would charge me, because Kismet understands how the mechanics work. And he say, yes, I will pay. And he says, well, you don't have enough to pay, then you can get it from the money lender and just go repay the money lender right away, so you're not wasting money. And then I need to repair my ship. So let's repair my ship. And it says, how much will you want to spend? Ship for 209 or partial repairs for 209. And so now we got our thing. Do I have business with the money lender? No. And then how much is silk? Silk is $1,100. So it's $100 more than what I bought it for. So we sell. We'll sell 10. Oh, well, we'll sell silk, and then 10, And now we turned our 10 grand into 11 grand. Just like that. And you go play it for free right now, everybody. Feel free to go check it out on the website. It's right here, Play Online. Totally a free game. I would love to remake that game, everybody. I'd love to remake that. I don't know if I'm going to live long enough or have enough money to go in and remake that Taipan game. But I'd love to buy the rights of that and take it and make it into like a full-fledged modern game, where it's basically the same thing, has the same kind of gameplay, but maybe look like Assassin's Creed. I always like to make sure that you keep the gameplay the same, everybody. In most games, when you remake games, make sure you keep the gameplay the same, because that's what people loved about those gameplay. Like, that's what they love about Gauntlet, about Sid Meier's Pirates, TIE Fighter, Duke Nukem, Diablo. You get the idea. Some of my top 10 favorite of all time, and then I have my 5 most modern games, meaning games within the last 10, 20 years. Of course, Fallout 4, Satisfactory, the one I'm playing right now, 7 Days to Die, of course, New Vegas, Fallout Shelter. I also love Fallout 3, which is an amazing version of Fallout. And look at this, me playing a whole bunch of stuff, playing Throne of Liberty with my team right there. Videos and whatnot. So feel free to check that out, kismet.gg. Very easy to find, even easier when I press the button and it just drops it right there in the chat for you. How about that? Easy, easy, easy. All right, I think we burned up 10 minutes there playing a little bit of Taipan while we were waiting. Let's go ahead and check in on our nuclear pasta. And I just showed you how to win that game, by the way. 115! All right, we made more than we need in that amount of time. Let's go ahead and run over here and run this in. Oh, we're going to run it from another side. Over here. All right, you're going to watch it, the magic happen, everybody. Now, again, I just got it. I had it automatically running the awesome sync up there. Into the Dimensional Depot, pulled it in my inventory, threw it in a box, and then run it into the space elevator. Now, this is actually the last phase of the game, so we'll run over here. We're going to use the actual front panel because it's fun, and we're going to seal that. Ada's got something to say.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix-it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
We're totally leaving it for the last moment. I love the whole Ada thing in this game, right? I've listened to it many, many times. I love it every single time. So great. All right, here we go. Send phase 4. Here we go. With only 40,000 power, everybody. We are unlocked phase 4. Oh, here we go. Even more efficient than last time.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish Project Assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
Okay. Well, thanks for having faith in us, Ada. Now, here's the other thing. Now we need 1,000 nuclear pastas. If you look up there on the right, we need 1,000 of those. Now, we already have that process set up, so all we need to do is just let it run, and eventually we'll produce 1,000 of them. But we probably shouldn't let it run at full capacity, and the reason why we were letting it run like that because we were going to try to get it done today, we did. But I would say you want to go back and slow it down. So it's not burning 20,000 power because it's completely unnecessary if you're going to let it run. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to let that run on the server. And it should have all the resources. But let's go double check that all of the resources that we're setting it will basically keep running to it. And again, eventually it will run out of the backlog. And then it will then run at a much slower speed. So again, there's no point in doing it at max speed, but we do want to double it up so that it is double producing, so it's better utilizing those resources. But we don't necessarily need it running at 20,000 power because we're going to go produce some other stuff, which is going to use a lot of power as well. So now you come over here and you say, okay, relax. We don't need to create them at 2.5 per minute, we'll create them at 1 per minute. Right? And watch when I take this off. It's got to do it once first. Still going, by the way. Not done yet. Look at it building up to 20,000 power. One of the most power-hungry things in the game. Boom. There we go. Now, instead of 20,000 power, the maximum it's going to use is 6,000. So, say our nuclear power goes off, it'll have plenty just from the turbo fuel that we're using. And still being effective where it's using, producing twice as much for the same amount. So normally, if we don't have the multiplier in there, by the way, we take the multiplier out, you can see it's producing 0.5. But now, since we have the multiplier in there, it's going to produce one every minute. That's 1,000 minutes. GG's done. That thing does its thing. Okay, now we got some more phases to work on, but really what we want to do is go unlock some of our new toys down here in the hub. I could use the hypertube on the way down, but I think it's just funner to jump off the side. Personally. Gotta love hearing from corporate, right? Oh, yeah. Corporate always got your back, right? Wrong. Wrong. Okay, fix it. Ignits, trigons, diamonds, time crystals, biochemical sculptors. We gotta do scannable SAM, which we already have going. We already have a bunch of reanimated SAM and SAM fluctuators, so we got those already ready to rock, I believe. Did we do that in this playthrough? I thought we might have already done those. We'll find out. Maybe that was in our last playthrough. I can't remember. I thought we had made a bunch of those. Quantum encoders, all sorts of dark matter residue, dark matter crystals, superposition oscillator, neural quantum processors, AI expansions, and then the big boy over here. I'm so glad they added this. I had no clue they added all this stuff, everybody. They didn't really tell us on launch about any of this, and I appreciate that they didn't. That's the big boy blueprinter. We'll get into that. And then we also have something right here that we want to do. Portals and, of course, peak efficiency over here, which is one of the very first ones that I want to unlock. So we can use this Fixonium fuel rod. And then, of course, our conveyor Mark 6, which is awesome, man. Those are 1,200 per minute. And we are going to replace all of our stuff with those 1,200s eventually. It's going to be a thing of beauty. But let's go ahead and start with number one here, right over here. And we haven't even done all of our plutonium stuff and all of that stuff yet. We'll get to that. I got to go this way. let's go ahead and... Oh, wait. We probably have some of these in the dimensional depot. Can't remember if I put the rest of those to go in there. Let's take a look. What is it? Frame. No, we didn't have the fused modular frames going in there. Yeah, we should just go pick them up. Let's just go pick them up. And then we want to actually run some of those in the dimensional depot. So we'll have them also in the future. So we don't have to keep running up and down. Okay. I remember where I'm running all this stuff. Not that one. So we'll take this one out. And this one is our cooling system. So we will split our cooling system here. And we're going to run that into the dimensional depot. It's just waiting on water. Oh, we're all out of water. We knew it would happen at some point. Okay. Any water being packaged? Yes, right here. Oh yeah, bunch more running in there. Throw it in there. I'm using the dimensional depot as a bridge. So it runs in the dimensional depot, I take it out, I put it in there, and I don't have to run all of the systems. And you can see it's starting back up again. Awesome. And then it's going to split one into the dimensional depot, and then one over here for our thing here, which we can actually take out. Take this out, take that out. Just connect those across. There we go. No longer needs to go here, which are thermal rockets. And then we put another one here. Like this, and then these can run into there. We'll backlog those, and then we have to find these, and then same thing over here. A bit more spaghetti up in here. Let's just put it up on top. And we'll just run it right into there. Very nice. Okay, and we'll just take a stack for ourselves. How much is it? 250. Okay, 100, 200, 50, 250 there. Again, we can wait for it to go into Dimensional Depot, or we can just grab it, which is way easier. With 100 there. And then how much cooling systems does it have over here? Over here. 100. We need 500. That's a problem. That means there's some of these backlogged in here. Yes. So we're just going to scalp all of these. We need a lot more cooling systems, that's for sure. So we're going to need a ton of water to get that going. We're going to need a ton of packaged water. Oh, it filled it right back up again. Nice. All right, let's go figure out where we're packaging water. In fact, we could take all of this with us. Wherever we're packaging water, I bet you it needs some of those. I think we were doing it over this way. Somewhere down here. Oh, I think I see it from here. Oh yeah. See, what I do is I unpackage it up there, and then I refeed all the ones back in here. See, and then it just repackages it right back up again, which is awesome. Why do I not have a buffer here? This seems very odd to me. I probably got busy and did not put a buffer. But it could have been backlogging this whole entire time. Right there. Okay, so that's going to package a whole ton of those. Back here also we could have plastic do it, but basically what you do is you're recycling those. And that's what you really want to do. Just recycle those cans if you can. Or you could just run the water directly. And I'm just showing you great ways of kind of transferring it using the dimensional depot as well. I could just as easily run that line, run it straight up there and run it to the thing. But I'd have to put a bunch of pumps on it. And then make sure my pumps are okay, use all the power to run the pumps. When it's just easier in this case to actually just package some of it up. And the fact that we have so many that we already did helps us do more of these. So that's going to just run those in the dimensional depot. Do we have enough for a second one? Oh, we don't have enough for a second one. Could have ran a second one. What we can do is just take some of this with us. Oh, not enough room in the dimensional depot. A lot of room in there now. Again, we'll just take the backlog that's already here with us, and then that can just produce more. You can see we have all of our extractors perfectly aligned, by the way, to all of our extractors, where our extractors actually fit inside the buildings. Perfectly like this. See how wonderfully aligned they are. Isn't that awesome? That's if you know how to align your floor tiles to your extractors, which I do, and then I use the blueprint to snap that in, and then put my thing in there. GG's, we all good. Now I just RP in my own stuff, everybody, that I took a little grinder and cut that out and made it so that could go through the top of that. RP in your own stuff, everybody. Remember, they don't have time to do all the stuff that I'm sure everybody would like in the game. But there we go. And you can see we have a switchback climber that's climbing all the way to the top there from all these resources that we're extracting. These are all pure nodes, by the way. You can take a look at where I started. This is the greatest place, I think, in the entire game to start because these are all pure nodes. Not until I got to this stage did I even bother to upgrade them to level 2s because I progressed all the way there. If you want to know where I'm at, I am right here along this kind of, looks like a bunny on the side. With a little leg here and his face over here. I don't know, that's what it looks like me. But usually start over here in the forest, and what I do is I start over here in the forest and I just run straight over here along this beach edge. And you can see we've got the oil way over there that we're extracting, and that runs up, and then the trains run back with the oil. And then over here, we're of course using this for water, and we also have our coal power down there, which we're not really using. We don't have our coal running down there anymore. But it does look cool, so we left it there. We left it there. I don't know, maybe one day we might need it, but right now we don't. So we just leave the different levels of power kind of behind as we go. Now we'll go ahead and let that run, and we can go ahead and head back up to the upper part. Again, look at my cool, perfect spiral. Trains going up and down. Now, it's actually easier just to run the pipe, everybody. It's just cool looking when it's in a spiral. That's its main factor, is it looks cool. All right, we can go in here. Run along the bottom here. Have you seen the trailer for 1.1? Some of the new stuff? Yes, I have, Tab. I'm very excited. My favorite thing I want to do is the 90 corners of the pipes. But they have a lot of cool stuff in there, and of course, when it comes out, we'll talk all about it here in the stream. We'll have some fun getting that going on. Radio control units, which we forgot to grab. All right, but they are running in here, so we can just grab them out of there. And then put them right in there like that. Okay, now we're just waiting on our cooling systems. No, we're not. We had a bunch of them in there. All right. Next one done. Ada, tell us all about it.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Maybe. Maybe I'll be inspired. We'll see. Wonder how many nuclear pasta we have right now. 26. All right, so we're going to go ahead and let that keep on running. Now we need quantum encoding. Now, before we do quantum encoding, though, we're going to need our time crystals, and we're going to need our fixit trigon. And those are made from our trigons here, and then our fixit ignin and stuff. We're going to need that later on. But now we're going to select that milestone. Now, you can see I can complete phase 5, but I'm going to need all of these things first for quantum encoding. One of those things, supercomputers. Supercomputers, we have 250 of those already, so let's take those out of there and let those run in. And then we also have our turbo motors, which we already have done. And we'll let those turbo motors run back in there as well. Okay, what do we got here? There's a bunch of random resources sitting in there. Interesting. Sometimes I forget I put stuff in there, and I'm like, oh man, I have like a bunch of, Mercer spheres and summer sloops in there. I'm like, oh, I could have been using those. Okay, so we got those going. Now we don't really need our our cooling systems anymore, so we will put those. What is it? Oh, just drag them in there. Put those in here, back into the awesome sink. This is probably. Oh, really? How are we not maxed out on that in there? How about ore? Really? Still not maxed out in ore there as well. Okay, cool. Let's throw it in there. And more of these. Throw it in the old dimensional depot. Usually I have ore maxed out in there because I'm usually just throwing random ore in there. Let's take a look at our place in here. Look at our little sheep. It's so cute. Or is it a llama? Something like that. Our little office. Updating system. Do not turn off the device. Oh, God, I've only had a nickel for that. How many times to do that? We can also flush some stuff down the toilet here. Like, we can go ahead and take one of these, throw it in there, and then flush it. Flush down the toilet. Fluid dynamics for pioneers. There we go. Very cool. You can also do cosmetic stuff here as well, which I think is pretty cool. I currently have my little hat on. All right, what else we got? Bobblehead size. Golden. Ooh, golden fixed helmet reserved for gold standard pioneers. Thank you for supporting Satisfactory during early access. You know it. This is a very rare game, everybody. It was already fantastic in early access. I mean, even the first iteration of the game was great. From the very first one. And then they just kept making it more awesome and more awesome and more awesome and more. Every single update just absolutely nailing it one after another, just knocking it out of the park. They did get Game of the Year, by the way, which is awesome for factory builders from the Golden Joysticks, not from that other, propaganda gaming awards. That propaganda gaming awards, everybody, is just nothing but ads. Nothing but ads. You're just watching, you're paying to watch ads, basically. Watching them ads through that whole game awards. Okay, so we got to get some stuff together in 10 minutes. That's not going to happen, but we'll get it going. Okay, so back to what we have, and let's evaluate what we have for this next stage. Way up there. Look at those cool burners running. Running. Okay. Thought we already did our SAM ore. Most likely over here. Aha! We sure did. Okay, I was right. It was this playthrough. Again, everybody, that's 10 boxes deep of those. So we've got plenty of those. So let's go ahead and try to get our trigons going. Trigons, nothing but trigons. Da-na-na-na. All right, assembly director system, which we already have in place, and we need to make trigons, so we need to make our fix-it ignite. Our fix-it ignite is from iron ignites and from our other stuff here. We'll probably want to do those processes as well. Again, eventually they become the biochemical sculptor. Yeah, we probably want to do the trigons separate. We have all that extra iron for trigons. Yes. All right, let's go work on trigons first. What's the other thing? Diamond. I forget what the name of that other thing is. I'm terrible with names of things. I forget. I don't think we can make it in here. No. I don't mean trigons in there, though. Nope. Okay. So, we need to figure out where do we need to make our trigons? Probably in the constructor. Let's go ahead, throw down a constructor. Yes. Fix it ignite. And all the things before the ignite as well. Okay, off we go. We need some new factory systems, and we're going to put them in place. And we're most likely going to need some more trains. Look at this over here, cool blueprint. Sometimes it just keeps going up. Can't stop it. If I let go of everything, it just keeps rising because it gets like stuck. So I have to like open up the window and jump or whatever to get it out of that mode. And then it lets me go. Okay, now where do we want to put this process? Well, look at my train over there looking weird. There goes our water. One going down while the other one's going up in perfect sync. So cool. Oh, there's two trains coming up. Oh, one's going down. Oh yeah, I forgot there's 3 trains on there. That's not just a spiral, everybody. That's a perfect spiral, which is much more difficult than just doing it this cheap and cheesy way. This is at maximum speed. Maximum speed going in both directions. So that it goes down fast and it comes up fast. Yeah. It's actually faster to just angle it down. Angle it down as fast as you can because then it's going to actually build speed, momentum going down. We can get on the train and take a look at it. right now, 120 roughly. Train's going in both directions. Cool. Cool. That's all perfectly synced. Okay, so thinking about where we want to build this, probably good right here. Next to this, we are a little close to our radiation though. So let's go ahead and build it out this way. We can finally use up some of these resources. We got coal over here, and our... That'd be a good thing to put in that last slot there too. And we have our extra iron over here that we could use, say, right over here. Come on, blueprint, snap in there. There we go. You can see I have blueprint for doing foundations, makes that quick and easy. Then I have my power running down what I consider to be a primary road, so that you can power both sides from there. And then we also have our new converter, which we'll get going on. But again, trigons are what we're going to do first, because those are going to be the easiest. And again, we're going to need several different processes to get that going. So fix it ignite, and then reanimated SAM, which is produced in the constructor. And we have a lot of it up there at the top, which we can transfer down here and utilize it. We also want to run our reanimated SAM over here, and then probably gather some more resources while we're out doing that as well. We have reanimated SAM up here by where we're already running. Right here, it's a pure node, so we can definitely have our current train that's running in there, our coal and sulfur train. We can extend that, have that, grab that, and come back to our coal and sulfur drop off. Yes, right here. Actually, no, over here. Yes, coal and sulfur dropping off here. We could just create another train that goes from here over through this track, uses the same track over here to a different station, picks that up, loops back, comes along the same track, comes down here against the system that we already have. Then we make new track that comes across to where I am. And then it drops it off, turns back around, and it's its own separate train, so it doesn't interfere with the production of stuff I already have, which totally is possible. That is the most efficient way of doing that without having to create a ton more track and different stuff, lights and all that other stuff. So we can do that, and we can have it end up over here. Go see where our train station is opposed to us. Yeah, it's way out there. So your train, this is our train drop off here. Yes, and this is our coal station, which is directly across from us there. Again, we could come out, have it come out out of the end of this station, and then just kind of turn this way and come to us. Ready to re-entry. We can put our stuff in there now. So yeah, have that train come this way, bringing our stuff over here to our trigons. We could just have it go into a storage over there. We could build another storage next to it. Or we could just have it store over here. We could have it store in a vertical storage. You could actually store underneath the production. Or we could do from top down or bottom up. Now we actually have it set up where it does top down right now. So if we think about it in reversed order, so fixed trigon is going to be at the bottom, which are constructors, right? Yes. So actually the last thing's not going to be constructed. The last thing would be storage of the trigons. So let's run it from the top down like we did on some of that other production. So we're going to put it right over here, and we're going to end up with storage. So we'll do vertical storage. We know the arrow's to the left because we figured that out earlier. Trying to remember that earlier and was having a tough time. Okay, storage at the bottom. Then the fixed trigons above that, which is going to be our constructors. Again, see how cool this is, modular style, where you can just set it up where it goes from one thing to another. So this is going to go out of this one and end up going into the bottom one here, which is going to be our storage. And then we'll go around, and then we'll have the output of the storage right here. And those trigons will go to the next phase of the process. And then over here, we are going to have these making fixed trigons. We'll just do that now while we're thinking about it. Okay, let's go ahead and tie in our power. Oh, it doesn't have power in that one. I forgot. It's the storage. It doesn't need power. But we do want to bring this power, say, over to there. No, I don't really like that. Let's put this into the floor here. Connected to our main power line. And then we'll put our floors back in. Make that a little nicer. And there we go. All of our machines lit up. Very nice. Okay. Those are going to make our trigons, and those are going to run it into storage there. We got to go back here, though, and make sure that these two are tied together and these two are tied together. So when the input comes in, it flips it and runs it back in, and the input here flips it and runs it there. Very nice. And we can take this out. And so the next part of the process is probably going to be... Again, we take our trigons. Man, jeez, time just went flying by. Take our fixed trigons here. And We'll make the ignits, which will make the trigons. So now we're making the ignits here. So we'll need some smelters, making our iron ignits. And then we'll need some constructors making the things from the SAM ore. So smelters next. Okay, smelters. Again, look how easy this is when you have it set up in a modular style. Again, I'm not even worried about the numbers. Don't need to worry about it. I'll just let it run. And then we need constructors. Let's just make sure that that actually is in the constructor. Yes, reanimated SAM, direct ore to reanimated SAM. Okay, let's try again. So these are going to produce our iron ignits. We'll bring our raw ore in there later on. Here, 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 and here. And then tie our power from this one. Okay, I'll try anyway. Down into the lower one, which is basically going to run it up into there. We have that power switch there. Oh, see, look, I missed one. Right there. Sometimes I just go in and click them each time, and sometimes I copy paste. It depends on what I feel like doing in the moment. So there we go. Okay. Now we got our trigons done. Over here. Yes. We'll fix the trigons. Things there, very nice. I like it, I like it. And again, trigons. So we look at the trigons, we look at what becomes before that. We've got our smelters, and we have smelters here, another thing of constructors here. Constructors. Yeah, get it close, and then you can nudge it. Oh, already good. Okay, and these constructors are going to be making reanimated SAM. Copy that. Pasta. Since we already run the power, we can see when it turns from red to yellow that it actually is now set to something. It's a really great way to test it before you run your ore to make sure that you have them all set. You can see I keep mine non-set when I put them in, because then I go through and I just double check that they are all set. And then the same thing back here. We need to loop these. And we need to loop that. And we already looped those ones at the bottom. All right, awesome. All right, what else do we need to make this happen, Captain? I think the only thing we need maybe is a storage for our raw SAM ore. I think we already have all the other stuff. What are we missing? We're missing something. Missing something. So maybe storage for reanimated SAM. Storage for our iron ignits. And we already have storage for our trigons. We should have put storage in between these. Take those back out. I like to have a backlog of each of those things in case it gets to a point where it's making too many of them. Then I have a backlog of them. Okay, so this is for our trigo. And then we'll put another storage here. I don't mind taking stuff out and redoing it, everybody. If I suddenly go, man, this is a better way I could do this thing, that's how I'm going to do it. Okay, so storage. And then we'll put our smelters. This will hold our iron ingots in case this makes too many for us to use. And again, we're not doing any numbers, if you notice. No numbers. Don't have to if you don't want to. Okay. Our smelters in again. Yeah, run our power here in a second. Okay, we'll copy that first since we're right here. Rerun the power. So the way to check too is what the input is. Fix it ignite. Alright, so we need to make our fix it ignites in here. So we got to do that in the in between. Fix it ignite, which is done in the converter. Okay, so we got to get the fix it ignite in there in between the two that we're bringing down. So we're going to need a converter in there. Let's go ahead and get our converter going. Because that's a new thing that we just unlocked right here. Oh, very nice. What is it we need for a converter that we don't have? I didn't even look. Converters need something that I don't have on me. Looks like those things, whatever they're called. Not doing good on my memory of the names of these things today. I'll find it. Radio controlled units. We gotta go pick some of them up. They're not running into the thing. I don't think we're making any more of those. We gotta probably make some more of those as well. Yeah, so what we also need is we need the fix-it ignites in between. So we need converters up here that are converting from the other two processes, right? So the other two processes is making the ignites, it's making the thing, and then we put the converter in. Radio control unit, yeah, radio control unit says right there, missing radio control unit. Okay, let's grab some of our radio control units and figure out how we want to do our converters along the way. So away we go. So I love that part right there where you're figuring it out. You're like, okay, I'll do this. Okay, I'm missing something there. Some storage. Oh, okay, converters. Oh, okay, I got to do this other thing. I like that whole part of the game, that you're figuring it out as you go along. And again, sometimes I'll forget a part of the process, and I'll just take it out and redo it. Doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't bother me. You get all the resources back, so you're fine. Okay. So radio control units up here. Let's see if we've got any left over. Yeah, right here. A big old stack of them. Nice. Eventually, by the way, we're going to need our thing again here. Our, wherever it is. Over this way or somewhere. Our items that we're going to need, that we were using for the space elevator. Right here. Thermal propulsion rockets and things of that nature. How's that doing? That's doing really well. Wow, okay. Over here. Yeah, this needs radio control units too. Am I making radio control units? I think I'm just using the ones that we made before. We should definitely get that going again, or we're going to run out of those. Yeah. Let's get that going while I'm thinking about it. Radio control unit. Manufacturer, and it needs those three things. Make some more spaghetti. Everybody likes spaghetti. Right here. Number 1. Crystal oscillator and computers. Computers easy. Crystal oscillators right here. Doesn't like that. Yikes. Too close. I do have integrity in my spaghetti, though. I don't like stuff to clip. Even if I am producing spaghetti, I don't clip my spaghetti. You know, honor among spaghetti builders. There we go. Off and running. Okay. Do we want to go ahead and, how many summer sleeps do we have? Oh, so sad. Only 3. Do we even need them? Probably not, but we'll throw them in there anyway. Do I need it in a hurry? There's a question. Yeah, sure. What do I care? Burn as the resources up. Burn them up. Ain't doing me no good sitting in them boxes. Okay, so it's going to make a whole lot of those, and we need to feed that back over here where they're actually being used to make turbo motors. Oh, waiting on them cooling systems right now. Probably out of water again. Water. Yeah, see, this requires us to manually do this. That's why you run that in there. But I can bet you it's made 500 more water over there, and it's been backlogging in that box because all of that water that we took the canisters from is being made over there and put in a box. So the second I pull that out of there, it's just going to run 500 more in there. And I have it upgraded so that it runs in there at maximum speed. You can see it's just cranking in there right now. If we're just diligent and just take it out every few minutes and throw it in there, it'll have a huge backlog of it. Okay, so that's looking good. And eventually this will get so much water, by the way, and make so many cooling systems, or so many turbo motors that we no longer need the cooling systems because the turbo motors have maxed out, and then we'll end up with a maximum amount of cooling systems as well. But to really get this going, the best thing to do is to take the water and run it over here. Eventually this will all be its own process anyway, but for now we're just progressing our different tiers, and then we're going to use that finished progression to go and build to the nth degree. That's basically what we're doing right now. That's why we're just building the Spaghetti City here. Okay, then we got to run these radio control units to the proper box over here, right here. I'm thinking straight through there, like this. Like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, y'all. Just like that. Run those babies now online, using up all that excess resources. Spaghetti, gotta love it. Okay, that's good. We got those back up and running. Let's see, what else we want to do here? We could probably start these back up as well. Thermal rockets. We start those back up. I know we're going to need them later. Let's just leave them offline for now so that we can build a bunch of turbo motors. And then once it's done using that on turbo motors, once it fills up the box with all of that, should be good. Again, adaptive control meters, we ran out of automated wiring. Okay, I thought we would eventually. We're all done with that. Yeah. Okay, that's all good. We got a bunch of stuff in here. What do we got? A bunch of stuff that needs to be resorted back into the system. Let's go back here and let it auto sort. converter right over here. All right. Put that in there. Let's just put all this other random stuff that we have on us. Holding down control, by the way. Just put all that stuff back in there. I'll put all this random loot in there too. I don't think I have a thing for that. We don't have a thing for that. There's some automated wiring right there. Let's go use it. Do us no good sitting in the bank. Okay, it'll go through and resort all those resources that I did. It'll automatically put them wherever they go throughout the rest of the system. Packaged water again. Keep stacking that up. Okay. We were doing that, and then we were coming over here to get some of these radio control units. Just grab from the box. Okay, looking good. Looking good. I've seen the trailer, yes. It's made in the converter. Oh, watch that backseat game in there, Tab. Remember, I'm just talking out loud. If you're new to the stream, I think you've been in the stream before. Remember, I'm just talking out loud, thinking through my thought processes so you can get the internal thoughts as I'm doing stuff. I already know it's in the converter. I've finished the entire game before. So I already know it's in there. I just had to think through the process. And once I thought through it, I discovered that I needed the converter. So there you go. Now sometimes I do have that backseating light on when we're doing learn to play games, but just watch that backseating. I know sometimes it's hard. You're like, oh, Kismet, I just want to help. I got your back, bro. And I appreciate it. I really do. Okay, we're probably going to need to do a blueprint, but we'll throw it in here. Now you can see you can actually make fix-it ignite out of different things. Out of iron and out of ignites here, or out of aluminum. I have a lot of all of that. I would say the thing you usually end up with the most of is caterium. You end up with a massive amount of caterium. Just from one pure caterium node, that's usually all you need, everybody. You're just making crazy ton of caterium or caterium ignites, and then even more so of caterium wire, basically, or quick wire as it's called. Just an absolute ton of it. But right here, we're just going to go ahead and use iron since we have extra iron. And we have a pure node of iron that we have extracting at level 3, and it also is overclocked. So it's basically extracting at 780. And when we could basically get our high-end belts, we can go ahead and run it out at 1200. So we can absolutely get that going. But you can see here that we do need to have these in between. So we want to go ahead and think about how many of these do we really want to put in the blueprinter. Let's go back over here. And we'll go to our blueprinter here and get an idea of what we want. Okay. Which way did we have that set up? We should think about that too. Let's go ahead and bring back up our constructors. Think about the input direction, which is this side. Even better idea, let's just go ahead and use this as a shell for our inputs. Better idea. Take the top out just to make it easier to work in there, and then hit G, which is going to limit it to just the constructors. And we'll take the constructors out. And then we'll see how well our converter fits in here. Can we get 4 converters in here? Seems pretty sketchy, though it is somewhat close. Doesn't seem like... actually, we moved that back a little bit. We might be able to get multiple of those in there. So let's just go ahead and take this out. We'll go ahead and get all of our splitters Again, hitting G. Oh, and then we need merger. We have all of our mergers here, and then we'll say G again for belts. We'll get all of our belts without accidentally getting the blueprinter or the background or flooring or walling or any of that other stuff. And so we'll take that out. We can take out our power. We'll redo that later. And we might leave that one. And then the belts that we missed. Okay, so let's go in with our converters. And we'll go ahead and see where our main input is. It's right here. Right down that belt line. What if we did these back to back? We might want to really hug that. Something like that. And then this side. Yeah, I'm going to take this belt out. Yeah, we definitely need to center that. Now remember, I can make a whole bunch of these, everybody. I can just, once I have it in modular style, I can make 15 of them if I wanted to in a row, and then that would be 15 times 2, which would be 30 of them. It doesn't have to always be so smashed in there, but we're going to give it a try. We're going to see how it looks if we, say, do a splitter down the center. If I don't like it, if it feels too compact to me, some people play the game where the ultimate goal is to jam it together as close as possible. I'm not of that mindset most of the time. I think it's unnecessary. It's not like you're running out of space in this game, everybody. Look. You got all that space. And all that space over there. And all that space over that way. And basically an infinite space up, down, left, right. You got basically more space than you could probably build because you're going to hit the build limit at some point. You build enough. But we could also make this, we could make it a double-decker one if we could do it in there. But I find it's easier just to make one and then just duplicate those because you can set up all your inputs and outputs. I'm not a big fan of that. That's really crowding here, though we could run our outputs on the outside here. Just run those direct. And we're just outputting the ignite anyway. So we could do that. Nah, not worth it. We want to sync it up to our current outputs and inputs. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have it come in here into a splitter. Then we're going to take our converter and we're going to run it over this way. And not enough room on this side. Merger going that way and then loops back around. Or we just have it not enough room on that side if we're going to input it here. Just have it cycle back around. I do a lot of stuff and then I say meh or yeah or stuff in between. I typically don't like my stuff jammed up so far that I can't see the belt output. And that's just there as a template. And then say something like this. And then we don't need these. Again, I'm trying to fit it within the modular style that I already have. So red is going to be the input. It's going to come in and come down. Ah, see, that's a little little too close, so that's going to need to be offset. So we could easily use a stackable wall pull. And we're going to split both of these. Input on that side. And we have a double input, so we want to make sure that when we're doing this that we leave room for the animated SAM and the iron ingots to come down into the inputs and then run this way. So we'll use one of these to, we could get away with just doing that. Yeah, and then this one would be just across there. I think I could live with that. Maybe. If we do this, it's going to be too close. Yeah, it's too close. No problem. Okay, so that's going to go in there. We'll have both of those in there. And we're good. Okay. And more splitters. Going in this direction. Direction on these. These are all good. Oh, this is going to be a problem here, though. You're going to need that offset. You're going to need your offset here. So that I can put the lifter in there. That is here. That's there. This to that one, which goes down the lifter. Like that. Okay, very nice. Take all those out. Basically redo that right over here. Never trust those lifters. Don't trust them. Not worth it. Okay, so there's our double inputs. For reanimated SAM, iron ignite, or actually it could be whatever we want it to be. It could be both of deuterium ignites, or we could make it aluminum and whatnot. Iron's cheap, and there's a whole lot of it. All right, that's basically all we need, except for to make it a little bit bigger, so we can stack stuff on top of it. You might notice that I didn't use any foundations, everybody. It makes it easier to stack your modular stuff if you don't put any foundations there. Gotta make these real nice. Stay there. There, that way, and then should have left this one connected here so I could see where that is. So let's stay there, which should tie into the rest of the power. No, it's that one. It's on that side. See, that'll chain to all the other ones that I have. It'll be on the same side in the same spot of all the other power that I have. Okay, so we got our inputs. Now we'll go ahead and fix this output. Turn it into a merger. We'll run it this way. Run those out, run those out, run this over here. Run this nicely around the corner. Okay. Double inputs in. And there. Now we could make this so it chains output if we want to make more of these up above. If we did that, we would want to lift this up higher and loop it back in the front so we could then run it down to the next one. I don't really think I'm going to use more than 2 of these. This is 10 per minute. We'll look at our trigons again. 30 per minute. It's the input of our trigons. I forgot. Let's just go ahead and get a constructor. 10 per minute. Okay, so each of those is going to produce enough for one of our constructors. So we'll need 2 constructors. So man, we're going to need a bunch of those. Holy mackerel. So we'll probably want to chain our input back. Yeah, each of these will do 10. Now, I could overclock them and double them and do all of that, but I'm not going to. Yeah, we need to lift this up higher so that we can loop both outputs back again, and then we could chain it down to multiple of these. And say we're producing, say we want enough for 10 constructors. We would need 10 of these. So we'd need to stack these 5 high and then connect them together. What would that be? We couldn't run the ignits in fast enough, I don't think. A70, Siri. What's 780 divided by 240? We do 3 of them per belt. So the iron ignits the belt couldn't go fast enough. A single belt couldn't go fast enough to do more than 3 of these at 240 iron input. So again, we're going to need a whole lot of iron ignits in there as well, 240 each one of these. But again, we can let it run, so it's not like in a giant hurry to do, or we really need to do 10 of these. We can just let it run, let it backlog. And if it's running at a slower pace, we don't care, because again, we have infinite time to let it run. Yeah, I'd probably do enough for, say, 2 of these. Same thing with reanimated Sam. We would need 80, and then iron ignits, we would need 480, which would be enough, I think. And then 10 per minute, which is going to only run 1 constructor, but again, we can just let it run. Yeah, I forgot you really need to scale that up at that point. And we could. Not like we don't have enough power to make it happen, Captain. We sure could. This only uses like 400 power. So if we had 10 of these, it'd be 4 times 10, so 4,000 power. We have an extra 30,000 power or so. Decisions. I think we should decide that after a break. Again, we'll be scaling this all up, though, later on. I'm just doing it as efficiently as possible, and then we'll scale up once we get everything unlocked. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and let you guys do some words on stream while I take a little bit of a break, and then I should be back. Now, remember, work together in the chat, and I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, everybody, let's keep on rocking. How we doing on this puzzle? Let me get over here and see if I can help you. Get my cursor to go over here. Let's see. What do we got? Ooh, we need one more. Oh, Unforgiven got it there. There we go. Ford, you already got. Oh boy. Just putting some letters together. Nope. Oh! Unforgiven got Dole. Very nice. There we go. Hey, we got it. Nice. With 0 help from me. That's 3,000 more Kismets. For letting me know, or for playing along there while I was AFK, and also another one for letting me know it's working. Thank you, Jonkers, with that one in the chat. All right, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That's always a little bit of fun to do while I'm taking a bit of a break over here as well. So back to some Satisfactory. Let's go ahead and continue on. We're working on our Fix-It Ignits over here and trying to decide how many of these do we really want to do. I think 10's probably enough. Even though we're not going to be producing a lot of these trigons, but the output of these trigons is pretty big, I thought. How much does it actually output? So one of those equals 3, so 30 on the output. Yeah. Let's go out here. Yeah, so it's going to be 30 output there. Which is then, we're going to let those trigons backlog and then run it to the next stage. So that seems good enough to me. I think we'll just go with 2. Yeah, I don't think we need to chain those, though we could come back and readjust this blueprint and make it chain if we want to. I think that's good enough. We'll just go with 2 of those. I think I went with 2 of those last time, too. All right, very nice. We'll close that up. We got our dual inputs going to here, our outputs circling back over to there. Very nice. Very nice. And we're going to set this to a specific thing. This Fix-It Ignits. Both of those are good. Tied together, tied to our power there. Okay. So let's go ahead and give this a name. We were called this constructors before. We are going to call these, I forgot what the name of them are already, converters. 2 converters. And these are for producing trigons. And then we'll select this. We'll say converter. There we go. Right here, I'll select the icon. We'll just keep that orange. Save. And then we'll go up here. And we'll put this in our basic factory groups. Apply those changes. Okay, let's go ahead and put it up here and see if we like it. Okay, so there's our trigons. This is our storage for our stuff before our trigons. And then our storage for our trigons are down there. Now, while we're working at it here, let's just go ahead and put our signs in so we know what's what with what. So we're going to put this right here. And we're going to say that icon trigons. And we'll change the layout to just show us the thing. And there we go. Okay, so those are our trigons there. And our trigons, let's check it one more time. Coming in for our ignits. Yes, okay. So again, we'll put our ignits here. So actually we'll grab this and put this down here. And then this one, we'll do trigons again, but we'll go ahead and say storage. Storage, all right. Back on storage. Hey, maybe we want to just do something like that, where we go this and then trigon production. Yeah. Okay, storage, production. And then we'll do this again. And we'll copy and paste that. And this will be ignits. Fixed site ignits. Up here. Storage. Nice, okay. And then we'll go ahead and get our, didn't keep it, gotta love it. Okay, back over here, apply changes. I didn't drag it in there. Okay, I gotta go here and then drag it up here. Ah, there we go. Sometimes I forget. Worked that time? Yes, okay. Sometimes I forget. All right, converters. We go left. Oh, we don't have enough of our, out of our things already. Okay. Well, we're gonna need more of our thing-a-things. Let's go get some. Actually, we put them in the, radio control units. Did we put them in? Ah, we forgot to put them in the dimensional depot, too. Let's remember to do that as well, so we don't have to run back and forth as much. So we'll get those in the dimensional depot as well. Match of me on every single try, even when you think of it, where it goes. I did get a few a while ago, well, correcto spelling. I just start throwing a bunch of letters together and hope I hit a word. I'm so bad nowadays. This avowed game is wild, like your choices make on how much the game changes the way you interact with characters. Did you play Shipbreaker, Kismet? You played Space Engineer for a while. I don't remember if I played Shipbreaker. Let me go see if it's in my Steam library. Shipbreaker. Shipbreaker. I don't see it in there. Did you put it in my suggestions? Let me go see which one that one is. Unless it's on something other than Steam. Let me go see. No, it is on Steam. What are you gonna say? Oh, yeah, that's the salvage one. No, I didn't play it, but I remember seeing it. Yeah, did you put it on my Discord? Because I keep a list of games, and you know, there's like 100 games long. I can only play so many. And that's a good problem to have, everybody. I love having too many games to play, because I can always come back to them. But, you know, I come back to these games whenever they do updates and stuff as well. By the way, going future updates here, I'll probably keep using this save unless I have to redo my save. But going forward, we'll probably keep the same save. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Game suggestions. There it is. Let's see if it's in here. If it's not, I'll put it in there. How long ago did it come out? That's a good question. It might be in there. You know what? I'll just throw it in there again. I'll put it on my list, that's for sure. Hardspace Shipbreaker. I'll throw it in game suggestions on your behalf. So this is from Master V. Suggests. Right here. Name it in there. Boom. Weird it didn't update. There we go. Okay. I'll throw it in suggestions, and then what I do is I go through there and I make a list of all of those. And then I have a running list. So that's the best way to remind me to look at a game, is to post it on the Discord. You can see right here. I posted it under game suggestions, under Teamwork Tycoons. So you can go in there and post any suggestions that you want, everybody, and say, hey, Kismet, you should check out this game. I'm all about it. I'm all about checking out new games. I'm a big fan of those type of games, too, the space games. But I have not played it, obviously. So there we go. Yeah, I put it in there for you, Master V. I threw it in there. Again, if you have any suggestions, throw it in there. I suggest also to look through there to see if it's also been suggested already. Sometimes I'll get to a point where if I have enough time where I'll actually clear the whole thing out and just make it into a giant list, as opposed to having them each individual one like that. But that's when I have enough time, and I don't have enough time right now. What are we doing? We are getting some more of this stuff and putting it into the Dimensional Depot. Okay. Took the Dimensional Depot out of there. Running our turbo motors in there. Where do these go? So this is the problem with doing this, is that you're like, where do those go? They're going in that direction. Stop making those. Oh no, we need modular engines. Make a ton of those. Go for it. Over here. Right here. They're waiting on those cooling systems because it probably needs the water. Gonna keep stopping. Again, that's purely on me. And we want to put some of these that we got going here. These, which is running over here. You got to kind of track it down when you do this kind of stuff. Really? I'm out of aluminum casing? Oh, we might need to set back up our aluminum. Wow, okay, yeah, no, I used up all that aluminum casing. Wow, okay. Well, you know what we gotta do. We gotta get our aluminum going again. That's awesome. So yeah, we can't make any more of any of this stuff because we don't have that aluminum casing. We probably have some in here though that we can use. And so, what is this making over this side? That's making these modular engines. Okay, yeah, we can. No, that's not making modular engines. Oh, that's going over here. Making our fused modular frames. Okay. Modular frames are backlogging and going over here. Oh boy. So we use those up. How many do we have? Oh man, okay. 100, 200, 300. No, not gonna make it. Not gonna make 1,000. How much nuclear pasta do we have right now? 100. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to put our aluminum back up and running to get those aluminum casings going. Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, let's go to aluminum casings over here. And we can go ahead and just take this out. And put these aluminum casings back in there. I mean, they're doing us no good just sitting in our inventory. Let's just burn them up. But we do need our radio control units, which we're going to need how many? 100. We have 100. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need, again, that's the whole point of letting that burn that up until we get to a point where, okay, that's burned up. We need to go remake that process again. So we'll do that with our trains as well. We'll go out and get some bauxite, which is just right up the way there. We'll grab some of that. We'll put that on the list. In fact, we could go ahead and do that right over here. We'll add this and then go over here. Reset up aluminum power for production. And then what else? Trigons. Okay. Again, you can make a little to-do list off to the side, which I think is really cool. Okay, down we go. And now we should have enough to build this over the top. Oh yeah. Hey, when it does that, why can't you just pick it up at the same orientation, bro? What scenario would I need that upside down? There's little tabs in the top, by the way, in the top corners, where you can see which direction it is, but it's still annoying that it does that. All right, production. This is going to be ignite production. Ignite over here. Okay. So production, storage, production, storage. Okay, nice. Yeah. Get out of here. Okay. And this is going to need reanimated Sam and the Iron Ignite. So let's go ahead and do the smelters because those are easier. Oh, we'll do storage. Storage first. And we'll just kind of go back and forth to build in a bunch of storage for all of this. Like that. Nice. And same thing here. We'll just go ahead and label this. God, upside down again. What the heck, game? Just pick up the orientation of what the other one is already oriented already. It's weird that it just flips it the other way. Actually, this is storage. Should have done this on all of our stuff. This is nice. And this is going to be iron ignite, storage. There we go. And above the iron ignites, that down a little bit. We will do smelters. Okay. Yeah, production and storage. Now, above the production, we might want to do another storage. Like this. This one storage. This storage is going to be different. It's going to be the iron ore. There we go. So bring the iron ore in there, and then we'll run it down to here, and then we'll run out of there, and then run into that storage. And then we'll run it out of here, which will be over here, and then down into the input here, and so on and so forth. Storage, input, storage, input, storage, input. Okay, nice, nice, nice. I like it. That's that whole process there, and then we're going to need another storage on top of that. So easy to build this out, everybody. That's why I love doing this kind of stuff, because got it all modular style, really easy to kind of just, you know, build out what you need. And then we'll copy that, and we'll flip it over every time, which is annoying. And this storage is going to be our, what the heck is the name of that stuff? Parts. Right out of my head. Where is it? Here. It is reanimated SAM. That's what it is. Reanimated SAM storage. Then we want to convert the reanimated SAM by using our constructors. So we'll go here. Like that. And then way up here at the top, we'll have our storage for our raw SAM ore. Okay, nice. And also nicely labeled too. This is actually going to be production. Let's just paste storage up here while we still got it done. And we'll take this. Paste that there. And then let's just put SAM. There we go. Right there. SAM production. This, same thing. SAM. This is raw SAM ore. Okay, raw SAM ore that goes in, gets converted there, then is stored here. Same thing here, raw ore converted, stored, and then run down to production, which makes the ignits. Then the ignits are stored. The storage goes into production down here, into these ones, which just need the ignits. So the one item will eventually come down into there, and then it will be stored there. All right, and that is how you build up a modular system. I know, pretty cool, right? And as we run each thing, we will test each and everything as we go along. But look at how we're also using that verticality, everybody. We're using it vertical instead of just doing everything horizontal, which I see a lot of people do. A lot of people do stuff horizontally, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to do horizontal stuff, I'm doing some over here just to give you an example. But doing stuff vertically is awesome. You harness the awesome power of up and down. All right. Well, speaking of harnessing the awesome power, let's take this power, and we're going to run our power lines now. Yes, all right, that did work out right where I wanted it to go. Okay, and then there. About this door. That's a storage. Don't need to go there. And then here, 2 storages. And then here, and storage at the top. Okay, very easy. Now we need to get our SAM ore over here, and we need to get a train on the train tracks, and basically have it end up over here. Now I could put the train coming through here. Yeah, right off the end there, coming across. Yeah, so it'll turn right, come down, and then circle back. Or I could just put it right on the same track, because it doesn't matter. It's the only train on the track. And then recombine it on the outside. So it can get past that thing. So to go right. And then I might as well just loop it to go and then come back there. And then we'll run, grab the sand ore, turn around, come back, then run here and end up over here. Question is, where do I want to store? I was going to store the sand ore up there. I might as well just run the train as close as possible. Yeah. Okay, first thing we want to do, though, is we want to do our turnaround. So we're going to work backwards. So we're going to go ahead and get our blueprints. We're going to go to foundations, 5 wide turnaround here, and we'll want to put our turnaround, say, right there. So let's just put it on this side, and then a 5 wide turnaround, and we'll turn it on snap blueprint. Like that. Very nice. So again, we're working backwards so that we know where we want to eventually turn the thing around. And that's also going to help us line up the train station. So I go ahead and get into my trains here, and we'll go ahead and put our train station going in this direction. I always like to be offset a little bit because it's kind of hard to see. And then I'll also go back. Yeah, let's go back a couple foundations because it doesn't need to be right up on that. But let's say something like that. Oh, it needs to go over just a little bit. This time we'll hologram it so we can line it up better. Draw it that way. And it's going to end up coming back the other way. And let's say to there. Okay. Also go over here and run this down just so we don't have lines running all over the place. And tap that across to one of these. There we go. Nice. And this one is or drop off. I try to make mine really effective naming so you know exactly what that is for sure. Okay, pretty easy to do. And I feel like we'll just run it real close here along this edge. So we'll go ahead and they do this, and then I use red for my train, so I'm going to go ahead and make this into a red foundation. And this whole part here is going to be part of it. And then we're going to go this way, and we're going to figure out how to make this curve, right? So this one is actually where the curve is going to be, so we go back by 2. Like this, we make just a little thing here. And we're going to say this is where our turn is when it comes into this turn, and then back by 2 here. And then you just go as far as you can in this direction. Just to get a nice run right down the middle there. And then I always come back and do the curve later after I've done the 2 straight edges, because it just makes a perfect curve every time. Beautiful. Okay. Now, do I want to divert it before I get it to this station so it doesn't have to wait for the station? These are good questions. Because I could divert it back here into its own line and run it along here. So let's say we come off of there and and we end up right here. We can run this along the back. Yeah, we might want to avoid this station coming through because the train might be in the way. We want it just to go through his thing. Now, the uranium train is a little train, so it's just going to drop off one thing and then take off pretty quickly. But this train is a much larger train, and then it'd have to wait for two trains. So I'd have to wait for both the uranium train and this train. So best to try to divert it out of there, I think. And we can create a junction right before this other junction and just tie it into here like this. So now it can actually switch in two directions, either this way or that way right there. And then this also has just an instant turnaround because it's going to know, okay, I can go this way too and go back around, which you'll see I'm getting radiated right now. Which you'll see the train is smart enough to figure it out. Even though I have it set that way, it'll figure it out on its own which way to switch tracks. Well, in theory it should. Let's see. Yeah, it figured it out. All right, so this way it doesn't have to wait for two trains. It can just wait for the one. And that should bring us a lot of SAM ore. All right, awesome. Now we want to go in again. Paint our tracks in. So we're reminding ourselves where our trains are running. Run this train line in. Train lines are so easy to run, which is what makes them so great. Ways to go. Over there. So we'll go there, and then we'll evaluate our corner. Our corner's here, and that one's actually perfect. Wow, okay. I should actually back this up just a bit. So we could do, say, a partial segment there. Then bring this up, look at the corner, and then go back. Don't count the corner one, so 1, 2 here, back to there. Color in the rest of these foundations a bit. I have to get a bunch of these. I'll just come back and color them a different way later. That's really awkward to do these. It's easier to color them in and then uncolor the ones you don't want than it is to sometimes get these perfect each time. Then we'll just take those out. Very nice. I like it. Okay, then we again just put our corner in nice and easy now. And we have ourselves a nice corner. All right, so now we have the ability to use all that train track that we already have to run out there and get this SAM ore that's way the heck over here. So we'll get that, and again, that's over here by our coal power, our coal production, so we'll probably just put a station before this or after that, probably before, so that it can pick it up and then turn around. And we got a lot of trains on the same track, which are really well managing each other, where it waits for one, the other one grabs it and does the thing. It's not mission critical if they do get slowed down, because I do have all that excess setup. So let's go ahead again, color this in, and we're going to say, going to go this way. And then we want to tie this back in. We're just going to offset this by 1, I feel. Because that'll look cool. And same thing on this one. I want to just start from here. Backtrack that. Run this mostly back right here. Let this go a little faster. We'll just use our blueprint. tie that in right there. Finishing all of these foundations here. So we'll backtrack this one. It ends up real nice right there. That should allow that to come in and merge. This train looks good. And how does it line up here? Perfect. Okay, nice. Oh, and we forgot to mark all of our stuff. It's really, trains are awesome. Oops, I mean to click there. Trains are awesome if you think this stuff out. Again, if you're reusing the train lines you already have, you don't have to spend all the time rerunning all the lines way out there. We're going to use pre-existing rails to run this Samor way over here. And we'll probably like double or triple up on these train cars because dang. Eventually, but for right now, we'll probably just use one car is probably enough for now, and then again, returning in that direction, back that way. Now we need to basically take some of this out, though. But speaking of, we need a freight platform in here, and we'll say this side is the side we want to come out, and then we'll just tie that into there nicely. Very nice. Okay. I like it, I like it. I think we're good to go there. Alright, we already tied the power into that, so now we got those train tracks. Now we need a train. We'll come in and put in all of our block signals and stuff later. Since this will be the only train that's on this particular track, you really only need one block signal. And that's right here before it goes back in with the other trains. So it doesn't end up crashing into a train that's coming out of there. Let's ride the trains, everybody. Always fun to ride the trains. I never get bored riding the trains. It's very fun. Yeah, I don't need to stop for the block signals. I get to just keep going. Comes our other train. Again, notice it's got the 2 engines on it. That's because if you have more than 4 cars, every 4 cars you want to have an engine. I even go more even with the 4 cars. All right, let's stop here at the coal station. I think this is where our thing is. Yes, train coal station. Okay, we'll get out of there. Get this locomotive off the track so it's not stopping the train. And out there, oh, right there is some Samor. Okay, awesome. That's what we want. All right, we could certainly use some more foundations over here. So let's start throwing her down. How do we have our blueprints over here? Do we have a certain way that we've done our blueprints? I kind of feel like we want it back here. Or the turnaround, because there's a turnaround up here that it could utilize. It could get it there, wait for the sulfur train to leave, and then go up here and use this turnaround that we already did. Now, it could make its own turnaround as well, but I kind of like the fact that it can just utilize what I already have. It does make it wait for this train, though, which I don't think that's going to be that big of a problem. The biggest problem is the fact that we have 2 lines here that are kind of blocking where I'm going to put the train station. So I'll have to bring that line out a bit around the train station. When we go to do this too, it will cause my trains to stop too. So that's an important thing to know. So let's go ahead and fix this first. Keep our trains going. Basically just building a bit of a change the way we have our tracks running. So we're going to run this straight instead. Stop 2 before the corner. And now we're going to take this out. And let's see, this is our turn here, 1, 2. So we're going to need our track there. And we'll have that there. All right, there we go. Again, so we're not disturbing the trains that are coming back. And you can see that the train has automatically figured it out and is going now on the right track. That's going to take it where it needs to go. All right, nice. Okay, now we need to put our train station down. So we're going to need to take this out for a second and get our train stations in. This one's going to be going in this direction. Let's just put it there. And then our freight platform. And then we'll connect our stuff here so when our trains are coming back this way, they can get through this train station. We could probably take out that small bit there and connect that there. And then they'll just go past this station now because they, there's nothing they need to do. This will be Sam or pickup. All right, and we need to go back and tell it to unload on that other side later on, but this is fine. And it also has power because the train tracks provide power. And so we did this right. We should see some trains coming back here in a bit. That should be able to just go right through the middle of this station. And then we'll get our ore extractor here and just run that straight up to where we are. We could probably run some power while we're thinking about it as well. Let's do that. And some power underneath here. Oh, here we go. Here's the test. Works perfectly. That's all sorts of GGs right there. Okay, here. Now, another thing I'm going to do temporarily, just to make this a little easier to get started, is I'm going to go ahead and put a tower right here. And I'm going to put this on the tower. Then I'm going to click at the top of the tower, and that's going to allow me to put a tower down there. And what that allows me to do is to use my little thingy to go ahead and slide my way down there. Now, there's probably going to be some baddies down there, so we're going to probably think about some ammo. Oh, we ran out of turbo fuel ammo, but that's okay. Got some ammo for our other rifle here. And there's probably some baddies down there that we need to take out to extract that SAM ore. And then we're going to bring that SAM ore up and we're going to run it over here to our train station. So it looks good. We'll go ahead and do that for now. This has its power. This all looks good. So all we got to do is get the ore over here. And this is not the right station. This is a fluid station. It means I probably did that on the other side too. My bad. Freight station. There we go. And I never trust these tracks. That's why I always do them again. All right, there we go. My bad. Sorry. Come through. My bad. Wait. I did it again. Fluid freight. Oh, it's throwing me off. Okay. Did it again. Wow, really. Freight platform. Brain. How do I know? Because If it's not square outputs, you know it's wrong. If it has circular outputs, those are pipes. Okay, so we got it right that time. Third time's a charm. Okay, all that looking good now. Yes, we got our square input. That's why I always double check that. Make sure I have the right thing. I might have done it wrong on the other side. We'll check it when we go back. Okay, time for some fun. Here we go. Using our little slidey thing to get down here. Then immediately go into rifle mode and see who we got. Nobody? I don't believe you. Normally they got a scary spider or something up here. Where are you hiding, scary spider? I say we do some reconstruction of nature. I can get it to come out of there. There we go. Oh, I see you. Yeah, one of them plants down there. I knew there's always something. When you have really nice stuff, everybody, there's always something nearby trying to troll you. I suggest you take a look. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you flying around like that? This thing right here. I have the hover pack on, and makes this easy. Find all these baddies and wipe them out. Oh, we got a little too far away. Oh, look, there's a bunch of stuff down there we can grab too. All right, we're not here for that though. Let's go ahead and get this guy because he's going to give us some more power amplifier thingies. And I'm not going to do anything fancy here, everybody. I'm just going to put down the extractor. Normally, I do have a blueprint where I can set it all up to store it and all that stuff. Really not necessary on this one. We just want to go ahead and get our extractor, our level 3. And we want to kind of aim it in the direction we want it to go. Let's say over there. And then we're going to do our lifters. Here. Now, there's something you can do that's really cool. You can make a bunch of the things that go with these extractors. Put them in the dimensional depots, the little tiny miners that you need, because usually you need like 3 of them for that. So just make like 100 of them and throw them in the dimensional depot. And then you'll never have to make one of those things again every time you go out to do these things. I forget how many I have in there. I have a lot. I have 198 of them in there left. You can see I've made 250 of them at some point. I just threw them in there, and then you always have them. You don't have to stop, put the thing down, make yourself some more miners, and do that all the time. You can just totally have it make a crazy ton of them. And it just makes it totally easier, so you don't have to stop and start so many times. All right, and then up here we go. Now, our biggest problem is gapping between where we are and where we want this to be. And that's no problem, because we're going to use another trick that actually I didn't discover until this playthrough. I didn't even think about it. Watch this. You can actually travel up the line. Because normally on zip lines, you're only going down because of gravity. But on this, you can actually travel up the zip line to get back to where you came from. Because I know you're thinking that, Kismet, how are you going to get back up there? Well, duh. And it has to be at an angle. It can't be straight up and down. If it's at an angle, it'll literally just bring you right back up to the zip line that you just created. So very cool, I think. A very cool tip there. That's going to help a ton of peeps when they're trying to do this. Now I'm just going to go ahead and make some foundations out here just to make this super easy. Something like along those lines. Like this. And then we'll just bring this up. And one of the cool things is we can see this in action. So whenever we come by here, say we're on the train and we're like, hey, we want to see if our SAM ore is working, we'll be able to see it right like this. I'll just put it at the ground level because there ain't nothing else going to be right here. And we'll turn on our corner mode, which is awesome. It'll automatically do that 90 corner for you. And then we got a ways to go over here. And this way out. Go ahead and start from this direction and put that 90 there. Turn straight mode off. Don't need it now because it's just going to be straight. Hold down control, by the way. It'll make it automatically straight. Oh, we'll try anyway. Control. Click, click. There we go. And then over there. Very nice. Now the only other thing we need is power. I might just leave this power pole here because why not? And so we'll go down here and we'll run that power right over there. If I don't go too far away from this thing, I'll still have power and I can just go ahead, start that sucker up and go back. But there's actually something we want to do down here, which I wish I had thought of when I was down here, but oh well. And that is to, where's my little power thingies? And you can see I made like a couple hundred of these power shards, well, like 300 of them. I highly recommend that you do them in the converter, though, because you can use your summer sleeps and you can double them up. So say you might have normally got 100. Well, now you get 200 instead. It's pretty awesome. All right, and you can see I'm overclocking it at, it's at 1200 right now, but there's no reason to do 1200 right now, so I'm going to do 780 because that's the maximum speed the belt can go anyway. But when I do get my 1200 belts, I will crank that up to 1200. And basically just about double that production. All right, up we go. Let's see how high up we can get. We can get to about here. Would we make it? Oh, we would. Yes, we could just go vertically because we're so close. Vertically off the top of this, then go this way a little bit until you can connect to this one. But I could have just went up the line like I did before, which is really fun. As well. Okay, Sam Orr now piling in at 780. Very nice. Now we need ourselves a train. Alrighty, we're going to make ourselves a nice little train. Now, when I put this train on the track, it's already got the block signals back there, which is going to stop any other trains for coming through. We'll go ahead and get on here, and then we'll give this train a name. We're going to call it the Sam train. Then we're going to edit its timetable, and so we're going to go to Sam Orr pickup, number 1, and Sam Orr drop off, number 2. We're going to save the changes, turn on self-driving, and let's go see what it does. Again, I'm not doing anything. It's all automated now. And there it goes, picking it up. Isn't this game awesome, everybody? It's just so incredibly good. I heard they're adding 90-degree auto curves to train tracks as well as along with the pipes. Oh, God, I hope so. That would be amazing. I didn't see that in there, but it could have been in there. Sometimes I'm watching those really late, and I'm kind of dozing off a little bit after the stream. It does happen. Where I miss a few things from videos when I'm dozing off like that. But that would be amazing. I'd love to see that. There was a whole bunch of other things in there too. When it comes out, I'll go watch the video again beforehand, just to kind of figure out what it is that I'm looking for when I go to play again. And so far, it's automatically running. Again, not doing anything. It's automatically picking it up and running it back. Now again, it does have the problem of this sulfur train and potentially the other train in the way. But this Sam Orr is not really in a hurry. By the way, the fact that it's going back this way is already telling us that it can reach the other station. Otherwise, it would have told me it couldn't reach that station. So we already know. Now again, it should auto switch in all the places in which it should switch. You can see it's going to switch right. It's going to go under the other thing, come up out of there. And now, because of the block signal, it's going to wait for our uranium train. By the way, if you notice, I'm not getting irradiated from the uranium because I'm in the train, which apparently is lead lined because we're not getting radiated. I never knew that until just now, just this moment. But I knew it didn't radiate you, but I didn't think about the lead line part. All right, and so now it's going to go this way. Hey, thanks for that lurker love, Jonkers. Appreciate it. And then as we go over here, the thing to do is actually turn off self-driving, bring it to a full stop before it goes full in. Oh, just made it. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, you want to do that because on this side, you want to set it to unload. This way, it will unload the train into here, and then, we'll, of course, we'll run it up to our storage up there in the top. Now, we can go ahead and turn this train back on again, turn on self-driving, jump out of the train, and it should now unload into there. Now, while it's going and picking up a whole bunch of that, we're going to go ahead and run this upsy-daisy up there. Now, to make this go faster, everybody, I highly recommend that you actually use mergers and splitters when you're running this in here if you want to run in a little faster or run out a little faster. Same thing with pipes, and that is because when the train's in there, it is actually slowing down the output and input of the thing here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do these outputs, but we're going to merge them together like that. So I'm going to go ahead and have this go here, and then we'll go, we're not going to use the inputs there, so we could just do this side, and we could run that there. So we have dual outputs running here to our merger, and that's going to give us as much as it possibly can before the thing comes back again. Now, we also want to go ahead and do an input way up here. We're going to go way up here to the top, and we're going to put it down to the left side here so it's not blocking our inputs here. So we want this to go in here and end up in this first storage, which is our SAM-OR storage. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring it around the corner a little bit here, and then use our lifter down, and then do a swap like this. And then it should work perfectly down to the bottom here, like that. And then I could run it underneath, but there's no real point in me running underneath because I'm not really going to do anything right here. So we'll go ahead and do something like that, and then we'll divert it. Oops, this is going the wrong direction. That means all of this is going the wrong direction. Up, I should have checked it. That was my bad. My bad. Should have auto. Oh, because the way that it's switched back. I have to switch back one more time. I see. I have to switch back one more time there to make that work. I'll show you what I mean here. So we do 2 long switchbacks here, like this. This last one should be an input. Did I set it output? And this is input. Maybe I just, maybe it was right, and I just, oh, this is going, oh, the merger's the wrong way. Sneezing. Yes, it's the merger that's going the wrong way. The merger is an input and not an output. So it's on this end, not that end. I always assume it's me, and in this case it was me. I didn't turn the merger the right way. Like this. There we go. The splitter was the right way. Merger, not so much. Try to line this up a little bit more this way. Okay, so in theory, we should see the SAM-OR go through, switch back a bunch of times, and go all the way into the storage up here at the top, and then come all the way, and we should see some SAM-OR right here. If we did it right, the SAM-OR should end up coming out on that other end. It's got to go through all those boxes first, and there it is. So nice. Now we can take that SAM-OR and just literally just run that right down into there and right into the production that we have over here. Now we haven't set the production yet. It's reanimated SAM. Now one of the things that does happen here is it does come down and then circle back in the back, going in the opposite direction like that. And then over here also this side needs to circle back so that it does go on the output. And there you go. So now that is now circling back this way. So you can see the first one is starting to work, but we need to go ahead and paste it in all of these, and we'll know because it'll go from the red to a yellow, and then once it has enough ore, which looks like it does right now, it'll then turn to green. There we go. All of those are now producing. Look, I already got it going. A crazy ton of that. Okay, now we got the SAM ore converted into our reanimated SAM, which is coming out of here, which is then now going to chain down and end up in our storage. So we should see that coming out over here. Our reanimated SAM should be coming through all of these storages and end up right there. Again, modular style for the win, everybody. It is very cool, as you can see. So easy to get all of that stuff running and to get it working. Okay, now the next thing we need to do is we need to get ourselves some production here going for our ore. So we need some raw ore. Now that's really easy because we just happen to have a bunch of it right down here. And over here. So we already have 10 boxes deep times 2 sitting right over here that we can utilize and run over to that side. So we're just going to go ahead and take this like so. I like to leave a bit of a room so I can see it running. It'd be nice if I'd put the thing the correct direction, which I wish it would automatically detect it. That would be awesome. But such is the way it goes. Okay, so that's going down into there, and we're going to go see if that's blocked by anything under here. It is not. Awesome. Okay, so we need to get this raw ore to go that way and end up over here by this other raw ore. Way over here. And so we want to think about where our input is here. And what we're going to do on this one, instead of running it in the way of this other one, we're going to go up here and take a look at where our storage is. The input is right here on this storage. So again, we're going to go a bit this way. Yeah, we should have probably backed that one up just a little bit more. But we can also do this. Like that. Yes, that's even better. Okay, yes, and we can switch this back and forth. Like so. Oh, that's even easier. Okay, and then right down in there. And we're just going to put that there temporarily so we can see where our floor hole goes. This. Take this out. We'll see I turn it in such a way where I can see it running. I like to see the ore running up and down. Makes it easier. Okay, so from way over there to way over here. We'll make sure that this is going in. We'll say something like this, or do we want to run it that way? I'd say we probably want to run it like this. And then we'll just get this. Which lines up nicely to that left side. That's just to get it started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Very nice. Oh, so sexy. Liking it. Okay, then over here we've got this that's coming down. We have to eyeball where we're going. We're going over that way. I know just what to do. We can come down here and we can gap right through here very nicely. This one down. That second level. Oh, should have turned it. Second level, turn this way. There we go. And then we can gap these across here. Bring this ore down by 1. Take this and run it to there. Very nice. Oh, no. No, almost. Almost correct. Just do it this way. And we take this out. Run that up to connect to that one. And look at that, everybody. All that raw ore running straight up in there. Easy peasy. And now we have tons and tons of raw ore. And we should see our raw ore coming out over here, so we will wait to make sure. And there's our raw ore. Raw ore now down into our smelters. And then, of course, we need to go to the far side to see. Oh, it's already got the switchback here and already got a switchback built in on those smelters. Very nice. Iron ingots is what we're trying to make, so we'll copy. And we'll pasta. We'll look at all of our lights in the back here. Good to do this where your lights are so you can see your lights instantly change. And a lot of iron ingots. Okay, then our iron ingots is going to come out of here, right here. Then we're going to go ahead and bring this down. We're going to hang that this away, oh, that's away, into there. And so now it's going to make our iron ingots. They're going to come out on this side. They're going to go down into the iron ingot storage. And again, we should see them show up right here. And there they are. Okay, now down to the next production. We are going to do our fix-it ingots here using our very cool giant converter things here that we're going to go ahead and run in there. Now we need to do 2 items in there. 2 items to run straight in. So the one that's closest should be the first one, because that's going to be the easiest, because you can just run that straight down, and that will then start to run into these, and we can see them there. And then we'll go check the other one. Yes, okay, so that's good. I know I'm making this look easy, everybody, but again, blueprinting for the win. I think you're getting the general gist of it. Now remember, if you become a patron at any level over on patreon.com/Kismet, you can, of course, get these blueprints, and you can be doing your own epic stacking of stuff as well. So we can go ahead and run that down. Now we want to run our other one down, which is all the way up here. Our stuff here. So what we're going to do is take this one and we're just going to offset it a bit, and then we'll try to go, we actually got to go out a little bit and then back, so we'll do that here in a second. Let's go ahead and get this input down here first, so that maybe we could just go ahead and do something like that. Let's see. Oh yes, that works great. Okay, thought I'd try that first, and it does work awesome. And now we're in full production. There it goes, fix-it ingots doing its thing. And again, we should see those fix-it ingots coming out on this side, very nice. And then those will go down into the storage, which is going to make an absolute obscene amount of those over a long period of time. And then again, we're waiting to see it right here so that we can then run it into our trigons. There we go. And that just literally runs down into the trigons down here, and then these are already set. So the second we run this over here, and then we want to go to the outside here again, making sure that these are looping back, very nice. And then it should start up here when it has enough fix-it ingots. Now the reason why I have so many of these in here, you only really need one, because it only can process 10 at any given time. Is the fact that eventually what I will do is backlog all this stuff, because it'll fill up the trigons, and then it's going to backlog, then it's going to make a bunch of these ingots and so on. So when I start it up again, it'll have a massive backlog of basically all of the resources, because we're going to let this run for like a week. That's right, because we have the power of time. So we can come back and have 10 boxes, 20 boxes full of trigons, which is great. Which is really fun. So we can see that some of these are starting up right here, making some trigons there. And then again, one last part of this particular building is to see them go down and actually end up in the trigon storage. So there we go. We just built all of that modular style, quick and easy, Kismet style. Set it and forget it, everybody. Oh, I love that moment when you're just setting it and forgetting it. And again, my train is going by and utilizing the train tracks that we already have. Probably one of the most complex train systems I've set up so far. Been waiting for release before I really get serious about building gigantic mega builds. Look at our nuclear power. So beautifully built, nicely arranged, and very clean setup over there. And of course, we got our water trains coming up that spiral and all sorts of cool stuff. You guys like that? Let's see some GGs in the chat for quick and easy. Peasy peasy trigons right over there. Very cool. I really only need 100 trigons to get this going. So we could go into our storage here and say, hey, how's our trigons in here? Another thing that we could do, now that I think about it, is we could also have the final output over here sneak in a bit of our dimensional depot. Oof, not enough space. Okay, we'll put our dimensional depot out here for now, just to go ahead and get these going in there. And then what we can do is use the dimensional depot to tell us how many of these things we actually have. So we just run those in the dimensional depot. You'll see they'll fill right up. Do we have 100 of them? I don't know. It can stockpile 1,000 of them in there. So now we are not only going to have the backlog in all of those boxes, but we'll also have it automatically upload to the dimensional depot. Now I could go in and do all those other ones as well, but really this is the thing I'm looking for, because that's the thing that I want to put in the thing to unlock the next milestone. So we'll let that run. Already got 130 of them there. Running in there. All right, you do your thing. We're going to let you run for a very, very long time. Okay, so let's go back here and see what's next on the list to get going. Right over here. We can also check and see how many nuclear pastas we have. 174. Let's just take those out of there. Run them over here and run those in so we know where we're at with our 1,000 up there. Now we're gonna definitely need to get some aluminum going if we're gonna reach that 1,000 over time. So again, we'll be doing all of the various different ones over the long haul here. And again, now I don't have to run back for the trigons. I can just grab them. 198 there, throw them in there, and those are done. And then I can just take them, put them right back into the dimensional depot. And then I don't have to worry. The same thing with my Snobilis, these guys. About leaves. We already got, okay, leaves in there. What about Sam ore? All right, throw Sam ore in there. And then our things there. Very nice. Okay, the rest of the stuff we'll keep on us for right now. So now we need the last item right here, which is our time crystals. So what we're going to need to do is make diamonds, then take diamonds and convert them into time crystals. So our next thing is diamonds. So how do we make diamonds? Well, we got to take coal. I guess you could have guessed that one, right? Take coal, put them in the particle accelerator, and make diamonds. Well, it just so happens that Kismet thinks that far ahead that we don't need to go get some coal. You know why? Because we got a bunch of it extra sitting right over here waiting for us to use it so we can make some diamonds. That's right. That's why so far ahead, a month ago, I put this coal over here for this part of the process. That's how far ahead I think. Now, when it comes to particle accelerators, everybody, I don't build a whole bunch of them. You totally can. They consume massive sums of power. But again, I use the power of time. And you can use the power of time as well very easily, simply by going and getting yourself a nice G-Portal server. And I'll throw that in the chat for you again. Right over here. Go over there and hook yourself up with a nice G-Portal server. And again, I appreciate them being my official Portal sponsor and also giving you guys 10% off over there as well. It's a couple bucks a month, everybody. You can let this run for a year if you wanted to at a couple bucks a month. That's cheaper than actually paying for the power of letting your computer run. If you think about it. It's an absolute steal of a deal, I think. Okay, so pretty easy, everybody. We just say diamonds. We take the coal that we already have right over here, and we just simply run that right into there. How easy is that? Now, one of the things I don't like to do, though, is I don't like to cover up my road, so I am going to go up a little bit here and then go out of the top one here like that, just to make sure that my road is not covered. And then all we need is a bit of power, so we will find wherever the cord comes off of this thing, and we will run that down underneath here so we don't see the wires all over, and just tap that into the road power. And that particle accelerator is going to start up. And away it goes. Look, it already made a bunch of diamonds already. I kind of feel like I'm going to use that last one there for diamonds. You know what I might want to do, though? Hold on. Better idea. Let's do a better idea. right here. We're going to take all that out. We're going to put that particle accelerator right... Yes, this is the input this way. Yes, this is... I got to think of which ways are the inputs and the outputs. So let's say diamonds. Here. We'll go around the front. And we'll say... Looks like I was going to do iron ore. I don't have any in there, do I? No? Okay. I was going to check so when you're running that out later, it doesn't screw up your production. Diamonds there. Okay. Very nice. So what I'm going to do is actually move it to this side so I can then just around the corner there, right into there, which is going to be way easier to just do something like this along the road. Let's say like that. I always like to leave a little bit of a gap where I can get through. And so we'll just run those. Oh, wait, no, I had it backwards. Backy words. Yeah, see, we got the 3 lines there. And we got the arrow there. This is actually the output over here. That's even better because that makes it easier. I'll show you why. Then we'll take our particle accelerator. We'll turn it this way. And we'll go ahead and bring it up here. A little bit inset. We'll hit H. You only need 1 particle accelerator, but you really do. You only need the 1. And then we'll run this over here. And that looks pretty good. Run that coal over here. Probably end up offsetting that later, but there we go. And same thing again. We're going to need to do all of our power connections here. That's even nicer, the way that power happens to go in there. And then that there. And then there's a power connector running over here somewhere. We'll take this out, try to find it. Don't need it, so I'm not going to leave it under there because I'm never going to remember that for next time. I'll probably see the line going across at an angle, but take it out. I don't leave stuff I don't need in there. Now our thing is creating diamonds. Now here's the cool thing. Coal coming out of here. Diamonds coming out of this side. And those diamonds can go right back in here. Now I'm just going to make this real easy by making this go underneath. So I don't have to run it through the wall. And then over here, same thing. A little further out. There we go. Is that going the right direction? Yes. Take this out. What are the chances? What are the chances of something being right there in the way? Apparently pretty good. So, do we want to move this or do we want to... If that was over just a little bit, it would be fine. Makes it more difficult to put it in there, but I think we could make it work. Let's go ahead and move as far as we can, and then we'll do this. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong way. And this way. That's a little close. Yeah, it makes it too difficult for it to get in there. All right, another option. We run that in there. We go down here and we divert this line out of the way. This does that. I click on the thing and it does some weird thing. There we go. Our sulfur running back in there, and then that gives us the option now to use this and that. And we just go ahead and do a nice 90. That's going to do a beautiful 90 and run those diamonds right into this diamond storage. And if we did it correctly, if we go look on this side and we run this out just a little bit, we should see some diamonds on that line. Nice. Easy, everybody. Again, if you're pre-thinking stuff out really far ahead like I do, it's just so easy in the moment to fix that stuff. Okay, so now we're backlogging those diamonds using that last part there. And then the next thing we need to do, again, is to make these other things. And I believe it's in is it in the converter? I can't remember. Or is that in the particle accelerator too? Let's find out. Nope. Manufacturer. Nope. Converter we can't do because we don't have enough of the radio control units. And we don't have enough there because we're out of aluminum plating. Bummer. We're definitely going to need to get our aluminum probably next. Okay, well, at least we got our diamonds going. We got our trigons going. Again, I knew eventually I would run into the point in which I ran out of stuff. And that's when I know I really need to do the stuff. I could just go and do it just because this way I have every single resource running. But that's not very efficient use of my time. The very efficient use is if I have to have it, then I make it. That's an efficient use of your time. Okay, and again, time crystals is what we're trying to make. It is in the converter. So we do need to make a bunch of these radio control units, which apparently we have some somewhere. Let's see if we have enough to just make one here. Oh, actually, what we could do is do this. We could go over here. We could clear that. We could go this way. We could hit converter, and it will tell us how many. We need 50. So we don't have enough. We have enough to do some aluminum ignits, though, because we made a bunch of extra of those. So we could do some offline production while we're waiting. Yes, let's go do that. Let's do some offline production so we don't have to do all of those things. Let's run back over here. Now, I put a bunch of extra in there when I was doing the aluminum originally. And that means I have a backlog already in the Dimensional Depot of the raw ore, the parts that happen along the way, including the packaged water, and other things like that in the different processes of it. And that's why I backlog that stuff in case in this moment I need a bunch of the certain items, and we're going to go ahead and do what I call offline production and utilize those. And we can also probably turn our turbo motors off now. I think we probably have enough of those. Let's go see how we're doing on our turbo motors. Okay. The motor's going up and over, and up and over and down right here. Yes, we have a lot of turbo motors in there. I think that's probably good. Over here, because we're using our radio control unit for our turbo motors. We'll also take this out and use that elsewhere. And all that's good. And probably, what's our cooling systems doing? I think our cooling systems need more water. Water. Put that water in there and let it run. And that's what's making our cooling systems here. Okay, so we did that. And then cooling systems. And then this is where we need our radio control units for our turbo motors, but we're going to stop doing the radio control units in there so that we can have the actual radio control units when we need them. And this is our cooler system. And this is our radio control units. I think going this way as well. Yes, they're also going over here for our pressure cubes. Good to know. And then we're making them way over here. Right now it needs aluminum casings. Okay. Aluminum casing is that one. So we'll go ahead and put an assembler here. Put a constructor. And we'll tell our constructor to do this. So we need aluminum ingots, which is not there. We need our, where is it foundry? I think it's foundry. One of the two. Yes, foundry. Aluminum scrap and silica. And so we need to get boxes. There. And put this one back just a little bit. It's easier to run it in at an angle. There we go. And then this is aluminum scrap. And we can take a bunch of that out of there. I think there's some of that at the end as well that we sorted. Where did it go? Right here. Aluminum scrap. Give this some power. Actually, let's do this. Power pole here. And then this here. Casings going to merge here. And then we will add to more of this spaghetti. And then this goes here. And we got our scrap going in. Now we need some silica. Now I know I have some silica around here, but we got quite the spaghetti going. So let's see how our silica is doing. Oh, we would have put our silica over here by all of our quartz stuff. Yes, right there. Oh, well, that's not too bad. We could try to work it out of there. Let's see what we can do. Let's go, say, to here. And we'll go apparently back this way. And we'll use our building here to reroute it this way. They're like, Kismet, the spaghetti! No! Gotta love it! Put it on there with some sauce. And look at that, everybody. We can just use our backlog of silica that we already have. Oh, I put it in the wrong box, though. That is a tragedy. That's okay. We'll just take this out and readjust where that's going. There we go. And then put this in here, and it's going to make a bunch of aluminum ingots. Those aluminum ingots are going to make a bunch of aluminum casings. Good time to double this up right now on aluminum casings, so that we are getting double up of those, just to more utilize those. Now, I do have some of this aluminum stuff over here, and usually I, again, try to backlog a bit of each part of the process in case I do need it later. Backlogging resources is awesome. Okay, over here, it looks like we basically cleaned all this out, so we can go ahead and just take out all of these storages. See what we end up with. We got those, and then G on these. And just trying to keep from accidentally taking out something in the background. And how's this all working out here? This goes in there. Or is this the end? I think that's the end. This is coming down here, so let's take this and put that in there. Raw ore, this, not our cooling systems. Anything else that we really want to get out of our inventory here? All that other stuff can be sorted. Okay, so there we go. So we'll go to the last one here, and we'll look for some more of this. There we go. Any more in here? Oh, we got fusion stuff in there. We're going to take all of these. What else we got? Holy moly, we do have a lot of that. Okay, good. Good to know. Okay. Still have a box over here, which is mainly for our stuff here. Take this back out. And we have a whole lot of aluminum scrap, and we have 10 boxes of silica, so it's not like we're running low. There we go. That's going to make a whole lot more of that, and I don't have to set up my entire aluminum thing again. And as you can see, cost me less power, cost me less time, because I think very, very far ahead. And you can see it's also consolidating this stuff back down more. like that. And again, we'll go in, we'll double check. Any more of this that we can just take out. And that'll just save us time of that coming down. Oh wait, we got radio control units coming through. Any radio control units in here? Doesn't look like it. We're here. More of it. Oop, nope, not that. This, yes. And these are going to consolidate down. More radio control units. And more here. Hitting control just to make sure I'm getting all of that thing. There's some aluminum ingots there that I can use. Consolidate that down a bit. Oh, there's some turbo ammo in there. We get these canisters out of here. Why are these canisters in there? Where's these canisters at? Give me all them canisters. Yes, all the canisters. We put some at the end here. Water in there we can get out. Canisters. Sort that out a bit. Canisters there. Man, we cleaning this place up. Use up this excess. Whoa, okay. Not hurting for canisters, that's for sure. Let's put this one back and get this. Just kind of consolidate all of that. Look at that turbo fuel in there. Packaged turbo fuel. We can make ourselves some ammo out of that. Again, this is kind of like my little bit of this, a little bit of that. And I can create a whole nother storage system for all of that stuff. Except for this whole entire stuff up here, all this is going bye-bye as we build out. And we're going to be replacing each and every one of these to the point in which this whole entire thing will go the way of the dodo, which means I won't need it anymore because each of these processes will be separately created. But for right now, since we already have the resources, let's go ahead and utilize them because that's awesome. Let's go ahead and head on down here. Like so. Oh, and we should run down below while we're at it. And make some more water. And take all this water out. Okay, and then we want to go back up. Up, and away. Oh, we forgot to put our supercomputers in there. We need to grab more supercomputers. Fly! It's got his little boots on, his little springy boots. And his little flying backpack. It's called skates or something like that. And hover pack. Hover pack as well. Blade runners is what they're called. The old school name of those. Okay, what are we doing? We are creating the converter first because we want to let that run. Way over this way. By the way, if you didn't know, the hover pack actually goes faster than the small car. So if you get on the small car, I've done it before where I've automated the small car and the small car was at it's running at its fastest speed and I passed it up. So it tells you that the actual hover pack goes faster than 50 miles an hour. Not very much faster, but a bit faster, and you can eventually outrun the thing. That's why I never pull out that little car anymore, because I know floating is faster. So now you know. Okay, again, we'll go over here. And we're going to put a converter down right over here. Again, I can get 2 converters if I want, but we'll just use the one. And we're going to push it forward. Right over here, and time crystals. So now we need diamonds in there to do some time crystals. So we just happen to have a bunch of diamonds right over here. And then we can just run them into there. Again, I know I'm making this look easy, but it's a lot of hours I've played the game. And I do think very, very far ahead. So, does give me an advantage, but you're getting the general gist of this. Pretty easy if you also pre-thought out your road runs, so all your electricity is in your roads. And you don't have to go track down some electricity for it. And there it goes, making time crystals. Pretty sweet. Now, I don't have a spot to store the time crystals for right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this and run them into a box, so at least they're not stuck in there. And then, of course, a nice dimensional depot is going to help us as well. So we can just backlog those into the dimensional depot. We'll let those run. Again, that's more diamonds than it can handle right now. It's 12 per minute. Let's go see how many we're producing over here. 30 per minute. So, yeah, a lot. Now, do I need to rush that? Do I need to hurry up and get that going? Not really. Just need to make 50 of them. And if we look at how many it makes per minute, it makes about 6. Hey, Suri, what's 50 divided by 6? Hey, Suri. What's 50 divided by 6? 8 minutes. So in 8 minutes, we're going to have the thing that we needed all this time. And that's because we did all the other processes that led to these processes. So very, very cool. As you can see, again, just utilizing pre-resources that I had already done ahead of time. Very nice. We'll let that run. And we don't even need to come back there. We just wait till it fills up with 50 of them in the dimensional depot, and then we just throw them in into the hub over here. While we're over here, we'll see if we got any supercomputers in here. We do, 87. Just take them, throw them in there. And we'll get some more in a bit. So I like to create little junctions here where I can choose to go down or up or whatever. I don't like to just run individual lines. I feel like it's such a waste to have 15 hypertubes all bunched together going to different locations. I think it's better to stop and then let you choose. I mean, if you're going to AFK when you're going to do it, well, then it's useful. But I always feel like having like a little junction there where you can just get off and say, okay, I want to go this way or that way or that way. And you can choose. Except for in the new thing, speaking of that, they're going to have something new that has to do with hypertubes and junctions of hypertubes. So just dawned on me. I remember that from that video. And we'll see. We'll see how it is and how well they work. Because that's always a good test. All right. Those are running in there looking good. We're backlogging those. Nice. I think we actually need some of those over here. We sure do. So why is that not? That's just running there. And this production is running from over here. Oh, so we put... I think these are the ones that I had already made. Yeah, so those should go and tie back into these. So I can use those up to make more pressure conversion cubes. Okay, no problem. Merger. Make some more spaghetti. And then splitter. Okay, how to make spaghetti without flipping. And there we go. All right, yeah, use those up. Again, don't do me no good just sitting in that box. Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. And I don't need to run them in here anymore, so I can take these actually out of there and put them back in there. Okay, nice. Over here, our cooling systems, again, needs a lot of water. We're going to take that packaged water and stick it right in there. We're going to go over here to our aluminum ingots. Production. Not enough room, so we'll make another box. Comes down, and a little bit of flipping there. And then there. Okay, nice. That's all good. And that is going to make an absolute ton of those radio control units. Let's go ahead and look for our summer sloops. None of them in there. They might be in here. Yes, okay. Let's go ahead and add another one so we're getting double of that. And take all of this. Where is it here? All those in there. Keep some of these on us so we can use those. Let's go get some more of these supercomputers over here we'd made previously. Got a smidge of them in here. Let's just grab 100 of those. And that should be pretty much it. Yeah. We'll take the hypertube down just for fun. Actually does go faster than falling. Now it gets over here nice and fast. One thing I despise about the hypertubes, and I hope they fix this one day, is it turns my light off. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. I have to keep turning my light on every time I use a hypertube. Very annoying. Okay, so we're putting these supercomputers in here to get to our next stage. There we go. And then we are looking for our things here, which is our time crystals. How many time crystals have we made and put in Dimensional Depot? We put 39 in there already, now 40. We need 10 more. So close. What are we going to get, too? We're going to get our quantum encoding, so we can do our quantum encoding here, so we can go ahead and work on our next stage, which is our blueprinter. So we can do this. Now you can see we already have these three processes already going. And all we need now is the neural quantum processor, which is why we use the quantum encoder. And you can see we have excited photonic matter, dark matter crystal, superposition oscillator, neural quantum processor, and AI expansion server, which is the thing which we need to complete phase 5, which is basically the end of the game, by the way. When you do all of these things here, you've won the game, pretty much. So we can basically just rush through these and get them all done, but we're going to go here. We're going to basically finish the game at some point, and then we're going to massively scale up all of our projects and all of our power and so on once we have all of our tools at our disposal. And that's going to be super fun. Super fun doing all of that, and that's when we're really going to get into embellishing our factories and making our factories look amazing and so on to basically produce all of the various different things along the way. I always love a good playthrough of the game. Very fun. The thing you probably spend the most time on, and you should spend the most time on, is power. Producing power is always the thing that's going to help you, because you're going to be, chaining high amounts of power along the way. And you can see that I could, use my accelerator up to 20,000 power because I had left myself that much power to do that. And so again, we'll come back to all of dish, but we really want to finish dish right here. Do I have it with astronomy? Do I have that doubled up? Let's go see. I don't think I do. Nope. Now it's going to be 12 per minute. We only need 10 more. But we'll need a bunch more of those later. So we definitely want to backlog them in here and then also over there. Now remember, this is just going to run and run and run. That's an infinite supply of coal. We have enough power to keep all of this running, as long as our nuclear power doesn't fill up again with which too much storage. But you can see I added a lot of storage at the end there, everybody. So it's got like 3 times 10. That's like 30 storages where we could put our nuclear waste. And we're going to come in here and we're going to check this out. I did color my other trains. Yes, I think this is all water here. And all water up here. Yes. So I colored these all blue. That would have been cool looking like this. There we go. Water drop off. Water drop off. We go in and color our trains so we know there are water trains. Very cool. Now we know what they do. I love using color coding. It really does help a lot. Like great example, this is coal and sulfur here. I would probably use yellow on it for the sulfur. Like this. Like that. Very easy. Now you know that that basically has a bunch of sulfur coming out of there, and coal, and really all these other resources that are coming out of there. Now I only have a single output here. You should really double these outputs just so that it runs out faster. Here comes our other train running back and forth. I think that's our iron train over there doing its thing. Ooh, uranium. Getting irradiated. And we still haven't even utilized some of our other ones. We have another coal, another quartz. And of course we're using our diamonds. We actually have 2 coals and 1 quartz. And we're not even using right now. We'll get to it eventually. Okay, is it done with my crystals? Spell crystals right. There we go. 42 ought to do it. Considering I only need 10. Again, every now and again, you want to just kind of peek at your power, though, to make sure your power is doing good. So right now, even with my accelerators, right around 12,000 power. That's crazy efficient, everybody. That's really super efficient. That's pretty epic right there. And again, I have 40,000 power plus additional 30,000 and 30,000 again worth of battery power, but don't even need it. Don't even need it. It's doing its thing. There we go. Not only did we unlock phase 4, we've already unlocked 2 tiers of phase 4, and Ada's going to tell us all about it.
This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fixit was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
I think you're lying. I think she's full of it. Okay, that's done, and let's move on to the next one that we need to do. Now, again, we probably have a bunch of all of that stuff. I don't know if we have 500 trigons, but let's take a look. Nope, we don't. We have 1,000 trigons. Okay, well, let's take our 600 of them out of there and watch as they fill right back up again. Again, we just made 1,000 trigons, everybody. So easy. What's the other thing? Our frames. We need 500 frames, so let's take those out and see if they run in again. Yes, they do. Okay. We'll let those fused frames run in there. Not sure if we have 500, but we'll go ahead and take a look. What are we going to get in this milestone? Our new blueprinter. Yes. Very nice. And in the last milestone, we got our quantum encoder, which is the thing that's going to let us do our other stuff here. Our neural quantum processor. And we need to do that in the quantum encoder. And where should we do that? 2 of the resources are down here. Well, let's start first things first. Let's see if we can go ahead and make one of these quantum encoders. Yes, we can. Awesome. These suckers are absolutely massive. Keep that in mind. So we're making our trigons over here. Again, I try to put this thing by where the resources are. And we can always run the resources if we wanted to. But let's just put it down right there. And we will go ahead and say neural quantum processor. So we need time crystals, supercomputers, right here, excited photonic matter. That's the one that we need to get going. Look at the blinky lights. It's got blinky lights, everybody. So yes, we need the excited photonic matter. And that is done in here somewhere. I gotta remember where that's at. We'll go here, excited photonic matter. In the converter. We are going to need, add to do list. Okay, so we need the converter, which we'll just grab one of these, throw these over here. And excited photonic matter, which basically just comes from the ether. It pulls it from the atmosphere and puts it in there, which I had totally forgotten. So yes, so that's not going to be too hard. That'll run right here. What's the other thing that we need? Okay, supercomputers is the other thing that we probably will need to just go grab and bring over here. And we couldn't just make more if we wanted to. But I think we'll be fine. Yeah, so we really have all the resources down here that we can utilize. Okay, so we'll take this out and we'll just make it an extension of this. There we go. Or actually even better. Let's do this. Let's make this the priority one in there. And then we will also go the top one into the dimensional depot. Okay, neural quantum processor. This takes a lot of power, by the way. This is 2,000 power right here. So again, we'll go down in here. We'll run that power back to there. Very nice. Okay, now fix the trigons. I kind of feel like we'll put trigons on this one. We'll run those over in a second. And then we need our converter. And we'll run it this way. And we'll just back it up just enough. We can do this. Nice straight. Oh. Straight. Okay, not straight. Now straight. Okay. And again, excited photonic matter. And we'll find where the connector is here. Run that down. Run this across. Can you put items in the milestones pod even when waiting for the to come back, or does it not let you? It typically it doesn't let you because it's not willing to take it because the pod is not back there. I find, unless they changed it, I can go look. But typically, it doesn't let you. You have to wait. I just put it in my inventory so that I have it, so I'm thinking about it in the future. Okay, so now this is going to extract 200 of it. It needs 75, or how much over here? No, it needs 75 over there. So probably a smart thing for us to do is to actually put it in the correct input and output, because I just thought about it and I was like, wait a minute, that's the wrong input and output. So it's totally on the wrong side of the machine. This photonic matter is a gas or particles, if you want to think of it that way. So we had it on the wrong side. So we want it to be on this side. like so. Same thing. Well, take it, run it, not like that. Onto the side. Run it underneath so we don't got wires everywhere. Get that up and running. Excited photonic matter. And then actually run pipes and not the because that stuff's not going to come out of there. And the reason why it made me think, wait a minute, that's pipes, is the fact that we also, I want to just backlog a bit of this for later reasons, which we'll talk about later. And then a right turn, like so. Just manually do our 90s here, like old school way. By the way, in the old school way, you put down one foundation at a time. Thousands of them. I've done thousands and thousands of foundations, one foundation at a time. Now that is old school. Okay, excited photonic matter. It's going to go ahead and run in there and use as much as it can. It's only going to use 75 per minute for right now. So we need some trigons. Let's go ahead and get that. And then we're also going to need our other stuff here, which we're just going to go ahead and put this right here. Run this into there. Oh my goodness. Okay. Surprising. And we'll just throw some supercomputers right in there and let it run in. There we go. And now we need our trigons. So we'll go down here. And run our trigons from over there. But we need to go, actually we'll do this first. Go ahead and do this. We're going to end up bringing that down. Go under all of that stuff. Good enough. And we're going to go under all of that. Okay, so we're going to go over here where our trigons are, and we're going to siphon off some trigons for all of this. Okay. We'll go ahead and put a splitter here. Oops, daisy. Got it backwards. One going that way. Going there. It's not really a road, this is just an access area, but try to keep it out of the center. Trigons in there. And then going the wrong direction. Okay. Now we kind of have to think of where we're trying to go. Over there. Now you know why I build so far up. Because my, what's known as your underruns or your sandwich level is basically infinite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of feeling like, say, 5 here. Feeling that vibe. Got to put it in the center between the two. And here comes our trigons. Let trigons be trigons, everybody. Oh, I hear it. Starting up for the first time in this playthrough. Let's go. They did so much cool animations on all this stuff, everybody. So cool. And there it goes, making us some neural quantum processors. Now, the problem is we got some dark matter residue. Saw that in a episode of Cops, everybody. You're like, ain't no residue. I don't know what you're talking about, residue. Guy's all wasted out of his mind. The things people do in life, everybody. Neural quantum processors. So we're going to want to, of course, put those into a box over here. Yeah. Right when I click it. That's when it decides to move over one step. Alright, and then, of course, we're going to want to throw it in the dimensional depot. Okay, it's going to go ahead and make those neural processors. Now, the problem is dark matter residue is going to build up. But the cool thing is we need dark matter residue, so that's awesome. So what I'm going to do is, of course, just kind of backlog it off to the side here. And here's a great little trick, everybody. We're going to go ahead and first run it all the way to the top here. And then it's going to come down. Good to go. Down. And down again. It's going to fill all this up. Now, dark matter residue, nitrogen gas, all that kind of gases there, everybody, do not require a pump. So they will go and they will fill all this up. And that'll give this room to not stop. You don't want this to stop. You want it to constantly run. In fact, we're going to really obscenely overclock it for no reason other than it's super, super fun to do so. So there we go. Now watch this, is it actually has to do one first, and then it will, boom, now it's 6,715 power to run that sucker. But it's going to produce 7.5 per minute. It's going to produce a massive amount of those, and also a massive amount of dark matter. Now, one of the cool things is, if you're like, Kismet, I don't want to keep this dark matter, I want to get rid of it, you go right here, full pipe network, flush, and bye-bye dark matter, all gone. And it's producing 75 each, and so you have 2,400 there, 2,400, let's just call it 2,500 for easy math. That's 7,500 roughly that it can hold, so basically it's like 100 times as much as it's producing roughly. You get the idea. So again, it'll just keep running that out. Now you can take this dark matter residue and do stuff with it. Now it's also using these trigons over here elsewhere, so that it can very easily run out of those trigons, right? I can very easily say, oh, I'm out of trigons, too bad, too sad. But we have a lot of trigons on us right now that we can use, but those trigons are also being used in another process as well. So it doesn't matter how long it takes, it only matters if we make 100 of them. And that's it. And how many have we made so far? Oh, good question. In here, actually, neural. We made 14 already, and we need 100. Now, we actually grabbed a bunch of these trigons for, just dawned on me, for putting it back in there. We got 4 minutes, so we're trying to do this within like 10 minutes of getting all this stuff ready, which is a pretty awesome achievement if you think about it. We'll grab all of these. And we'll grab some over here. How many does that give us? 500. Exactly what we need. And then we need 500 of these. 1, 2, not quite. Fused. There we go. I think that's going to give us enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost 5. There we go. Yes, there's 500 there. We have our 500 trigons. We're kind of burning up our crystals right now so we can make the other thing. We're doubling this up? No. We need 4 there to double those up. We need to double our time crystals as much as we need to double our time crystals are slowing us down, so we do need to run those time crystals at a higher rate. Okay. Now remember, this is just going to run and run and run forever. Don't necessarily need to double up your diamonds. Your diamonds, you got a crazy ton of that. We have this overclock too, so we could take the time crystals that we put in here, because we don't need all those in there right now. Put those in there instead. Again, we need 100 of these, and then when we have 100 of them, we can basically turn this process off, because that's going to let us get to the next stage of the game. Very, very fun, everybody. Vada fun. The type of game you play, everybody, time goes by like this. It really does. You could all of a sudden, you know, start playing this at nighttime. You come home from work, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, sun's still up. All of a sudden, you look up and the sun is coming up. That's because it already went down, went all the way around, came back up again. Very, very easily in this game. We should go try that here. We got 1 minute, 26 seconds to get over there and try to put the resources in there. I don't think you can put the resources in there when it is still waiting for the pod to return, because you're literally putting it in the pod, in theory, if you're thinking about it, on the way there. So let's go check it anyway. I don't think you can. Let's go see. Over here. Nope. You can't. There's no pod there to put it in. You don't have a pod to put it in. Now again, I could wait for it to do these first, the crystals, and then do these. But I think it's better to do these because these are the things that take the longest. Just do those, and then I'd flip that process off, and then it will backlog those time crystals, and then you'll get the 4th item. But we'll just wait till this gets here just to clear this stuff out of my inventory as well. Oh, I hear it. Sonic boom. It's coming down fast. All right. Nice, nice. Okay, all that's looking good. Now, just a matter of time now. Just letting that run, doing the thing. The number one thing that's going to trip us up, though, is that water. Let's go down here and get some more of this water. Why is water tripping us up? That's because we're packaging it instead of just running the water. I could have saved myself tons of time just by running the water, and then I'd have infinite supply. But I'm just showing you how you guys can do this if you want to. See, look at that. Look at all that water down there. Easy. Pick that up. And then what we'll do is we'll swap the water for the packages. Now later on, this is going to become way easier, which you'll see. And I've actually never used some of these things that are at the end of the stuff. As well as haven't used any plutonium yet or any of that stuff yet, which we'll get to. We're going to do every different process. We're going to do every single thing in the game. We're going to try to tap as many nodes we can, make massive excess amount of everything. It's going to be very, very fun over here as well. So let's take our water. We're going to run it up top, at the top. Would overclocking the time crystals make more faster? Yes, they would. It absolutely would. I could overclock it if I so desired. I'm not in that big of a hurry for it because, again, I have infinite time. Pretty much, because I can just let it run on the server. And it will make a lot. Believe me, we'll have those backlogged till Kingdom Come. Sometimes I purposely don't backlog a lot. I just do 1 box because that's all I need. And then sometimes I will do 10 boxes of backlogging just to have that massive amount. All right, there we go. More water over there. Take all of these back. We'll let that run. Hypertubes are very fast. And package more water. Away it goes. So yeah, just keep doing that same cycle. I can do it all day, every day. One of the things I can also do is just have it packaged. Package the water, run the packaged water up, unpackage the water, and then have it run down the actual canisters. So it can just recycle those over and over again. So you don't need any pumps. You can do it completely without pumps altogether. It's just packaging that water, running the water up, and then running down. I'm a little tempted to do it right now. Yeah, run one up, run one down. You know what? Let's do it, just for fun. We gotta wait for other stuff anyway. I typically don't do that much stuff with packaged water because a lot of times the cost of packaging the water is more than... Whoa, what the heck was up with that? The cost of packaging the water costs more than just running the pipes. Why are you weirdly turned like that, game? That was very odd. Alright, don't do weird stuff. Weird stuff. Let's go. Let's create a little cycle of our packaged water here. Okay, and then we're gonna go and say we'll use a foundation to get us started. We'll say going down, going up. So this is down. This is gonna go this way. And this is gonna run like this. There. And this is going to go here. Helps it going the right way. Reverse. Reverse. We like to go up. Alright, and then we're just going to go ahead and use reverse ones here. So easy. This is what I call switchbacks. This is the old school way of doing it before you had floor holes. I find it actually visually works better as well. Alright, kind of feel like I might want to go back this way just to avoid whatever's going on over here. Yes, perfect. There. And right there. It's on top of here. Ah, that's our other stuff we have running. Very nice. Okay, now we have to divert this around this. Yes, so we can, say, bring the water up on that side and bring the packaging down on this side. So we'll go ahead and make ourselves another blueprint mode. There we go. And zooping. Let's up another wall over here. And run that up. Okay, we need our floor holes here too. Hit H, nudge that in position. And H, nudge that in. Back out. Makes it just easier to visually line those up. And again, we'll run it this way so I can see it working. In there. Ah. Unless it just doesn't decide to go into the floor hole. There we go. So, okay, so this is going to go that way. Down from this way. And we're going to turn it like this. Lines up against the thing here. This one's going to be a little trickier because it's not going to line up what we're going to do is just come out a little bit. We can get those to line up. Too far. There it is. And again, we're going to go this way. Oh, it's going in the wall. No, well, it actually kind of looks cool. Where it's along the edge of the wall. This one, for some reason. Oh, because that's the showing me the back of it. All right, too close. Too close. Don't like it. No mas. Don't like it. This way. Nice. All right, let's see what's right here. Go ahead. Wow, I'm having to luck out that there's nothing there. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, and so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this here and then this back to there. So let's work on the down one first. That's going to be the easiest of the two. So we'll go here, and we can just, actually we won't need the bottom one anymore, or the top one anymore. I'm just going to take that out, because we're going to return those right back to there, like this. And so now it's going to return those canisters down there so that it can repackage those automatically. And we need to go ahead and put in our lifter here. Make sure it's out. It doesn't look like it's going the right direction. I don't see them. It says they're going, but it doesn't show them. Okay, don't like that. Put it in again. Nope. Awesome game glitch. They are running down through there, but it's not showing them. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Nope. Totally do not like it. And we'll let it run for now. Okay, now water coming in. Oops, we didn't put our floor hole in there. Yeah, and I find it's easier just to run the thing, then put the floor hole in. Use hologram and then go and grab it. Like that. Okay. Now this. Wrong way. Okay, so that's going there. And run this under there. Yeah, we just run it under. Up just a little bit. Bottles coming through. And now that's a complete loop. Never have to do that again. I never have to grab the water and run the water up here. And also don't have to run the canisters back. So now this will make an infinite amount of these, or well, until it runs out of the other resources. But it's certainly not going to run out of water. These will just continuously feed in here. We don't have to do that anymore on the water. We got plenty of nitrogen gas, rubber and heat sinks. Probably the first thing it'll run out, I would say, is heat sinks, because we have 10 boxes of rubber there. So we're going to be making a lot of cooling systems, which is, of course, can make a lot of turbo motors if we wanted to, but we want to make these right over here, which is our radio control units. So we're also making some aluminum casings, and we're just dedicated to making as many of those as we possibly can. In fact, we got a whole bunch of those on me. And also stick it in there. And when it's done, it'll automatically put it in there. Very nice. I think we have a whole thing full of that. Yes, and we have so much silica we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it. Now we got plenty of those. Let's see, in here with an N-E, neural, yes, neural process. We got 25 so far. Not bad, not bad. And we should probably go back and check on that, see how it's doing. Take these out of here, those are filled up. And you can also take this packaged water off of my character now. Wow, look at all the water still in there, though. Again, that just create a water loop. And now we don't have to do any pumps. 0 pumps, everybody. Again, packaging water is awesome. But again, the cost of the pumps, the power to run the packager is often more expensive than just running the pumps. But the pumps come with time cost, right? So you got to put the pumps in, you got to make sure they're the right stage, you got to make sure your lift stage is at the right stage. So often what people do is take that power hit just for convenience, just so you don't have to deal with all of that. The same thing when you're extracting your water down here, instead of taking the water and running the water up to wherever you need it, or using a spiral like I'm using over here. Slide over here. So you can see my train spiral right down there. You see my train spiral there that's bringing my trains up and down. The faster way to do that is to just package it, and then you have no lift cost, and you have no pipe issues as well, because you just package it, you run it as an item, you unpackage it on the other end. Make sure that you do run back the thing. Now you can also use your trains for that as well. Your trains can come and basically pick up the water, drop off the water, and then on the other end it can pick up the canisters and then drop off the canisters to the water. And so that creates a loop as well. Picking up the water, using up the water, picking up the canisters, and then using the canisters again. So you only need so many canisters before it becomes a loop. So that means you don't need an infinite amount of canisters in that case, because you're just reusing or recycling those canisters over and over. So you only need a certain amount of plastic, a certain amount. As you can see, I'm just using that with no other plastic, no other producing of actual canisters. It'll just keep that loop going forever. Because what it's doing is it fills it up, empties out the canister, takes the canister back, fills it back up, and it just does that loop forever. So great way of doing that. Again, you saw it was pretty easy. We just ran a bunch of lines, lifted it up there, GG's. And they're both items going up and down, so because they're items, it makes it way easier. And let's just go down. Of course, we just did all of that. We want to go down here and check that it actually is working, that it is running this down. And then that the water is running up out of the top. Right now it's going in the space elevator. Quite see the water running. So it's a little glitched on showing us the water running there. I'll show you a little trick. Just put a splitter on there, and then it will show you the water along that line that's coming down to the splitter. And I don't really need the splitter, but you can see now it's turned invisible. And that has to do with floor holes and gaps and all of that. I find that the floor hole sometimes messes up the redraw. Hopefully they fix that at some point. But that's a way around it, so you know that it is working. So we can see that it is running down the line and running that water up there for it to use. But yeah, awesome. That's very nice. Back up here we go. I see our nuclear pasta has stopped at 189. Let's go see what's holding that up. I don't know if it's just time or there's any resources that are stopping it. And neural. Spelling it wrong. Pasta. Wow, brain freeze. Whatever. Go up here first. Checking to see how many we have. We probably have about 60 of them, maybe. Just checking in on them. And our excited photonic matter, just again, just pulls from the atmosphere. It's like an atmosphere condenser from Astroneer. It just grabs it from the atmosphere, and there you go. Don't think about it too much. Out now. Okay. These are cranking those out. Got all this going now. Cooling systems are good. We're going to check on our pasta over here. Yeah, it stopped. Oh. I disconnected something by mistake over here. I sure did. I accidentally removed my stuff underneath here. I removed the wrong thing. It's like an instinct that happens. Like, wait a minute, this is something, it's not producing any more of those. Because I saw the same number before. There we go. That's okay. It backlogs that copper powder, and now it'll just run it at maximum speed. Whoa, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 400 there. And we have 20 in there, and we have things. So we have 200, 4, 5, 600. Getting close, getting there. We have our fusion modulators, so this just takes a really long time. We could double up that too. We go look for more summer sloops. That'd be something to do. Lots and lots of summer sloops would definitely help. Help a bunch. Use as many summer sloops as you can because they're totally worth it because it uses less resources and takes less time. There we go. So that's going to be about 600 of that. So that's going to be pretty close on that. And what was the other thing? That's it. And just our crystals, and okay, those are all run that out because you want to keep that going too. 1,000 of those is a really, really long time, everybody. That's a really long time. You want to let that stuff run. And the number one thing that's going to happen is my aluminum casings are going to run out. I can tell you that already. So we will need to get our box right going again and get that running back, making some aluminum. Well, let's tool our way over here. I guess I could make a hypertube that takes me out here. That would be nice. Or I could have just hopped on the train. I'm not in that much of a hurry. Let's go over here and make sure that our gases are not stopping us? Oh, our supercomputers is what's stopping us. Did we grab all the supercomputers? I don't think we did. And here is where I was trying to look for them. Yeah. No. 25. Okay, so we stopped because we ran out of supercomputers. We should have grabbed a ton of them while we had a chance. Can't remember if I grabbed them all last time or just some of them. We can grab some right here, by the way. See if there's any in there. No, none in there. Okay. Let's go figure out if see if we got any more supercomputers, or we're going to need to make more of those too. Yeah, I only make what I need to make. I don't need to make a whole bunch of stuff I don't need. I don't need to make 10,000 plates. Sometimes people come in the channel, hey, Kismet, I'm making 60,000 plates. Why are you making 60,000 plates? Is there a reason? Do you really need that many plates? I mean, hey, it's nice to have that many plates, and then you know you're good. And again, if you want to make 60,000 plates, you go right ahead. I don't need them, but you go get them. Okay, supercomputers. What were you using those for? Our assemblers, yes. Okay, we can take all these out. And we no longer need to leave those in there. We take those. What were we making supercomputers over here? I think we were. What were we using? AI limiters, plastic. Okay. I think we should probably turn this back on again. Get that flipped back. Oh, it's already on. I just took out the resources, which in this case is plastic. We're not out of plastic, are we? Nope. Plenty of plastic in there. Right there. Add a little bit more spaghetti to our fun. Run that one over there. Already got computers in there. We need AI limiters over here. Mama. Go with it. AI limiters there and high-speed connectors. Nope, it's going to run into that thing. Still going to run into it. Use a little trickery there to get that to work. All right. Then we're going to use the side of this building. And away we go. All right, burn that stuff up. Ain't doing me no good in that box. Make me some more supercomputers. All right, awesome. Oh, make it rain. Time to make it rain. Unforgiven coming in. 1,000 kids cats for everybody. Making it rain. Look at that. I'm still only using 18,000 power. That's funny. All that effort of building hundreds of thousands of power, everybody. I'm over here with, 40,000 power. And able to finish the entire game. Very funny. My last one I made about 60,000 power and then realized, man, I could have done it way better. I could probably finish this game with 30,000 power, everybody. The whole entire thing. Just working massively efficiently like I am right now. I don't build stuff I don't need to build. I just build the things that are the most important for those processes. And I usually build all the basics in the beginning, backlog those basics, and then I go ahead and take all that out because I don't need that production anymore. If I have 10 boxes of that item, I got more than enough, other than aluminum casings. So those will need to get going again. And then when you get to the later stages, you're going to reset up those processes anyway. You're going to set up your stuff for your nuclear power. When you set up your stuff for your nuclear power, you're going to end up making all of those resources. Actually, I went past it here. I can show you back here. I actually made all of this other stuff again, plastic and so on and so forth down here as well. And you can see that's also filled up down here. And so I redid all of these ones. And these are all automatic, right? They're online production, meaning that it comes from the ore node, it runs in there, goes in the factory produces the thing, and then puts it there. Now these are all the ones that you need for nuclear power. So I have it more organized by, oh, I need this, I need this, I need this for nuclear power, then organized in order of, okay, this is iron stuff, and this is copper stuff, and this is that, which I normally do that as well, which I really like. I really like to do it in that really good order where it's very easy to find the things you're looking for. Kind of a more mixed order like this, a little tougher. Okay, so over here we need to manually put our supercomputers in here. Like so. And there we go. That should be a smidge of them to get that going. Okay. And that should get those going. And we have plenty of photonic matter, and we have backlog a lot of our trigons, I bet, by now. We got 200 time crystals. We could just kind of snag those out of there and see if we have 50 more. We have 21 more. Kind of grab those out of there to see if we had enough to put in the thing, which we don't, but we'll go ahead and put them back in, and we'll keep the excess for now. We'll run back here. All right, how are we doing back here? We got lots of diamonds. Let's go ahead and get this going a little faster. Get some more time crystals over there. I don't think we have this overclocked. No, we're good there. As well. That's more than enough diamonds there. This is only going in now at 30. Even when it's overclocked and doubled, it's still doing 30, so... still fine. Actually, we should let it finish one first. Did we check it after we finished? Yes. That's producing 30 of those now. That'll get that going. How about over here? 200. What's it using? 187. So I don't need to overclock that either. And that should make a whole lot of those fast. Wish I had some more summer sloops though. We could go and pull it from another machine that we're not really using. That would help us go a little faster there. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go. Back the other way. $16K, you say? Easy. 16K what? 16K hours? I don't know what you're trying to say. I see 16K is your name. I don't know. I is confused as to what you're trying to say. All right, what part of this process can we pull our thing? We already pulled it from there, which we turned off. How about over here? We don't really need modular engine that fast. We can pull those. And use those down here. Gnome. Yeah, this could really use a hypertube over here. Well, like I'm gonna build one. Could have took my other hypertube there. Yeah. Let's go ahead and build a little hypertube from here to there. We have this one down here, but we need one that goes all the way to the other end of the factory, so we don't have to go back and forth. But there's a train right over there, so I could go on a train too if I wanted to. But I'd have to build a train. My train wouldn't always be there. I say we go ahead and build another hypertube over here. Let's go. Just keep this rocking and rolling. Take this. I already have one of those. Oh, no, I don't. That's my other thing. We'll put our MAM out here. Look at my MAM in a while anyway. And we'll have some fun with it, and we will do our floor holes here. Turn the light back on, because every time we get in our hypertube, the stupid light goes off, which is really annoying. Very, very annoying. And then this, and then power. I always hate where the power connector is on that thing. I really despise it. It should be on the side. It's not always going through the middle of the hypertube. Just my thoughts. And we'll just upgrade this here. Oh, it already is upgraded. No? So, janky. There we go. Sometimes a bit janky. It doesn't have power. Double janky. Triple janky. Okay, fine. Oh! That's why. Got kicked. Hey, Shiny, guess what? Rule number 1. Be respectful. Bye-bye. I don't mess around. You start being disrespectful in my chat, boom, you're gone. You out of there. Plus you're typing a whole bunch of stuff in my chat, which is creepy. If someone comes in for like the first time, or they haven't said anything in a long time in the chat, and they just start typing like, 15 lines, and they say, 4 things and 4 things and 4 things. I also think it could be a bot. But I don't know. Rule number 1, though. Be respectful or I ban you. That's it. I don't mess around. I don't mess around in town. Like that. Well, bam. Got a network error. Bummer. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh my God!
Yeah, fun detected. Exactly. I was like, what the heck is going on? It's not letting me run that line. Sometimes those switches cause it to crash. I don't know what the heck. I'll just run it somewhere else. That's what I was going to do, because it didn't like that when I upgraded that switch. It was confused. And that's how it happens. It gets confused. Fail. Try out our Fix It Approved color gun. Oh, wait, it's not even in the game anymore. Yes, it's not in the game. I have used it, though. I collected a lot of flowers, so I could use the color gun. Now they don't have that anymore. Now they got the cool customizer, which I like a lot better, actually. Okay, let's try this again. We're just trying to connect the hypertube here. I'm not even going to bother to go that way, because that's just going to cause that to do that again. I'm just going to connect it across this way. And now I don't have to suffer screwing around with that. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and run ourselves a nice little hypertube right under here. I like to run it under the road, which is very fun, I think. That's going to run its way over here. Let's say about here. And then we'll go ahead and pop ourselves up. Actually, we can back that up just a little bit. And let's say here. And where do we want to come out here? Probably toward the storage. Like this. Back in the storage. Let me make a pole, which is really annoying because I hate the way that that thing is. And then down here. Into that one. Okay, and let's backtrack this a little bit because we're going to need to try to get this. Oh, it's right by where those line runs are. Okay, not good. Not good. So I'll move this out. Stay there. Better anyway. All right. And down here. I think we can make that go under there. Huh, we'd have to use a hypertube support, wall support. Can't tell it to telescope down. Never tried to put a stackable thing underneath here. Nope, can't do that either. Alright, we're gonna have to be tricky. So we'll use a wall. Then we'll use two walls. Use the foundation. Take out the walls. We'll make a little hypertubey thingy down here. It's gonna be a fun little ride. And then hypertube support, which we can control, but sadly it didn't go on the ceiling that way. And then we'll line up where we got it. Just like that. And then we'll use our horizontal vertical to make that go really nicely underneath there. Very nice. All right. And then cross this way. Watch out for trains. Is that going to touch my train? No. Cool. And then we shall turn it this way. Easy mode. All right. And then probably a little far, but we got it. And then now that's going to run under there. And I just take that out. Not my favorite, but we'll go with it. Good enough. Okay, now we got the hypertube in there so we can zip over here and just kind of buzz the rest of the way. Whoa, look at the beam. I think I've never noticed that before. Like a big old beam coming out of it, like a beacon. Weird. Alright, time crystals. Throw some more in there. Let's go. Neural. 104. I mean, we need 100. Alright, we're done. Take that out. Boom. Backlog me a ton in the thing. So don't need it on. Turn it off. Get this. Leave all that other stuff there for now. Now what I need is I need the time crystals. So, got that done too. There we go. Man, we're on a roll today, man. We're just knocking it out, one after another after another. Now, again, I've already finished the game before, everybody, so it's not like my first time playing. Plus, I played for literally several thousand hours in the game. And some people play for 5, 10, 20,000, crazy amount of hours. I don't play that much, but I do play a bunch because the game is super fun. So there we go. So we need about, let's say, 230 more of our time crystals, and we're going to unlock the next part of the game. Easy peasy. We're going to get our blueprinter, which is pretty sweet, and then we have to make a bunch of our superposition oscillators. And we have, again, to use our aluminum there, so we're going to need our aluminum plates there. We have a bunch of that already. Our superposition oscillator, which is going to be in the quantum encoder. Okay, well, let's go see if we can make another quantum encoder while we're doing this. Probably not, because we are going to use our time crystals there. Whoa, there's 400. There's already 400 time crystals in there. Whoa, okay. Never mind. We'll just go ahead and use those right now. Apparently it's been backlogging in there that whole entire time, and now we are good to go. Hey-o! Ada's got something to say.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
Why you gotta throw a little dig in there, Ada? Don't make me come in there and dismantle you now. Don't be all sassy. She's a sassy girl. How are we doing on our nuclear pasta? Another 42 there as well. Okay, now we're making some progress on our pasta. Let's get our pasta. Your pasta takes a long time, by the way, everybody. You want to let that sucker run and run and run. It's usually the thing that takes the longest out of all of those. I can usually do those other three faster than I can do the nuclear pasta. But if I had enough power, I could make it go really, really fast. If I wanted to take the time to do the power. What we really need is aluminum. Aluminum is going to help us in the next stages. And I had burned up all of my aluminum things, which is funny because I had so many of those things that were coming out my ears. But now we're going to need our aluminum casings, and we're going to need a whole lot of them, as well as aluminum sheets as well, which we do have 10 boxes deep of those, but we probably use a lot of those for belts. So we'll see how that looks out. Okay, we can put these back in here. Throw some diamonds in there too. Summer sloop, which we forgot to use. I forgot to do my summer sloop. Ooh, we can try our thing out. Let's go. Gotta get over here. Oh, it's already done now. I don't need the summer sloop. It was already done. Yeah, it's already done. Don't need it. That's funny. Over here, we don't need a lot of extra of that. This is already doubled up. We don't need double diamonds. We got plenty of that. And again, we'll just let it keep running them time crystals into the thing. So awesome. Got all that done. We got about 12 minutes till the pod comes back again. Seriously doubt we're going to get all these next resources done. But let's go ahead and take this back, and we'll think about our next stage. Again, we just unlocked stage 4. We've already done several of the stages. And usually when I get to this point, again, all I need is 10 boxes full of all that other stuff, and I can then make tons and tons of other stuff from it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and work on this part here. So turbo motors, SAM fluctuators. We probably have a lot of this. So let's just go ahead and take a bunch of these out. We need 1,000 of those. We'll let those fill back up again. Turbo motors, we need 250. We got 250, easy. Now again, a lot of that stuff's being made way up there, but then it's run in the Awesome Sync, so I don't have to go and track it down. We're going to need a lot of radio control units, and we currently are not running into the thing there. Let's go find out what's up with those. Let's check out what's going on with our radio control units. And up we go. Up, up, and away! Do, 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 do. Why don't we have any Superman games, everybody? What the heck? I mean, if they can make a really awesome Batman game, why can't they make an awesome Superman game? I know why, because they have terrible writers at DC. That's why. At least in the past. Hopefully this new Superman's going to be good. Or there's going to be a serious smackdown. Can DC make a good story? I mean, Wonder Woman was pretty good because the lady who played it, Gal Gadot, was actually a really great Wonder Woman. And I love the fact that the original Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, was at the end, too. I love that part. Sorry, spoiler. I love that Linda Carter was in there as well. I grew up with the Linda Carter version of Wonder Woman. And of course, used to watch Wonder Woman, $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman as well. What other crazy shows that were like, you know, superheroes like that? The Hulk. With Lou Ferrigno, who did a great job on that, and a bunch of that other stuff. Now, the funny thing about being a kid, everybody, you don't understand all that other stuff that's going on. You just say, oh, it's the Hulk. He's going and he's smashing things, and he's angry, and he's running around. But as you get older, you realize there's a whole bunch of subtext in all of that stuff as well that you don't really understand until you get older and whatnot. I've watched those series since I was a kid, most of them. I see, you know, every now and again, like when I used to watch A-Team when I was a kid, you know, dun 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 dun. I love the theme songs. And now that I watch it as an adult, I'm like, oh, okay, sure. They shoot bullets and no one ever gets hit. Right. They're always shooting right at each other, but, you know, with automatic weapons, and nobody ever gets killed, nobody ever gets shot. Nobody ever gets hit by the actual automatic weapons. And I'm like, okay, sure. Suspend disbelief there. They're just curving all the bullets, everybody. That's what it is. Now we need a lot of these suckers, man. Holy mackerel. We need like 500 of those radio-controlled units. And it doesn't seem like it's making enough of them. Alright, let's follow this. Figure out where this is going. It's going into here. Which we can grab these ones off the belt. Oh, is there a bunch in there? Whoa, there's a whole bunch in there. Let's just grab them all. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, still close. We'll grab all the ones off the belt. And then we're going to go to this side and see if we can snag some wherever we're running them over this way. Should have followed the belt. This is the problem with spaghetti, everybody. You have to follow the belts all the time, right here. So this is going up, and then across. Oh yeah, that's definitely backlogged. Over here. We're snagging that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Dang it, still not close enough. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. So we got 500, 250 of those. We need our SAM fluctuators here. Okay. Now we got 1,000 of those. And now I need the other little thingies. So let's get those going. My little way down here. I love to listen to the particle accelerator. It's so cool. Yeah, break time. I already took a break a bit ago, but I will be taking another break here in just a bit. I'm going to go ahead and get this going. Okay, still 7 minutes left, and we want to get our item here, which is our superposition oscillator. Superposition oscillator. Right there, and also by the way, we can go in here and just clear this out. If you keep forgetting it like me, just add the thing over here so you remember what the heck you're doing. So I'm trying to make a dark metal crystal, and we already have this stuff already ready to rock. So we need our superposition oscillator, and it's in the quantum encoder. Oh, I got a hypertube. I don't need to walk. Watch my trains. Go, trains, go. Just so happens. Already got a quantum encoder. And I can go ahead and make my superposition oscillator in the same exact thing. I know, I just blew your mind. Like, no way, Kismet. Oh, yeah, way. Yeah, way. Boy. Lots of loot there. All right. Run that back in there. And what do we need? A dark matter crystal is what we need. And that is done in the particle accelerator. And yes, that's going to use our dark matter that we've been backlogging over here for that purpose. Okay, then we'll take our particle accelerator. And we need some more. It would be easier to take these out. Here, and here, and go, little train, you got this. And then put in our foundations. Easy peasy. There we go. Good enough. Okay, so we're going to use our output here to put in another particle accelerator. Now, this one you're really pushing your power needs over here. And we'll tell this to go ahead and make our dark matter crystals. And we will take our piping. And we'll go ahead and actually check where our lifter's got to be. Just in case. It's not bad. And 1, 2 back like this, and then boom. All right, and then we need to do power. Okie dokie. Ah, look at it, cool. It's glowing. It glows. Okay, diamonds. I don't think we're gonna have any problem with diamonds. I think we got a bit of that. Let's go ahead and do it like this. Just go ahead and tap some of them diamonds and bring them right over here. Okay. Run that under and utilize those. Also offset that line. That's a good question. Good questiones. So we can take the diamonds and run them down over here. Game's getting laggy. Probably from that crash earlier. Throwing me off right here. Diamonds. There. Probably a little far. Yep, too far. So here. Okay. Diamonds! Okay, diamonds going in. Another particle accelerator going on. Dark matter crystals coming out. And so over here we need to take those dark matter crystals and stick them in here. What do we have running in there right now? Down here. Yeah. Bygones. We'll just go ahead and take this part out, and we'll leave that in case we need them trigons later. But we'll go ahead and work this Spaghetti City here a little bit. Through there. Up into there. Very nice. So it's basically going to use the dark matter residue that it made here that I backlogged to basically make the dark crystals that I need for the next part. I know, again, it's like when you're thinking that far ahead, everybody, it's pretty fun. Pretty fun to get that going. Oh, it's back. Okay, again, I didn't think we were going to get those done in time, but that's how it goes. Dark matter crystal should go back this way and should be inputting here. Production online. There we go. Crystal oscillators and sheets. Those are going to be an issue because those are all way up on the top there as well. Let's think. Yeah, how many of these do we really need? We need 100. 12.5 per minute. We're going to overclock it. We're going to double it. 25 per minute. So in 4 minutes, we're going to get all of those. Going to burn a lot of dark matter though. And we'll let this backlog and we'll go get our crystal oscillators and so on. And then we'll just put another box here for our crystal oscillators and our other stuff there. Let's leave all that there and go get that stuff. Let's go. I can just get it out of the dimensional depot, but you'll see why I'm not doing that here in just a second. Very fun to do it under the thing, which is really cool. I think it should do first person though. Or at least give you the option. It's like as close as you can get. It's like I'm behind the guy, or behind the lady, actually. Getting it going on. Good morning, Kismet. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope you and your family are well. Yeah, my family is very good. I'm doing well. Doing some long streams, 18-hour streams, and then 9-hour stream. Right now we're at 8 hours. Actually, almost 9 hours. Stream again today. Feeling strong, everybody. Getting stronger every single day, like Rocky. Getting stronger. Okay, we'll get up here for some crystal oscillators. Let's go ahead and snag a bunch of those as well. Over here. Crystal oscillators. Now, this is why I want to clear my inventory, because I'm just going to take them all, and then I'm going to go to this box. I'm going to take them all again. And I'm just going to manually do what I call offline production, where I just drop a tremendous amount of them in there that are already produced. We zipped on by. All right, learn to work here, fingers. Hypertubes are fast. They're about as fast as a train. Train typically, depending on if you're going up and down slopes, is a little faster, I think. Depends on your slope values. Overall, I like trains better, but just as functional. And I don't have to drive the train, or if the train's going somewhere else, you know, worrying about jumping off. Great thing about hypertubes, you can set yourself going and then, you know, make yourself a sandwich and come back if you're going clear across the zone. All right, crystal oscillators there. And then we'll go ahead and make another box just to put a little extra. Right, very nice. Off we go again. Junctions for the win. Then I can just go in the junction that I know leads me to where I'm going. And if I don't want to go up, I can go down right there or wherever I want to go. So again, I don't build as many hypertubes as I used to because I don't think they're really that useful and they constantly absorb power. If you don't have a priority switch on them where you can turn them off, they'll just suck up tons and tons of power. And then you're spending all this time making power for hypertubes. Okay, aluminum sheets over here. I certainly have a lot of those, I know. Let's go check it out. Boom. And more boom. Oh, actually no. Oh, I'm running out. That was it. Where are them aluminum sheets going? Oh man, I used those aluminum sheets up. What are they making? Heat sinks. Oh, I better stop. I better stop. Otherwise, I will run out of aluminum things. Won't be able to make my stuff there. I left some in the dimensional depot in case. But those are my belts right now. But that's okay. We can use what we got. And I think that might be enough to get us over the hump here. To get us where we truly want to be. Again, you see I'm just unlogging. Because again, I did all this other work, setting up all the power, setting up all the stuff, backlogging all those resources for this moment. And then when I'm in the last tier actually goes faster than all the other tiers because I set it all up way in advance so that it was easy at this point. Because I think that's that far ahead. Because I've played through the game many times. That's what gives me an advantage, is that I've played through, 30, 40 times. And I know what stages are coming up. Makes it a little easier to say, oh, okay, that's what we're doing. Okay. And there we go. Now it's going to go ahead and make us some superposition oscillators. And then it's just going to go ahead and run them right in here and run them into the awesome sink. And we need 100 of them. So we definitely want to double that up. Double mint gum. And again, in about 4 minutes, we are going to have, hopefully, enough if we don't run out of dark matter or... No, we've got enough of these, 75 per minute, so we need 4 minutes worth, so we need 250 of those. And we have 200. The 250? 75 is 150. It's 300. We need 300. We already have 200. I think we got this. That's using 26,000 power right now. That's fun. Let's go look at our power over here and see if we're using our backup battery right now. We're getting close. We're really pushing our power limits. Again, we're overclocking stuff, everybody. We don't have to overclock stuff. We just wait. Yeah, look at that. Woo, mama. Look at it. It's all over the place. Oh, yeah. See that battery kicking in just a little bit? Look at that power acceleration. Holy moly. Because we have a whole bunch of accelerators running at the same time. But, rock solid. It'll still run infinitely. Because it'll go all the way up and all the way down. My batteries will kick in. I got 30,000 power on my battery power. And then it will come back down below my power production. Now, you don't really want your power production to be the way I have it right there, where it's gray up and down, up and down. You want it to be nice and consistent gray line. But that has to do with my fuel power, and I can make that a consistent line if I want to. All I have to do is just take out the fuel generators that I don't have enough fuel for, and it will be a nice solid gray line. And I'd have less production. So it doesn't really matter. I could just go ahead and leave it like that, and it'll be fine because I do have the battery. Not only my online batteries, there's about 30,000 megawatts of online batteries, but I have 30,000 of backup batteries that are just sitting there fully charged. If anything goes wrong, if all of my power suddenly kicks off, I can go figure out what the problem is, flip that backup battery, and then everything turns right back on again, which is pretty awesome. Just like you would have in your house, everybody. If you lost power in your house and you have a backup battery to run all of your stuff in your house, that's basically what that is, but for a factory instead. All right, using a lot of power there, 43,000. So we went from like 6,000 earlier to 43,000 because we're in a hurry. But no problems. No problems, all good. Again, especially this right here, everybody. We're really, we could really boost this one as well to just overclock the heck out of it. But this is the one that's using most of the power, 26,000 power. And that's just to get those dark oscillators going a bit faster, or superposition oscillators going a bit faster. And we'll get that done in just a few minutes. While we're waiting, though, we can go ahead and get this stuff out of inventory. Oh, look, we're at 231 there on our nuclear pasta. We're about a quarter of the way. We have 24 there. Yeah, so about we are at a quarter of the way on our nuclear pastas as well. So let's unlock something else. Again, I'm making this look easy. Again, there's a lot of pre-work, though, everybody. We did a lot of modular building and all of that stuff. To make, oh, I set all that stuff down. Oh, my bad. Use our hyper tube. Let's go back and pick it up. Pick another hyper tube that goes like this. Put it up high so I don't have to jump over it. Also, it won't accidentally pull me in there, which is also very annoying. Okay, came back for a loot. And see, this is a good use of minimum amount of hypertubes. Just to get me from A to Z. Alright, those in, those in. What was the other thing? Turbo motors here. Oh, a little close on those turbo motors. Alright, we need some more turbo motors. Take them out of there, throw them in there. GG's all around. Take those turbo motors, throw them back in there again. Throw some trigons. Oh, trigons are already full. Got some of these. Okay, that's good. Those. How about these? These are probably full. Those are full. Yes. How about some diamonds? Throw those in there. Put our ammo back in there. No, our ammo's full too. We can sort all that later. How about some of this? I don't think we put any of that in there. All good now. Okay. And now we're just waiting on our superposition oscillators. No, we're not. How about we're already done with our superposition oscillators and we're ready to open up the next stage. Making this look easy. Ada, tell us all about it.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology after you're done with project assembly.
Okay, I'll take care of that or not. Okay, so we got that done. We're ready to the very last milestone in the game. Crushing it today, everybody. Crushing it. Now, here's the thing, everybody. We already have all of these things along the way. Now, the only thing that we don't have is our aluminum sheets because we just used them all up. So one thing that we will need to do is to get our box right again and to do aluminum. But we will make a crazy ton of it as well. And then this is one of my favorite milestones, everybody, because you just absolutely are just crushing it when you have these really, really fast belts. And the last time I played, I just played until the game was done. But it is awesome to come back and actually use those high-speed stuff and revamp your whole base for that high-speed production. And then when I do my level 6 blueprints, everybody, when we go in to do those, that's when we're going to build Mega Build, where we build all the fancy stuff. We put all the fancy lights and all of that stuff in there, and we will do a pretty incredible big Mega Build as well, and get our Fixonium fuel rod eventually. And all of this stuff over here. And then again, scaling everything up to an incredible degree. Okay, so we got all of those things. So we need our satellite ports. And I know exactly where to do our very first satellite port, which is right here. So let's go ahead and see if we can get these going. Now, I have never used these ever, everybody. You're like, Kismet, no way. I'm saying, yep, I've never used it ever. And the reason why is I have saved it until right now. That's right, I have saved it to this very moment. So you can see me do it first.
You have finally built a portal. Perhaps now your progress won't be as slow. To ensure no further delays happen, I will give you some tips.
Okay.
A functional portal is two-way and requires one main and one satellite portal, each only connecting to the other. Establishing a portal connection will require input of singularity reactors, vast amounts of power, and some patience. Before you continue, you could still change the placement of that one. It seems suboptimal.
Oh, it is perfect. It's exactly where I want it. Okay, now we can go ahead and run the power, which is in a weird spot in the center. But we'll go ahead and run that power. And we're going to go ahead and do that. Nope, got to do this first. Now, out here in the center of my road, which you can see is in yellow, there's always some sort of connector along this that I can tap into. One way over there. That I can tap in for power. So we'll go ahead and put that in there. Oh, fancy. Fancy, fancy. Put that like that. All right, we got a fancy portal. What happens if we go in it now? It takes us nowhere. We also got an input over here. Select the portal link. No fuel. We need a singularity cell to make this work. Okay. And so we need some nuclear pasta. We need all these other things that we are making up there to make all of these singularity cells. And it uses so many per minute, too. Wow, okay. Never bothered to make these because I was always making the nuclear pasta for that. But eventually, when we're done making them 1,000, we'll backlog these, and then we'll go ahead and use the teleporter. Now, that's why we need the input here, because that is for fuel and not for teleporting stuff. Because I wasn't sure, because I never bothered to do the portal, because I wanted to wait for the mega playthrough. And so that's what it is right there. So it's actually fuel that fuels the teleporter. So now we know. Now I know exactly where I'm going to want that teleporter to go. Let's go to the other side. And when we get this all working, this will be the last time we have to take these hypertubes, and now you know why I didn't make too many hypertubes. And again, everybody, we're in the final stages of the game yet again. I have won it after release, and I have also won it in early access, multiple times in early access. This is my second full playthrough after release. Kind of been trying to wait for an update, but they're taking a bit of time on that update. But we'll come back and also use, when the update comes out, we'll come back and we're going to revamp our whole base when we get into truly mega building, everybody. We've just been doing boxes for now. But when we use the highest level blueprinter, that's when we're going to embellish a lot of our stuff. And all of this, of course, will go eventually by the wayside. But I do want to go ahead and try the teleporter right over here. And we'll go ahead and put the satellite here. Oh, we don't have enough of these thingies. Let's go see some, if there's some around here I can schneck from somewhere. Honestly, can't remember where I'm running them. Radio control unit. Some on the belt. Grab them. Some backlog in the box. Oh, there is. Thank you, thank you. I should be running some of these into the dimensional depot. We have another dimensional depot we can use. We do, but it's blocked. No, oh, we don't have any more Mercer spheres. All right, I'll just take it. I'll just grab it out of the box for now. All right, let's make our first satellite portal. Say right there. Okay, and then run this here. And tie that into our power somewhere. And tie it in there, but I can see it's actually going down here. Tie the power. Oh, I heard it made a funny noise. Let's go. Select link portal. Select link. Oh, I gotta give it a thing. I gotta give it a name. We're gonna call this storage portal. Yeah, storage portal, available product. We did a link. Like that. Now can we go in the portal? No. Can't go in the portal. Okay, because we need those fuel. And we need the fuel. Oh, only on the teleport side. Oh, okay. On the entrance side. On the main one is where we need the power, and then on this one we don't, which is great because we typically will have our main resources where our main portal is. So very, very fun. Very fun. All right, back we go. Eventually, we'll get to the point where we don't have to take these hypertubes anymore. Really, that's the place I go the most, unless it's something like going way out to where my uranium is or something like that. But I could just take a train for that. I could put a bunch of portals all over the place, but I would imagine this takes a tremendous amount of power. Okay, back here is where we want to set up this production. So we want to go here and singularity cell. Clear this. Singularity cell. And a to-do list. And what does it take to make it in the manufacturer? Okay, I know right where to put that manufacturer. Right behind that sucker. There we go. All right, singularity cell. Let's see if we have any nuclear pasta in the thing. I think we do. And, oops, nuclear pasta. We'll go ahead and use up some of that. And the dark matter crystals, I don't think we put in there yet. Let's go get our dark matter crystals in there. A lot of those things. We can turn this off. And then we're going to divert this here. Oops. We're gonna make a lot of those. Burn up this dark matter residue. How much we got left? Holy mackerel. A whole lot. Burn it up, baby! And run it into things so I don't have to carry it. Again, that's why I backlog all of that so I can come back and utilize it for the next stage. It's funny how you remember certain things and some things you don't. I remember that because, again, I had to figure that out of how to make all that work. All right, so over here we need also dark matter crystals. Let's just do some more offline production. We're going to go ahead and put this one this way. We're going to put this one this way. Put this one that way and this way. Backwards. Love how it just does all the 90s for you. It's so cool. All right, dark matter crystal. Dark matter crystal. 250 of them ought to get it started. 250 there. Okay, what else we need? Iron plates and concrete. Oh, no power. We need that power. Just run this right down in there. Okay, yes, they're going in there now. Okay, now these other ones are really easy. Iron plates, we got 1,000 of those. We'll just take them, throw them in there. The other thing was concrete. Right here, a couple thousand of that. Throw that over here. Okay, that should start up and start making some stuff after that concrete gets in there. Wow, 200 per minute. This is another good time to use our summer sloops. None in there. None in there. Definitely want to go snag some of those. Back this way. Get it out of there. I'm using it here to double up on that dark matter residue. And we can just use 2 for now, or we can go snag some from some of that production up above that I don't really need that much right now. But again, just trying to maximize the resources that I do have so I don't have to make that much stuff. Really, the only thing I would need to do is aluminum. And I probably actually have enough aluminum sheets over here just to put them in there. And now, I actually probably have all of that. I think about it. Aluminum sheets here. Go find out. We'll use the hyper tube. Yeah, I think I have enough aluminum sheets. I don't know if I have 250 of those things though. Definitely have that many plates. At least I think I do. We'll find out on that too. Okay, first aluminum sheets is the thing we have. Oh, we do have enough of that, and we have a bunch left over. Nice, okay. And we probably want to just put a box out the back here. We already have one. No, that's not it. Just let's take this out of the way. Just put a box out in opposite direction this way. I always put it in the opposite direction of other stuff around, so I can just drop that in there. And we want to go get plates. Glad I added these hyper tubes. It definitely goes faster. Yeah, I don't even know if I can fit 10,000 plates in my inventory. Maybe. Find out. Yeah, we grabbed those. We grabbed that aluminum at the perfect time. We grabbed it out of there before it burnt it all up, and we didn't have our 5,000 left, which we do. So let's go over here and get ourselves a bunch of plates. We still got a whole bunch of that. I can't remember how many rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Weird number. 8, 9. Hey Siri, what's 8 times 9? Hey Siri, what's 72 times... Hey Siri, what's 72 times 200? Okay, 14,400 just in these rows here, not counting these last rows here. So that should be enough. And if it wasn't enough, I'd just do it twice. I think we got this. I think we're going to finish phase 5 right now. Literally took us how many hours? 9 hours to do phase 5? Really, that's just building stuff most of the time. Again, didn't need any additional power. 40,000 power right now, and even that, we're kind of dipping below that 40,000. Didn't need it. I think that's more impressive than building gigantic structures for no reason. Trigons. We probably have a bunch of trigons. We have 1,000 trigons in there. Right there. And we need our time crystals. That's going to be the thing. How many do we got? 1,000. Okay. And that's it. If you aren't impressed by that, everybody, you should be. You should be.
Milestone reached.
I'm showing
After
you the
close
best way to play this game, everybody, how to
were
crush it.
identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds. The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
Always digging on peeps. All right, off it goes, everybody. Running that last bit of stuff up there, and that's it. We basically finished the hub. You no longer need the hub at all, because the hub is done. You might use it for making stuff if you feel like it, but now we can do our level 6 belts, everybody. And what this allows me to do is extract resources at its full capacity speed. Now, this is something they added way late in the game, way after early access into release. And you can see that we're making the very things that we need. Trigons and tons and tons of the crystal things. And we just want to keep making those crystal things on and on and on forever. Because, again, in the same thing with Trigons, we just want to keep making as many of those as we possibly can, so that we end up with the ability to make tons and tons of conveyor belts. So those I would run into the Dimensional Depot, absolutely, for sure. But let's go ahead and pick ourselves an extraction down here on our pure nodes to be the first one. I'm probably, if I was going to pick any of the ones that I think are the most vital, it would probably be limestone. But in this case, I'm going to actually go to the copper. And we're going to check it out. Turn our light on. And again, you can see I have a pre-done thing here. And you can see it's going at 780 right now. And you can see I can overclock it and it will go at 1200. But it just doesn't have the belt speed to make that happen. But now that we are in that max stage, we can go ahead and change this and change this. And now we're going to have some fun. We're going to go in and upgrade this. Boom. That's now going at 1200. But you got to get it coming out of here at 1200. So you definitely want to go in and upgrade that little guy there. Now this thing is absolutely smoking at maximum speed. So now it's going in here. It's going in this inside. We want to make that go faster. And then, of course, we want to make our outputs go faster. We see we're using the upper output. And then we'll go ahead and just follow it along its way. Faster. Faster. Hey, what's up, little lizard doggo? Oh, you want me to help you out, buddy? Oh, you're stuck under there. There you go. There you go, little buddy. You're all good now. Now, why am I doing copper first? Because copper is being used right now for a bunch of stuff that I need for nuclear power, and a bunch of stuff I need for other resources. Which one is copper? This one. And so basically I just doubled my copper production or extraction. As long as I don't miss a belt here, this is going to be filling this up like crazy. It's a really fun part of the game, everybody. Really fun moment. Oops, the wrong one, but that's okay. We'll just leave it. Trying to just do one so I know which one I'm doing. Yes. You can see that we are actually running low on that copper there. Yeah, it actually burned up all the copper. Awesome. Okay, now we got a lot of copper work to do. Now we're going to have to redo all of this, and the reason why is because a lot of these lifters are also, and belts are the slower lifters, so this is a Mark 6 going into there. We'll go ahead and do all the back parts here first. I would do all of the little mini, if you're using my blueprints here, everybody, I would do all the little mini parts first. All of those first, and then go down and double check that you got all of them. And there's one there, one there, and one there. And then we'll do all of our lifters. Remember, that's 1,200 per lifter there. It's really awkward in here. I think we're good. Going One look. Yep. We all good. Okay, now other side. Okay, so we want to go ahead and upgrade all these belts. Belts. Lifters. Lifters. And then all of these. Do the small parts first. Upgraded the wrong one. Ah. Got confused, but that's okay. We're going to end up upgrading all these anyway. This here. There. It's really important not to miss anything. Because anything you miss is going to slow down the whole process. Okay, those all look good. Good. We got that one. We got this. Okay, so now all of those are going down through the box faster. You can see it's going really fast there. And then this, of course, is being slowed down by the belts underneath. So let's go up here. Again, definitely take a look at which one we're doing. We're doing this one. And then again, just doing the one that we're trying to speed up. Here. There. By the way, I don't necessarily have to do the side ones. All I have to do is get it down through here faster as well. Doing something weird. Back down, there we go. And then we're also taking some of this and running this down, so we want to do that. I know exactly why they enclosed that, everybody. You know why they enclosed that? To help you with your frame speed, because that's going so fast. I can tell you exactly why they did it. The amount of resources are going to be running. I know, kind of feel like upgrading these anyway. Okay, those are smoking. And then down here. Doesn't matter if you're extracting it faster. If you can't get it there faster, it don't matter. And going down. I haven't forgotten about that brake. I'm gonna get it going on. Right now, 9.5 hours in. Take that break here in a moment. Just want to get this ore over here up faster, faster, faster. Out. There we go. 1,200 ore. Our first 1,200 ore extraction is our copper. Very nice. I like it, I like it. We're also siphoning some of this copper out of the storage. And I bet you we've used a whole bunch of it up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we used up all of our backlog. Awesome. Oh yeah, the whole backlog is out of there. Nice. Yeah, and I've made the backlog so it would jumpstart this part, and then so when we get to this stage, we just did all the stages. GG's. Look at this little bit of craziness. This is a load balancer I built onto the side here. So it balances those all to the different ones. Because what it's doing is it's trying to go in and convert all this stuff in here to copper powder. We're not producing enough of that for sure to support both the nuclear power and that at the same time. But I just used the backlog to unlock that easily. And now what I would do is tear this entire base down and redo the entire thing. Because I'm that guy. I'll probably leave the trains, but I'm that guy, everybody. So I have like different stages that I go through when I completely tear the base down and redo it. The first stage, backlog, I'm telling you, you just need about 10 boxes worth of any given resource in the beginning of the game. Backlog those 10 boxes. And then when you get to the end like I am, you could just, boom, build out that stuff as long as you're smart about it. If we'd gone too long, though, we would have used up our aluminum, but we caught it just in time, and we basically unlocked every single phase in the game. Now, the only phase left is for me, oh, look at the cool smoke coming off the top of that. The only phase left is to run our nuclear pasta right here, which I find is usually the one that takes the longest. And that's only because I'm running it slower. If I had made a massive amount of power, I could go ahead and make a lot more. But that's pretty much it that we need to do. And then the rest of it, we just want to kind of let it run. Now, the reason why we want to let it run is so that we have a lot of our trigons and our crystals there. We also want to let it backlog a bunch of those nuclear pasta and whatnot. Now we could set up the other processes, those 3 other processes there, but we're not going to do those for a while anyway because we're not really going to finish the game. You're like, well, Kismet, isn't that the point? It is the point unless you're mega building. If you're mega building, then there comes a point about right now where you switch from square boxes to fancy pants stuff that you build, right? I feel like it's really not worth it. Look at the heart way up there at the top. Very cool. I don't feel like it's worth it until you basically get to this stage because you really need all of the tools available to you to be able to really build it out in basically its final form, right? Its final stages as well. Let's make sure that this is running. Do we run out of diamonds, really? How did we possibly run out of diamonds? Probably used them all up, that's how. Got some diamonds running underneath there, too. Where are those diamonds going? Are we running those diamonds over here? I forgot. Okay, yeah, we're using the diamonds on both sides. Okay, now's a good time to use the summer sloop on here. Because we want this to keep making these time crystals. So let's check our summer sloops. Not enough. So, we're using them on time crystals now. Do I need the dark matter things? Probably don't need the dark matter things as much. 152 of them in there too. That I can crank down so it's not burning all those diamonds. And then this I would rather crank up because I can crank this up by 2. I can also take this out down here because I don't need to make those anymore. And then double up on the diamonds and then also make the diamonds go faster. Really 1.5 the diamonds. Now this is just going to crank out diamonds. Cranking out 112 of those diamonds per minute. And then those diamonds are purely going to be dedicated toward the time crystals. Got to make 30 per minute. What if I have any in here? I can just throw in there. 16. Throw them in there. That's just going back and forth, pumping those suckers out. Nice. Now again, let's check our power, make sure we're not doing too much that's going to cause our whole thing to go off. Usually on the high side right now, 22,000 power. I'm telling you, I'm super efficient, everybody. I think that's more impressive than anything else. Building gigantic things, cool, that's easy. But doing it super efficiently, because your mandate is efficiency first, right? That's your mandate from Fix-It. I've shown you how to do it right there. Finish the entire game, easy mode, with just about 40,000 power, roughly. I could probably do it with 30, and a whole lot of backup power. I could probably do it with 20 if I had a whole lot of backup power, which I could totally do because those backup power things are cheap. I wish I had realized earlier that these things are like super cheap, and you could just make 50,000 of those things, everybody, and have 100,000 backup power, and only need use the power when you need it, and then when it goes up above your power, it would then dip down, and so on. And you could just keep a backlog of power for when you need it. So yeah, it's going to crank an absolute ton of those out as well. All right, crank those out. Keep that a rocking and a rolling. Now, I don't need the dark matter crystals right now because I have a few of them, and we're going to use the singularity cells here and see if it'll let us teleport. That's the big thing we want to get going. So we wanted to unlock as far as we could, and we ended up unlocking everything. Phase 4, the entire Phase 5. And again, I could basically finish the game right now. All I have to do is just let that stuff run up there. And over time, it would make every single one of those because I could just take all the resources I already have and finish it. But we're going to come back. We're going to revamp all the factories. We're going to revamp all the things in the highest level blueprinter. And of course, I'll make those all available to my patrons as well, especially all the fancy ones for all of you. The fancy schmancy ones. We're using our teleporter. That's what we're going to do. All right, we've got some singularity thingies over here. What are we missing? Plates. Really? I've got a lot of plates I can give you right now. I don't think I came back and put a bunch of plates in there. Or enough, anyway. Okay, we'll get that going. Now, it has a bunch of singularities, so apparently every time I go... Oh, yes, so look at it. Every time I go in and out of here, it's going to use one of these. Let's go. Cool. And here I am. Up at the top. Very cool. Yeah, that worked good. Again, it's the first time I've used the portals, everybody. Yeah, a little less anticlimactic than I thought. I thought it was going to be like, you know, Stargate, where you're like through all of the thing. But apparently not. Apparently it's like, woo, it's a tunnel. You're there. Makes me want to watch Stargate again, though. All right, we're not doing anything else here because we are not using our adaptive wires, so we can go ahead and put those in there. Or wait, actually, I'll just use them when I get there. Not doing anything else with those, making as many of those as we can. Again, we're going to run out of aluminum, that is for sure. But that's still going. Wow, that's still, all that extra stuff I backlogged is still running aluminum sheets there. And again, we don't need any water. We don't need all the other processes that come before it, the box right. You can see I just have a bunch extra from the beginning. So definitely make a bunch of aluminum scrap. Imagine you had 10 boxes of aluminum scrap. You wouldn't have to run your aluminum at all anymore. You could just run the converter here, the forge, or the smelter. I think it's the forge, the name of that thing. I always forget the name. It's the foundry, that's the name of it. The foundry, and you could just run this all day. And silica is really easy to make. I think actually one of the toughest things in the early game is actually the crystal oscillators. Those crystal oscillators take a really long time. A really, really long time. And again, look at that water in that loop. That water just coming up in a perfect loop. And now we don't have to make, we can take this out. Now we don't have to worry about it anymore. And you can see I don't need to make any plastic anymore either because the water is just running in that loop. And it's actually a really great way of doing your water because then you never have to worry about the pumps and the pumps getting screwed up, or you log out, you log back in, or you restart the server and you're like, hey, why is my water not working? This works very, very effectively, I find, to package it and run it in. Now, of course, we're going to be doing this to the extreme degree. now that we have our higher end belts, and we will again redo all of our modular stuff in the fancy schmancy next week. And I think that is a pretty good place to stop, everybody. I think there's not much else I can do except for wait around for it to make a crazy ton of nuclear pasta over here, which it is doing. How much does it have backlog over here? 100, 200, 300, 431. Plus this. This is 531. That's 731. So we're 300 away. What's stopping us? Fused modular frames. What's stopping our fused modular? Aluminum casings. Yeah, we should split that. Where's our aluminum casings running from? Here. We want a merge. More spaghetti. Okay. Aluminum casings here. Run some of those over that way. Yeah, we need about 300 more, and then we'll have our 1,000. And really, that's the hardest part of the whole entire game. Getting that 1,000 nuclear pasta, usually the hardest part. You've done that, boom, you basically won. The other 3 require a bunch of stages before that, and we're going to go in and make every single stage of the game. But we're going to make them for the end result thing, right? So we're going to go make a bunch of stages that make those 3 things. And we're going to make all of the resources just dedicated to those 3 things, and then let those run. And of course, make all of the resources so they fill all of our storage boxes. But all of this, of course, will be moved down here and, of course, embellished in our basically our giant factory city that we're building down here. And we'll, of course, revamp how we do all of our nuclear power. We'll revamp all of our other stuff as well. And show you kind of in-game stuff, not just in the game, but the end of the game type of building, right? Where you're just really going insane with your stylistic builds, which is going to be very, very fun. So we'll get to that as well. So cool every time. Okay, so we got our water looping. We got that going. We might be able to enter some more processes that could take the raw stuff and make it into aluminum scrap. We would need some coal and some silica solution. Let's go over to the refinery and see if we want to really do that, because we have a bunch of extra of that too, so we could let that run into there and then be making aluminum scrap. So we need aluminum solution, alumina solution, which we could make right there. And then we need bauxite and water, which we probably have somewhere. We have water. We know how to tap into that. Over here. We're just making a huge mess over here. But a fun mess. By the way, if you didn't know, by the way, that each machine has a certain built-in head lift that it can do. So it can actually push that water, even without a pump, a certain distance. A certain level of risen distance and a certain length. It's mainly about your head lift, right? So it has a certain head lift built in to most stuff. So you can rise it up just a little bit. I wouldn't get too crazy, but you can say rise it up just a little bit off the ground like that, and then be just fine to run that all the way over here. Way back over here. Oh wait, that's actually the direction I wanted to go. Like this. And then we need some bauxite. And we'll just throw a little bit of this in here to burn again. Burn some of our excess resources. And then we'll put power. And out over here and connect it there. Okay, we'll try it this way. There we go. Nope. Oh boy, here we go. There we go. Power connector problems. Again, aluminum solution. In there. And then we're going to need some coal. There. And bauxite, and then it's going to output some silica. We're going to run conveniently into the awesome sink, which just happens to be right there, which I forgot it was even there, but it's just luck. Why am I going to run silica in there and not back in a cycle? Because it'll stop. If it backlogs that silica, then the whole entire process will stop. And you don't want that to do that. And then aluminum solution, we need coal, so coal there. And we'll run over here and see what we got. What do we got hiding over here? And we probably have some in the dimensional depot as well. But you can see that I've just been taking all this extra resource I've just been throwing in boxes, letting it sort all the way to the into my sorter is now actually useful. So we can go in and we can see if we can find some coal. There's some right there. We also have some compacted coal there, I see. But we got regular coal here. What else do we got in here that we could just grab? This is regular coal. Don't really see any bauxite in here. Yeah. Compacted coal. Regular coal. Oh, there's some bauxite right there. Cool. Worth this stuff. More coal. It's compacted coal. Oh, more of this. Even better. That's already converted. Bauxite. Yeah, we're getting this cleared out. Oh, this is not even back here anymore. Nice. Okay. And sort all these out so we can see what we got. All right, give it one more look here. Regular coal. Bunch of these things we could put down below and use those over and over again. Actually, we just grab them and run them over there and have them run back automatically. I don't need them right this second, though. Nothing else in there. Bauxite there. Our inventory is full. Little bauxite there. Can't fit it in my inventory. All right. So again, using up all these excess allows me to not have to go and rebuild all that stuff if I don't need to. So over here, I'm going to throw some bauxite in there. Oh, I actually have a decent amount. Over here on this side, we're going to throw our coal in here. There we go. And then this right here, down here. Throw that in there. What else we got? Not much else. All right, all good, all good. Again, it'll just burn up the rest of that coal. and make a bunch of aluminum scrap and aluminum solution here. It'll burn up the rest of this bauxite, which I don't really need sitting in the thing. And it's also, I can go in and take the 400 that I have in the Dimensional Depot, throw that in there. And I probably don't need to throw the coal in there. That's fine. And then again, over here, it's going to be pretty much a huge amount of coal. I think I'd probably take this out. I'm not sure if I'm running my coal in the Dimensional Depot. Let's take a look. We sure are. Oh yeah. Lots of coal going to the Dimensional Depot right now. Actually, we just do this. That on the bottom part, and then put the rest at the top part. There we go. Nice. I wonder if we have so much extra silica that we could recycle that into... It will eventually stop. But we could probably recycle it back in the box because we are using it elsewhere. Yeah, we got like 3 boxes full of it. You know what? We will. We'll go ahead, recycle that back in the box for now. So we're using up some of that silica in another process, so I think it'll be fine. Plus, we only have so much bauxite, so it's only going to produce so much and then stop. Okay, so all that's good. We could be doubling up on this, I guess. Do I really need to? Doubling up over here. Yeah, let's double up on the aluminum sheets. Summer sloop. Double up at the end of the process as opposed to the beginning. And we're already doubling up on the aluminum casings. Alright. Doubling that one up. That one's doubled up. Nice. How about on our... Stop their turbo motors, all that other stuff is good. What about here? Modular engines? No. Magnetic field generator, we should turn off. It's already off anyway because of the versatile framework, but. Oh, right here. Pressure cubes. Yeah, we should have had that on the whole time. Double up our pressure cubes. Again, we need our stuff here. This is where we have our aluminum casing problem. I think with all of that, we should get pretty close. Again, we have 100, 200, 300, 430, 700. We have 44 in there. So right about 800, and then we'll need enough to get that other 200. Which is going to be pretty close. That's going to be pretty close if we get the 1,000 or not. But I think it'll be fine. Do we need to make any more of these radio-controlled units? Let's turn that off for right now. And then we can use those aluminum casings. Like that. We'll watch where they go. Double it back that way. Basically stop. And the rest of these are going to go this way. Just going to make is a lot more over here. And we're doubling those up. Okay. I think that should get us there. Just that we're not making aluminum casings very quickly. Let's go over here and see if we can upgrade these speed of these aluminum casings. And we don't need it to really be that quick, but why not? Why not? We got the power for it. And we certainly have the power shards. Let's go. 300 per minute. Aluminum magnets. How much is it producing here? 120 per minute. Oh, so this was producing more than it was burning up. Now it needs 225. Now this one needs to go faster. And go a double. 300 per minute. Right, awesome. Yeah, 300 per minute on the outside there. So that's now going to match the capacity of the other thing, and we're going to end up with a tremendous amount of those on the other end. This is going to double again, then double again on the next one, and double again on the next one. So that should be a lot of those. That should be enough. That should definitely be enough. A very, very efficient way of playing. Yeah, we're going to probably end up with a bunch of these nuclear pastas, but that's okay because we could use that for our teleporters. Yeah, we can see it's made 33 of them now. And yeah, it's just waiting for those to go. 2.5 per minute, 7.5 per minute. The only problem we could have is if we ran out of heavy modular frames before we ran out of aluminum casings. Let's go see. Again, the whole point is what I'm setting this all up for, everybody, is to let it run. And then we come back in a week, we check it, we see how it's good. Did it run out of power? Did it do the thing? Did it finish all the stuff that we wanted to finish? But let's go look at our heavy modular frames just to kind of think ahead here, everybody. Oh my goodness, no. No, I think we're good. Now remember, we're not producing any heavy modular frames. These are just the ones I backlogged. Remember, there's 5 boxes of it right there. I seriously doubt we're going to run out of that anytime soon. It's taking out the first box. Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay, so we're 9 boxes deep on heavy modular frames. I think we're good. That's not an issue. I'd say the aluminum is a bigger issue than anything else. Now that is just going to be firing those out like crazy. These should start to go faster than it's actually putting them in. Yeah, so now what we're doing is we're diverting. Oh, we still need our radio control units because that's what we need those radio control units for. Oh, we got to turn those back on because that would cause it to stop because it doesn't have enough radio control units. All right, let's flip those back on. Get those going too. How many radio control units do we have backlog? Man, we got a lot of those. We got a lot of those backlog. How much is it burning? 5 per minute. So 5 to trading 5 per minute. So 5. You need 1 per minute for all of those, and we need 200 more, which means we need about 200 radio units, 200 radio thingies. How many do we have? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 550. Yes. You know what we can do? Smart idea. Turn this down. It's producing them at a much slower rate, which means it's burning up less aluminum casings. And so when it's burning up less aluminum casings, more aluminum casings can be used in the other process. So that's going to use about 40 there. I think it's using about 240 over there, so that leaves enough for that to be running. Those are just cranking those out now. Again, doubling up on all the stuff. It's okay if that runs slower, but it's also going to double up on it. So that is now nicely balanced. So we're giving more to our heavy fused modular frames. So we're giving more over here. Yeah, this is full. Awesome. You don't want this to ever stop. You want this to keep running at the max speed. Now we could speed it up and let it run, but it's kind of a waste of power again because we're just going to let it run over time. Let's see how our power's doing. Huh. Okay, we're maxing out around 24,000 power, and we have 40,000 power. So that's nowhere even close. So one of the things you want to watch out for, of course, when you do let stuff run is that you run out of power or you run out of stuff. The only thing that could really trip us up there would be our nuclear power. If our nuclear power fills up the waste material, then we have a problem there. But in theory, and I've actually never done this in game, I've never got around to it because I usually at this point I finish the game and I'm done, and that is to get to our plutonium. Let's go ahead and use our teleporter again. Whee! That is cool. And let's go back and look at our plutonium stuff from tier 8 that we just basically ignored. Let's see, and we never got back to packaged rocket fuel either. We got to get back to that. Okay, particle enrichment here. So we could take our nuclear stuff and use our particle accelerator on it. Let's just go make one. Let's go out by our nuclear power first and figure a way of eliminating our nuclear waste, because there is a way to do it. There didn't used to be a way in early access, but there's actually a way now, and I don't know because I never bothered to do it because I just keep making boxes, and I just make 1,000 boxes and you just let it run. But if we're really going to let it run for a long time, we do need to solve our nuclear problem. And so let's go ahead and put our particle accelerator around and see if we can figure out our petroleum pellets here. So uranium waste, can we put these pellets, uranium waste and a non-fissile uranium, which is uranium and silica and uranium waste. Okay, well, let's go out here and see what we got. We're going to definitely need some silica out here, but we just happen to have some quartz over there that we could easily run out here and figure it out. We're going to get... Oh, I don't have my little radiation thingies. Oh, bad Kismet. Bad Kismet. Getting damaged. Some damaged fixed property. I'm in trouble. I got to go all the way back. Put my little filters down probably in front of the base, or right here, right there. Either of those. Bummer. But it's not that far. We can just run back. Oh, I got an even better idea. We'll run back, we'll grab those filters, then we'll take a break and we'll try to figure out how to get rid of that uranium waste. It was back out. There it is. Oh, and we got some summer sloops in there too. Oh man, I hate it when I just leave summer sloops laying around. That's why very often I do this, just so I don't forget them when I'm running around. Okay, we definitely want to keep some of this aluminum because we might need that later. Good time to take a break right there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do some words on stream, everybody. Now again, work together in the chat, earn yourself some Kiz Caps. Right here, and we're going to come back for even more cool stuff, try to figure out some new stuff that I've never done before. I've left it for this particular playthrough. Again, this is the mega playthrough, and this is just how to be super efficient and finish the game. And now what we're going to do is switch from super efficient to less efficient. Now be careful, everybody, because they do monitor you as your official Fix-It corporate trainer and showing you how to be super, super efficient. You now know, but you might get lasered from space if you are inefficient. That's not my department. That's someone else's department. I don't tattletale. I just tell you how to do the things. So there we go, everybody. Now, again, solve the puzzles, and I'll be back in just a bit. Good morning, Harm. What's up? Hello, Delphine. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and then I shall be back. Enjoy. I'm back, everybody. How you guys doing? Oh, we need a whole lot of words. Oh, I'm gonna try to help you. What we got? Lost. Oh, you already got that one. The one that I saw is there. Cost, you already got that one. Oh, came in too late on there, but hey, I appreciate Harm and Mark in there kicking some booty. There's 1,000 kids caps. Or a whole bunch of kids caps, 3,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat, for you guys being so awesome. I appreciate you guys in there working together as a team. All right, let's get in here and figure out some new stuff that I've never done, because I just never bothered to take the time to figure it out. Okay, now we've got our little iodine infused thingy things, and we are going to work our way back over here to the nuclear power. Let's go. Now don't forget to go out and retweet, everybody. Here is the link right there in the chat. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. We need 2 more heroes in the chat to go out there and show some love. And if you do, I'm going to give you even more Kiz Caps for hitting those 10 retweets. Right over there. It's free and it's an easy way of earning Kiz Caps. What do you use those for? Use those for giveaways here in the stream, everybody. The more you have, the more chance you have of winning those giveaways, because you can buy more tickets. Great way to earn tickets. Oh, look at our trains. Go get it, water train. Oh, bring me that water. Off you go. All right, over here we got our nuclear power popping off. How we doing? Yeah, 50 uranium rods in there, everybody. We got so many of those going. Water's looking good. All of them look like they're pumping out that stuff there. Wait a minute. Why is this? Oh, these are the actual things. Look how many of these we have, everybody. We have the maximum amount. You see they're all backlogged back over there too. We could probably put another one of these down and burn up that excess if we really needed to. But what we want to figure out is what this is producing, which is uranium waste. Okay, that is producing uranium waste. And we want to go over here and figure out how to get this going. Well, we could go ahead and process this uranium waste in our particle accelerator. Enough room to put that down? Yeah, let's put it down over here. So what we can do with our uranium waste is basically to go in and produce plutonium pellets. Now, I've never done this. I've waited until it's time to do it. We're going to need some sulfuric acid and other things here in the blender. So let's go ahead and also put a blender down as well. And oops, over here. We're going to need to blend up some stuff. Right over here, non-fissile uranium. Uranium waste, silica, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid. Nitric acid, huh? I don't think I've ever even bothered to make nitric acid before. Let's go see what that one's all about. Nitric acid. Nitrogen gas, water, and plates. Okay. So we've got water, we've got plates, and we got nitrogen gas. Make nitric acid. Yes, we could run some of the nitrogen gas over here. We could use some of this water that we're using, that we have a backlog. Iron plates are going to be the trickiest one out of all of that. But we do have the ability to make a bunch of plates because we do have an extra iron node that we're extracting that we're not using. So we could easily make the plates, we could bring the water, we could bring the nitrogen gas. Okay, so that's probably doable. Silica, we could go ahead and set that up. We got our nitric acid. The other thing would be our sulfuric acid, where we would need our more water, and we would need our sulfur, which is being dropped off over here. Let's go see how much sulfur we have. We probably have a bunch extra that we're not fully using. Oh my goodness, yes. We got a whole lot in there, and we probably have a massive backlog over here. Yes. That's the input. That means that's 10 boxes deep with sulfur. So definitely could use the sulfur to make some sulfuric acid. Train. How much sulfuric acid do we need in this process? Wow, 15 per minute, which is not very much. Nitric acid, how much is this burning up? 37 uranium waste per minute. Wow. Okay, that's burning up a whole lot of that. How much are we producing over here in waste materials? 10 per minute times 5, so 50 per minute. So we're burning up 50, so we would definitely want to try to match that in uranium waste. So that would be two of these. Two of these accelerators would match the waste material that we got going out. But we probably want to do another one so that we could burn up the excess that we have, or not really worry about it. So maybe overclock one of these just a little bit to also burn up the excess a bit. Maybe overclock both of them just a little bit. Or maybe just one of them. Okay, so two of these is what we want. Okay, and non-fissile uranium, we need 100. What does this produce? 50. So we're going to probably need 200 of this, plus a little bit more. So let's say we should write all this down. We should be writing this down in our Astroneer resources thing here. Okay, 4. This is 4 plutonium pellets. 4 plutonium pellets. We need or actually we could just put 3 of these down and it would be only 750. Producing 50. So yeah, we'll put 3 of these down. 3 particle accelerators. 3 particle accelerators. Need 4 plutonium pellets. 3 particle accelerators. 4, 5 nuke power plants. To get rid of nuke waste. So basically it makes it perpetual where it won't stop. Now I don't know if we can take these pellets and put them in the awesome sink. Yeah, nuclear waste we can't put in the awesome sink. I've tried it. But maybe we could turn it into pellets and then we can do that, or we can turn them into plutonium fuel rods, which is what the whole purpose of them are. So again, we need 3 of these. So 3 nuclear accelerators. And we'll just aim for 100 and, so say 75. So 75 per minute of uranium waste. Okay, so this way we can burn up any excess, and we can always turn it down once we, or turn one of them off to get that going. So this needs uranium waste too. Ah! Oh, cool. So we're burning up some extra over there too. That's actually most of the uranium waste there. That's 37.5. This is 25. 37.5 and 25 is 62. So we're not even producing enough uranium waste to max one of these out. Oh, okay. Glad I looked at that. Okay, so we don't need 3 of those. We just need 1 particle accelerator. 1 particle accelerator. Oh, and it outputs extra water too. Yeah, so we'll have to end up probably packaging that water just to get rid of it. And that's going to produce 100. So we need this to produce 100, which means we need more uranium waste. Yeah, we're going to be able to double up our nuclear power. So again, finding the magic numbers where you're producing enough uranium waste, where you're getting rid of all of it, but you are also have enough production to get that going. And I don't think that'll be too difficult. It's just the water we're gonna have to do as well. Goal uranium waste is 75 per minute, but we're definitely going to use more than that just in here. This is, again, 60, 62.5 per minute it's going to use to do all of this. So that means we just need 1 of these blenders for the fissile uranium. 1 blender for non-fissile uranium, and nitric acid, sulfur acid. sulfuric acid, silica. Um, 10, no, 25 silica per minute. Need 15 nitric acid. And then we need 15 sulfuric acid. And we should figure out how to make those. And put all that stuff that goes in front of that in front of that. All right, I'm putting it over here in a spreadsheet so I don't have to keep looking it up over and over again. And then this output is 50 non and 15 water. So it's good to write this down. Otherwise, you got to keep looking it up over and over. And to make silica, what do we need? We just need a bunch of stuff which we already have. Quartz. 25 silica per minute in the constructor. How much quartz do we need for that? So we're going to need a constructor. Silica. Oh god, we're going to way more. So 1 constructor equals 37.5 output. Silica output. Okay, so those are good. Then nitric acid. Again, all that other stuff. We're going to need that. Nitric acid, again, is in the blender, which is what this is. Yes, okay, so this is... Move that down. This is made up of 120 nitrogen gas, which we definitely have a ton of that. 30 water per minute. And then 10 iron plates, which we could make a crazy ton of those as well. And we're trying to make all of these. And I'll show you the spreadsheet at the end, everybody, after we figure all this stuff out. And then the other thing would be sulfuric acid, which is in the refinery. So, refinery. Sulfuric acid outputs at 50. And it needs 15. Okay. It's not that very much. So sulfuric acid needs 50 sulfur, really, or sulfur ore is what it is, and 50 water. Okay, I think that's all doable. I think the only thing that I might have left out there was the plates, raw quartz, and then the iron plates needs to be smelted. That's not going to be a problem. Smelted. I'll probably just make all the plates. I'll probably just take the whole node, make the whole amount of plates that we need to do. My goal is to see if you can actually take this stuff. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. And run that into the Awesome Sink instead of the nuclear waste. So you convert it into something that you can actually run into the Awesome Sink, so you never run out of space with your nuclear power, which means that your nuclear power becomes perpetual power. Okay. So we could probably do all of this right over here where we're working over here, and then or do it over there by where we have the output. Or we could circle the output back so it's over here. I think that's a safer idea. Leave it way out there and then circle the output back here in case it does start to backlog again. Okay, let's take all this out. And then we will get busy. Let's get busy. Right over here. Making ourselves, for the first time, some plutonium stuff. Okay, first part of the process is going to be working on our silica. Let's do the easy stuff. So we'll go ahead and put our silica thing over here. We'll leave a little gap so we can get by. Let's leave, yeah, let's say 2 here. And maybe 2 there. 2 and 2, so here in the corner here. And of course we have our blueprints, so we are good to go. And again, we just need our constructors for our silica, and we're just going to make a crazy ton of it. And our inputs are on this side, just so we're facing this direction to make it easier on us. Okay, this is all going to be silica production. So, how do we want this silica to go? We probably want to do it the way we did it over there, where we actually put the storage at the bottom first. Let's put our vertical storage in. So that's, it's going to go, the silica is going to be on the bottom, and then we can just run the silica out into the next part of the process. So we can go ahead again, take our constructors, and just snap those right over the top. Like that. Okie dokie. And do we really need to have our thing here? Let's do the thing we did before, where we go in and organize our stuff by putting little billboards. Am I going the right way? It doesn't seem like it is. There we go. We're putting our billboards on here. And then we'll just say that this is silica storage, like this. And then we'll say storage. And this is silica production. Okay. Nice. So we'll go in here and we'll say we want to make silica. We'll copy that. Paste it. Oops, no. Copy. Paste. Paste all that in there. Like so. Very nice. And then we want to probably pull this power to the front here just to make this a little easier. And we'll just go down here. Just put it in the center. Put it in the center. I'll run this back. I'm in the center of this. And run this down. Stay to the center of that. Take this out. Run this. In there, it's not blocking any inputs or outputs, is it? No. Okay, good, good. I'll take that. Find power connector here, hopefully somewhere. See, there's one underneath the tracks there. Looks like there's one over this way. We can connect across there. Okay, very nice. Now we got our power run. And let's check all of our stuff is yellow. Yep, we got them all set to silica. Now we want to take the raw silica and run it over here. And again, we'll just make another storage over here. Another nice vertical storage. So it's all kind of self-contained over here. And again, we're bringing the resources down in this case. You can build it the reverse way where it's going upwards. But I find it's kind of fun to end up with the end product at the bottom. quartz, actually. Quartz. There we go. Fingers. And this is storage. Okay, so we're going to run our quartz into there. Then it's going to go down into here. And then it will go down and turn into silica down there. Very nice. Okay, so our silica should be good. So let's get our quartz from over here, which we already have a bunch of storages for it over here. But our train allows us to offload our train, which is probably backlogged onto our train. So our train is going to be very thankful to get that quartz out of there and actually start to use it for something. Let's go ahead, take this quartz here, and we will run it underneath. Let's back it up just a little bit there. Okay, we got to get it way over there. Let's go to this side and figure out where we want the quartz to come up to go into the input at the top. It's going to be right here. Let's say right on this corner. Bring that up. And, well, oh, nope, too close. Just a tad too close there. Go ahead and put it there. There we go. Ah, running the wrong way. There we go. Okay, so that'll put all of that quartz over there, and we'll take this out. Now we get to run it from over there to over here. Just run it like this. And this one. Do this just to get it started. Again, you can see I do my line. Oh, where the heck did it go? We're here. You can see I do my line runs underneath because, again, look how much space I have. Look at my cool perfect spiral, everybody. Again, you're also going to get the plans for my perfect spiral as well, everybody. It has 4 different parts, and it works incredibly well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Again, we're just kind of running back this way. I'm just counting it in my head. Let's just back that up by 1. And let's go over here and figure out where we want to get this quartz from. Quartz over this way. Oh, it's actually already running under there. We could tap into that running underneath there, but probably not the best idea because we want to use all the backlog of this as well. So, we could go that way and just go under. Let's just do that. Just use what we already got. Go under. Again, this is going back this way. Then we'll look at where we're going over there. So we'll want to go through here and then under. Say here. Then go under like this. That should bring that quartz all the way over there. Very cool. Now, how am I able to float under here is because I have my power run nearby and above and basically in the flooring, as you can see there, which works really, really well. Actually, we can put that floor back in now. And that's why I have roads and trains and all of these things running because they all allow me to float around on my little thing. Okay, so now we should see it over here, which we do, and we'll take it right here and we'll run it right down into this part. And then that should basically run to the back, and then we have to loop the backs here so that it loops on the outside, goes back into the machines, and then over here, this is going to loop the output from the other side over here, and then that is then going to end up over here at the end, and that's actually going to start right up, start doing some silica, and then this will come down and end up in this storage. And then we'll end up with a ton of silica in there. Now, we have a bunch of silica up above that we could go and get, but we have so much backlog. We have 10 boxes of quartz over there, everybody. We can make a lot of silica, all right? So we can just let that run. That is done, and done. Okay, now the other thing that we might want to do is our plates, and we want to basically do the same kind of thing here, where we'll go ahead, again, get our vertical storage. And we'll leave ourselves a nice little gap here. Make sure our arrow is to the left in this case because we want the thing to face this way. And we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, and then we want to convert those plates. So we'll want to, again, we're going in reverse order. So we're going backwards in the process. So we want to end up with plates at the end. So we'll go ahead and go here and say, okay, well, the thing that's right before it makes the plates is the constructors. And again, I have the piece at the top, which tells me where the front is. And then I'll take that piece out once it's down. That's just there to help me line that up. And those will be our constructors. And then before our constructors is typically our smelters, but we'll go ahead and also put a storage in between there. And you can kind of see a theme going here, everybody, where I put storages in between, and this allows me to backlog. Again, if I'm making too much, I can backlog each and every part of the process along the way. And then, again, basic factory items, which is the smelters, right over here. And there you go. Okay. And then before the smelters, we'd want to have the actual raw ore. So we'll also store the raw ore over here as well. Then we'll go down here and we shall label all of this stuff because that's what we're doing. Let's actually get it the right way. Now, it's probably better to put all these down in a row so that your thing doesn't keep flipping the wrong way because it loves to do that. And it is also very, very annoying. Okay. And then this will be iron ore. This is storage. Iron ore storage. This is iron ingot production. That's going to go from there, make iron ingots. And then this is going to be iron ingot storage. Like that. And this is going to take those iron ingots and it's going to convert them into plates. So this is going to be plate production. Here. Again, there's 1,000 ways of doing these signs. But whatever makes sense to you is the best way to do it. Not necessarily my way, because I already know a bit of the game, but whatever helps you remember, that's the important part. This is a pretty good way of doing this, because this way when you come back and you're like, oh God, I got real life things to do, and then you come back and you forget what the heck it was you were doing. And this will help you get right back up to speed. Select icon on that one. Okay. Plate storage. This should be plate production. I didn't hit select icon, I think. Plate production. There we go. Plate production, plate storage, raw ore storage, that storage, this is the storage for that. Okay, nice. Now, again, we will go over here. We know right where to put this time. And we'll run this all the way to the top. Oh, can't quite make it. Okay, we'll go this way. And then do a little switch back on that, and then that will go in there. So again, we'll take the raw ore and we'll run it way over here. That raw ore, I believe, is way, way over there. We'll run that to here. Down we go. Be sure that's going the right direction. We could totally tap into that, but probably better to just do on the inside and have its own line run here. But what we can do is we can use the pre-existing one here to know our distances. Again, this leaves us open for future needs as well. These are flashing, which means that there's extra foundations there for some reason. Take those out. It's called Z-clipping. I don't like Z-clipping. I don't want to be involved in it. Oh, you little... Why you do me like that? To this side first so it doesn't do that. Again, see, now I don't have to count it in my head because I already know that that's a 6 distance, which is the max distance for belts. As well. Which is why I thought it was always weird that they didn't have a 6 different distance blueprinter. Because that would perfectly match up to the distance of the belts. But we're going to work on that in a bit. Oh man, we're still further over. That's not it. That's coal. We're way over here. So again, I like to go a bit, and then I like to go to the end and figure out where I'm coming from in this case, and then backtrack it as well. So we have this extra node we did a long time ago that we've been saving for this purpose. I think I actually have a bunch of plates going over here that we could tap into somewhere. No, actually I don't have plates going. Interesting. Don't actually have them going. So this will get that part of the process going as well. And if we need any plates, we know where to go. Oh, there's already one taken out here. Plus I have to put back in later. And then in this direction. So we are running that down from way over there. And we're not even close. Okay, so what can we do? We could run this on the edge here. This one, since you little... Just loves to trip me up. So this should be going that way. So again, we have a backlog of it there, so we want to utilize that backlog. Again, trying to remember where it was I was running that from way over there is not an easy thing. These are not it. It's not that. I think it's from way over there. So we've got to come way up here by where our train is running, and then we could try to match up to there. So let's go back this way. Let's see where we were running that from, because I don't remember now. Not there. Way over here. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it's way over there where our train's at. So we don't hit this other line here. Why are we really doing that when we could do this way better? Way better. bypass that altogether. Make that nicer. There we go. Okay, it makes it a little bit more tricky for us to get through here, but I think we can do it. And here's another great little trick. Just do this. And this across to here. And then I can go ahead and move this forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very nice. And then, oh, got turned around. Bah, where was I? Okay, totally tripped me up. I don't know where I am now. Bummer. This direction. Yep. Totally tripped me up. Trying to go that way from over here. Alright, I gotta get out of here and go back up so I can get oriented where the heck I am. Okay, over here. Okay. I got all turned around. I don't know where the belts were. Not good. Okay. So again, you just get oriented again, and then you look for the line that you were running. And again, the quartz is going that way, which threw me off. Over here. Okay, so this is where we're going right here. So we need to go back here and get our iron that we're trying to run through here. That's wild that that just totally turned me around there. But the longer the stream goes, the more that happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'd think I could just turn around and find it, but sometimes it does get confusing. Okay, big problems here. We've got this in the way, but we could just cut out that way. We got this going here. Just gonna cut out inside there. There we go, and then over here, same thing. Gonna cut out across here. Okay, let's check and see. These are all of those. Right here. Nice. Okay, that's very nice. And then we take our iron ore to here. And then we can just cut it across like that. And then that's going to go all the way to the end. All right, nice. All right, we'll chase it over there. See who gets there first. Looks like me, because I don't see it going up that thing. Now what we want to see is that raw ore coming right up here. That's when we did it right. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Okay. Bring that raw ore. Want to see that raw ore pop up. Pop up right here. Sometimes the thing gets stuck and I just start floating away like it's fizzy lifting drink from Willy Wonka. Okay, that's going to run down in there. And then we'll go ahead and tell this to get busy. Oh, we got to run some power in here too. Let's go ahead and get all this pasted in there. And we get all of those, hopefully. Let's run our power. Come on, you. Okay, we're at the top one, so we want to go down to this one. That's why I have these sliding doors, so I can just kind of slip in and out of here. They're incredibly useful. Oh, I think this is already powered. Yes. Right. Right. Yes. Okay. So we'll go ahead and tell. Oh no, it's not powered because it says that it needs plates. I think that was the other one that we did, and we haven't done this one yet. What we could do is we could take this one, and we could. It's getting me stuck where I can't go down. Go down, game. There we go. Gotta go down so I can go out the door. Then I could tie the power to this building, which would then tie to everything else. Okay, so this one is plates. So copy. The thing is, we want to be able to see all the lights change so that we know that we changed each and every one of them to plates. See, doing the yellow light is really, really helpful. Like that. And then we also want to go to the back here and make sure that we put in our... Okay. There we go again. All right, it's starting to act really weird. Okay, so there we go. So we want to make sure that those loop back and end up in the front. And so that's good. And we should have our production going up here, which is output here. Yes, oh, I can see them. Yes, okay, down to here. And then those should end up here, and we're just going to go ahead and run them. And those things should end up there. All right, let's go ahead and make sure that our production is running well, that all of our stuff is green. Oh, we missed one. Copy this one, paste that one. All right, very nice. All of our iron ingots are going. Now, I'm not even bothering to look at how much that's producing. Don't really matter, everybody. It's going to produce a massive exponential more than what I need. So we're just going to let it run and burn up a lot of those resources, more than we'll ever use for right now. And again, we're going to be scaling up all this production massively later on, where we'll create entire hubs of all of the certain type of resource, go to those hubs, and then it's distributed to the different parts of the process, which I don't do early on. If you do that early on, everybody, that's a lot of work, and you don't even have your final pieces that you need to really make that work super efficiently. Okay, so that's going to then produce some plates, and then those plates are going to end up right down here at the bottom. So we want to see some plates coming out of there eventually. You can see that those are working, that we have those running. That's all good, and we have lots and lots of raw ore, probably more than it could process at this point. And we can see, yes, it's starting to backlog in there, because it's coming out at 780, because there's already backlogged 10 boxes deep over there. So it's going to take a while for that to even burn that up. Or it probably won't even burn it up because I'm not actually doing more. Now, I could do more smelters and more constructors and make this tower even taller if I want. But again, just a little bit of plate storage, because I don't want to burn up all that power as well for what I basically need 10 plates. That's about as much as I need. So not really necessary for that particular thing. Okay, so now we got our two basics going there. Our silica, which is being produced, and there's our plates right there. Okay, silica plates done. Okay, so now we've got our silica done. We've got our plates done. Now we need our blender, I believe, is going to be our next part of our process. And again, I'm not going to do a whole thing full of blenders, even though I might. Did I do blenders? Don't think I did. I might have done them as part of other processes. Yes, here, uranium cells. But I'm just going to put one down, because, again, if you don't need a blueprint, you don't really need to spend the time doing all of that, I think. But we will put it into a storage. So now our blender is going to be first making what? What are we making here? What do we want to make first? That's a real question. Probably sulfuric acid. we probably want to be making first in our refinery. Okay, so we're going to actually do our refinery next. I'll just stick it over here. I know I have a bunch of refineries I could use. And sulfuric acid making 50, and we need 15. So we're going to end up with a lot of extra there. Because this is going to be one of the easiest ones to do because the water is literally right there. And the ore for that is literally right over there. So that's going to be pretty easy. And we'll go ahead and put it in via the back too. So we'll go ahead and we won't even bother with the input storage since it already has a storage in this particular case. We'll run that there. And then this is water, which I don't like to run. I don't like to run that underneath. What we'll do is just go ahead and create a junction over here to junction off some of this water. Honestly, I've never tried to put this on top of a train station. You put that on top of a train station? Apparently no. Don't think I've ever tried. Okay, so we're going to have to use our stackers. The answer is no, by the way. Zoop those. Zoop them to there. So we're going to siphon off some of this water. Right over there. And because we're leaving it basically below the level of the top one there, which already has a pump on it, we don't need to do anything else. And we'll bring this down, which will give us a positive head flow. Or head lift, I guess. Because gravity is awesome. And then that water's going to come down, and the water is already good to go. Let's find where we're running our line here in the front. Let's run it off to the side a little bit here. Like so. And then we'll find our power connector over here. Just tie that in. Like that. Okay, so that's got some power now. It's going to run that water in there while we're waiting. And we do have excess water, so no big deal. Now we just need the sulfur, which is right over there. So we can use this hole to get that sulfur going. Turn my light back on. And number 4. By the way, if you don't notice, everybody, I'm actually using the Mark 5s right here. Because this, eventually I will be replacing all this instead of the Mark 6. So just a heads up. Just using our cheaper materials for now because we want to backlog all of our other stuff first. In case you were wondering. Over there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and eyeball where the front of this is. Yeah, I think we can just run it right here. Yeah, right there would be perfect. And then we'll say straight. Nice. Okay. Again, everybody, you'll never see me play creative modes, typically. I'm of the old school notion that you earn the right to mega build. You earn it by going and making a bunch of resources, then you get to mega build. You don't just get to click it on and have unlimited resources. I feel like that that kind of diminishes, I think, of the playthrough. But then again, it's your game. You play it however you want. For me, I like doing it old school. I like to feel like I earned the right. And we have definitely earned it by being so massively efficient in this playthrough. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now we want to go to the other end and see where our sulfur is. Okay, our sulfur's already coming down, so nice and easy to go ahead and just put a splitter in here. Like this. Or we can put 2, whatever you feel like doing. And we'll do this. we're using the outside corner one. Don't think that's going to reach a little too far, I kind of feel. Well, let's go ahead. Well, let's say there. Here. And then there we go. Easy peasy. Sulfur running. Go, go, go. Actually, kind of feel like maybe I should run that sulfur separate. This sulfur is being used for nuclear production. So we might want to run, get a separate line in there. Gonna be tricky. Maybe over here. Yeah, instead of the splitter, we could try to split it from the box, which hasn't been working very well lately, by the way. Oops. I think I just screwed that up. There it goes. Which hasn't been working very well lately, so we'll see. Maybe if I could get to go out there. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what kind of magic I can work here. This is usually too close for me to do it there. Let's try it way back here. I think we could work that. Yeah, we had it run in the correct direction. That would be super useful. And then just a slight little side movement there. That's going to run separate. So we don't end up basically causing that to diminish with our nuclear power. We don't want to slow down our production for our nuclear power. There we go. Okay. Now, in theory, that's coming out 780 here and 780 out on the other side, but sometimes it gets messed up, so, you know, use with caution. Okay. Now, if we go over here, we should end up with a ton of sulfur over here, which it should be producing that sulfuric acid, which will also build a container for it to hold. Right over here. And so we'll have output, and the sole output is sulfuric acid. All right, and then we'll just cover that back up. And we're just going to tuck this back along the side here so it's not out here kind of in our throughput zone. Over here for fluids. And then we're going to be super smart about our fluids and actually stack them way, way up like that. And then we'll go ahead and kind of work on how we want this to end up. We want this to end up with our stacker this way. Right, or actually straight out. Let's go straight out like this. Maybe middle. And then when we run this, what we'll do is when you run it like this and you switch it to vertical, you can see if I run it this way, it will be up really close, which is blocking the inputs and outputs of the other ones. But if you go this way, you can see that now it no longer blocks it because you went from this way down and it moved it forward instead of moving it backwards where it goes up and down. So you're welcome. I just saved you an endless amount of frustration. And then this is going to go down here, and then this one's going to go down there, and then the actual output of that is going to come out in the back because we're going to put more stuff back there as we do this. Now, again, this part here is basically just output this and run that up in there. Now, I don't really trust it. I mean, it'll be fine because this particular machine, when it's outputting, has a certain head lift that it can do, that it can help it do. But when in doubt, everybody, add a pump. So me, I don't like to doubt. I like to make sure it's going to rock. So we're going to do that, and we're going to look for any more connectors that we might tap into over here. There we go. And so we're going to pump that sulfuric acid out of there. We're going to do that 3 high. And again, just making all of these resources while I'm doing the next thing, right? So that's what I like to do is let it start to backlog all of those things, and then eventually I'll run those things to the next part of the process. once I get all of the basic processes going. So highly recommend all of that. So we got our water in there, so sulfuric ore, or sulfur ore, and then of course our sulfuric acid, which is completely separate from all the other sulfuric acid that we're producing for our nuclear power, because we want those to be two separate things, right? And we have more than enough sulfuric ore. We have 10 boxes deep full of that. We should be fine, but we'll find out. And again, we go do all the numbers if we want to. But you don't always have to do the numbers. If you know you have a lot extra, and also we're going to be doubling up on all of our sulfur, all of our items. We're going to be doubling the production value of those as high as we possibly can, probably to 1,200, which means that we can basically double everything that we're doing, right? So we can double everything that we've already done throughout the whole entire game. We can do that again. And that's going to be fun. Very fun. Okay, so we got that going. And then we want to do our next thing, which is actually the blender. Okay, now we're ready for the blender. And our blender, again, I wrote it down in the spreadsheet over here. I just made myself a little bit of notes so I can remember. Okay, and we're going to flip this around the other way, I think. Just so we can use the output over here. Run that into there. We'll leave a little bit of room in between. And the next thing we are making is our nitric acid. And so we will need our plates. We need some water. And just a little bit of water. We could probably take some of the water from over here. This is 50 per minute. We're probably producing an obscene amount over there. Let's just see if there's a good spot. Say here, and we'll just run a pipe straight out. Also put a lifter here because we're going to be putting iron plates in there, so let's put a lifter in here so we know what our lifter distance is in case we want to lift those. Probably just bring those up from down below, but I'm just kind of lining this up so I can see if this is all going to line up nicely. Wish there was a way to line it up from that far away, but it's pretty difficult. But we'll give it a good shot. And then this is going to transfer that water across here because it has enough head lift from coming down on that thing without a pipe to go up and over and drop in on this over here. And we don't need this here. So this will just come down and go right in there. This needs some power. Where's our little power thingy? Over here. Again, just run those power things down under the floor. We don't have to look at them. All those wires will be nice and hidden, just like in your house, where they're all hidden in the walls. Hidden out of sight. Okay, so this should start running the water in. Okay, awesome. Now we can go ahead and run our plates over here. So we'll go ahead and start with our floor hole here. Run that in. Take this out because it's conveniently nearby. And then we'll go over here and find our plates and run them this way. Okay, where's our plates output? Right here. And we'll put it like this, and we'll say we're running this way. And we'll take our plates from here. We'll run them this way. Probably want to offset this just a bit. Go there. That looks pretty good. Bingo. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Right in there. Plates coming in. All right, the tougher one, nitrogen gas. The nitrogen gas is way the heck over there on that side. Now, we could build a train and run the train and have the train bring the nitrogen gas over here. Or we could just go ahead and run the nitrogen gas. Now, I don't like to use floor holes for pipes because I feel like they're still totally broken. That's just me. I've had way too many problems with them. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do this. We're just going to bring that down like that. And then we're going to have to run this a really, really long way. We get that in between there. I think we could get that in between there. So we could circle this back. And try to center this down this thing. Run really, really far. This is going to go all the way across the other base. The other side of our entire base. Just keep running it as far as we can. Great thing about pipes is they do run further than conveyor belts usually. Just a little bit further. I find they're really easy to run if you're running them like this. Just running them attached to the ceiling. It'd be nice if we had like you have for what you call it, for walls with wall holes built in. That would be great. All right, then we'll curve it this way. Again, I'm just using this what's available when it comes to running this. A little too far there. All right, we'll just back that up. Try to keep it centered. Now, this is a gas, by the way, so you don't need pipes. All right, so we'll leave that there for now. Take a look and see how close we are. I think we're pretty close. Yeah, it's over there. So if we can cut out this way, maybe make this cut across, maybe underneath this road. Yes, we could follow the road, go above the train. So follow this road. Follow the road! So let's back up. And then we're going to turn this. Follow the road. Gotta make it nice. And we got a problem here. Problem is with pipes is that it messes you up. Now I could use a couple walls and then use a hole in there and then try to connect it through the holes. But again, that's the same problem we had before, is the holes get screwed up. So I'm not using any of those until I'm sure that they fix those. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just bring this down onto there. Then we'll just take this out. And that should allow us to go ahead and just run this way over here. Or actually, we might be better off just running it lower because we have to get where? All the way over to there. Okay, we got a ways to go. Let's soup in some platforms. We'll just run this lower. Gonna be safer just to run it lower. Ooh, almost hit our train with it. Almost. Actually, we want to kind of go back a little bit here. Now we can kind of go back up over the train area here. We're not blocking our trains. The trains will still go through it, everybody, even if you do put it there, but we don't want our trains to hit our pipes because that's not cool. It is cool that our trains just happen to be low enough that our pipes can go by. That's even cooler. Again, this is one heck of a pipe run here. Now, the cool thing about gases, everybody, remember that you don't need pumps. So you can run this a really, really long distance and not have to worry about it. It's pretty awesome. Pipe too long. Again, this is also one of the advantages of having good power systems. You can see I can just float underneath here without falling. Now, there might be some point here where all of a sudden I just start falling. We'll see. Not sure where all the power is, but I know there's a train line here, so I know I can just run along underneath this train line. This is one heck of a pipe run. Just going until it turns red. That tells me I can't run any further. I don't bother counting. Probably the longest pipe run of this playthrough. Oh, I think this is going to work out real nice. Okay, let's see right there. Let's go up here and take a look. Which one we want to choose. Let's go ahead and choose this one. Okay, and again, I refuse to use floor thingies because they broken. Vada broken. We're just going to run that underneath. So, then we should see our pipe over here somewhere. Right there. Run this. So our train is picking up. Now, we could have run this by train too, everybody. We have a bunch of train systems already in place, which we could have already used. But we're just going to go ahead. Do it this way, because this way is going to be awesome. Whoa, whoa. Why is that at different levels? Okay. I don't like when my foundations look like they're at different levels. And that's a no-no. No. We're trying to work the world grid here. Turn it this way. Move it forward by a couple. Get yourself a nice 90 there. Very nice. And then simply just connect that in there. And let the gas must flow, everybody. Now let's see if I can beat that nitrogen gas back. That's a long way to outrun it. What do we got nearby? We got a hypertube. Let's see if we can get there before the gas makes it all the way down that pipe to the other end, which is going to be very, very quickly because remember, it requires no pumps. So it's just going to instantly start to go down that pipe, and we're going to try to outrun it. Let's see. I have a feeling there's no chance. There's zero chance I'm going to outrun it. But we're going to try. Let's go. I made this hypertube earlier just to make this go a little faster. Okay. And we just want to get these in place and see what happens. Oh, it's green. That means it's pumping in there already. Oh, it's not. No. It's still not there. Okay, I got there before it got there. Okay, sometimes it takes a minute. Now, if we did it right, it should make it all the way over here. If I missed a segment, then I'm screwed. We'll give it a minute. Okay, what's the next part of the process that I need to do? So I need to make this sulfuric acid, silica, and then I need another blender where all this stuff is going to end up going in. So we'll turn it this way. And that's non-fissile uranium. So we need the uranium waste, which is going to come from that side. The silica we already have. We made the nitric acid and the sulfuric acid. So this is the nitric acid here. Oh, there comes that gas. There it is. We can see it starting to fill. We did outrun it. All right. Well, hey, acquiring minds want to know, you know, can you outrun it? And the answer is yes. Very cool. All right. So that nitric acid is going to come out of here. It's going to start to fill this up. Let's make sure that we go ahead and tap in power for this as well. Yeah. Get in there. There we go. All right, nitric acid going in. Nice. Sulfuric acid over here, which is going down. Probably should have turned this the other way, but that's okay because I'm going to just turn it like this. Let's put this back in here. I'll just turn it around manually. And just kind of visually do this. And we'll get this side. And we're going down the center. Again, they're going to make these 90s work automatically, but you can see I'm putting them in myself, so they look awesome. Okay, sulfuric acid. 2 out of 4 in there. Now, silica. We've got that running right down here. We can probably just fill these back in now. And then over here, we can fill that back in. And our silica should be over here. Okay, just to make that look nice, we're going to try to run that underneath. Do we have anything underneath there? Yeah, some quartz going there. Let's go ahead and bring this out a bit. How are we looking on this quartz? Can we use the side? Oh, we can use the one that's already there. Gotta love it. Gotta love it when it plan comes together. Let's try to line this up like this. So we're using that second one. So we're going to just put that there just to give us an idea of where that's at. Then we're going to go ahead and put another one down which aligns to both this and that. And that'll help us out to get that just right. Run that silica into there. And then we can just go ahead, run this down. And that should run very nicely right along this same line. Very cool. Oh, we got a line in the way, though. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. I know what to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go like this. And we're just going to go ahead and run that under. Yeah, it's a bummer. But we'll do what we got to do. Take this out. But at least we got it nicely aligned. We can run it right down the center. Doesn't always work out perfectly, but it does work out. That's the important part. Again, I have infinite distance, everybody. That's why I'm way up here in the sky. I have a lot of room for running line runs. That's what we're doing, running lines right now. And again, I like to leave lots and lots of space for me to do that. All right, silica and uranium waste. Uranium waste I'm going to be keeping on the top side here. And what we'll do is we'll run up foundations all the way out there to connect to the end, and then we'll have it run down way here. We could actually create a train to go over there and pick it up. I don't think it's necessary. Let's go ahead and just have this run up here. Going in. And then this is where we want our silica going. There. And now we have object number 4. Nice. Now we want to go ahead and backchain or backtrack this uranium. We're just going to do one little thing. All right, and we need our uranium waste there, and then we also need it in the next step. Right, so our non-fizzler thing, and then that's when we finally need our particle accelerator. So we'll just put this up here. We can get those things here, and then again, petroleum pellets. So we need our uranium waste and our non-fissile uranium. So this is going to be non-fissile uranium plus some water. And we are going to need to package that water. How much water is that? 15. And this is going to package what? This is going to package 60 water. We'll need a lot of plastic to do those empty canisters. Otherwise, eventually this will stop. Yes, that's the part of the process that would cause this to stop. Is that we run out of canisters, and then it no longer does water, and then it backlogs the water. Are we using more water than what we're producing? We're using 30 water here, and we're using 50 water here. That's 70 water, and this is producing 15. I kind of feel like we could cycle that back in and be fine. See, would it pull from the bottom water first or the top water? There's the question. Well, one way to find out. All right, we're gonna loop that back in again. And what we're gonna do is just to make sure that it doesn't come back into here, we're gonna put a valve so that it only goes out. Like that. It only goes this way. It does not go back to, it does not go this way through here. So we need probably, actually we need this up here. So this doesn't go that way. Take that out. So it only goes in this direction. Do I have that going the right way? You know what? Let's do it again just in case. Valve. Okay, then we'll go in here and we'll flush this pipe segment. We'll flush this pipe segment and see if it stays flushed. That should not let water go in there. It's a valve. 0. That one stayed flushed. $15. Yeah, see, these valves suck too. What to do, what to do. So you'd want to get this 15 out of here into here and not have it come back the pipe, because otherwise if it comes back through the pipe, what it's going to do is basically cause the machine to stop. If it causes that machine to stop, it stops getting rid of the uranium, and thus it backlogs in uranium. And that's not what we wanted to do. We don't want to backlog that uranium. We don't want to have to set up plastic production. So we're going to see if we can reintegrate that in. And we'll try it, see how it goes. Okay, the other thing is non-fissile uranium, which is... They go right there. Okay, and then this needs power. Just a power connector here. It's full. Better idea, I could just do this. Oh, too long. Oh, wait, there's a connector right there. Perfect. There's an extra one left. Okay, there we go. So, the only thing this needs... So, you want to do this uranium last. Because that's the thing that's going to radiate the heck out of you. And now I want to see if these plutonium pellets go in the awesome sink. Don't tell me. Never bothered to do this because I can finish the game. I could already be done with the game, everybody. I could have already finished it and do it without this, without rocket fuel, without turbo fuel. I can finish it all without all of those extra things easily. And I can also finish it with like 40,000 power, which is what I have right now. Probably 30,000 if I really wanted to. Let's see. So we want to take this, plutonium pellets, and run those out for now. Let's go in here and look up plutonium cells and rods. So plutonium cells, we're going to need concrete and this, so we can make cells out of them. And then we could use the plutonium, not that we don't have 8 million uranium ones over there already. And then we could use the plutonium fuel rod here. Wow, holy mackerel. 15,000 megajoules. That uses a lot. That's a lot. But then we have to do all these resources, heat sink and all of that. So my question is, can I just run these plutonium pellets in the awesome sink? So let's try that first. Awesome sink. Don't tell me. Because I never tried. We're going to try. Awesome sink needs some power. Woo. And we got a little too far away from our power there. Started dipping. We dipped out. Okay, awesome sink up and running. We've got this set. All we need now is a bunch of uranium waste. Okay, this is the moment of truth right here. Let's go. Let's see if we can get this running. I'm not going to bother to use blueprints. I'm just going to run it old school. Or trains. Just gonna take a minute. You're like, well, why are you running it way out there? I run it way out there so it's away from me. That's why. You want to keep that waste material, because the more you stack up together, the more irradiated it becomes in that area. The more radiation you get. And you're going to see my radiation level just steadily going up, up, and up. Because this is massive amount of waste material sitting out there. Again, the more concentrated it is, the worse the radiation. This is why I always do this part last. I'm running it way out here too, so I'm also not too close. So I'm not getting too radiated. To actually get radiated more being closer to the nuclear power plant. When we get close to those boxes, you'll see that radiation start to go off the chain here in just a bit. We actually logged in, our nuclear power was off because it had filled the boxes that I'd done back there, which you can see is like the boxes had 20 boxes of it. So we have 20 boxes of waste material that we need to find a way of getting rid of, or at least using for something else. And supposedly, this is the way. We're going to find out here in a bit. And then we're going to let this run. We'll come back and see if we let it run for a long time, if it's successful in eliminating all of that waste material. All right, getting close now. See that radiation going way up. Because all of the ones that were down there have moved to the end here now. As well. So that means all of... Oh my god, you can see it. See the belts? You can see that these are all full. These ones are all full. And it is now filling up these rows right here. So that's like 20... Yeah, 10, 20. It's on working on 35 boxes deep. Yeah, it's a lot. All right, let's bring this up. And we'll turn it right here. All right, now we're going to get seriously radiated. Maximum radiation alert. Why you want to make a lot of these filters. Doesn't reach. Now we're going to ride this back and we're going to try to run ahead of the radiation. See my radiation level going down? That's because I'm running. I don't want to turn around. If I turn around, these radiation barrels are going to catch up to me. Oh, I think they are catching up to me. See my radiation level going back up again. Going back down. Stay centered. Run away. Run away from the radiation barrels. Oh, I'm ahead of the radiation barrels. Survey says... Yes, okay, they're still making their way. Oh yeah, I got way ahead of them. Okay, so we'll see what happens. And again, we'll see if we can run these pellets. So again, all of this production here is for this purpose of making petroleum pellets. Now, the petroleum things actually allow you to power your nuclear power better. But I never bothered because, you know, when I have 40,000 power, I'm basically finished the game. All right, here they come. I would not backlog them over here, everybody. I would just keep one line. I wouldn't bother to put storage on this side. Keep the storage way out over there. Okay, this is doing its thing. I've never made this before. Let's see. Non-fissile uranium. Oh, and I have to bring it around the corner, too. And so I've got to split this and run this around. And run that also into there. There we go. Yes, all right. We got our non-fissile uranium. We got a uranium waste going in there. What does this need? 37 per minute. It's coming down at 780. I don't think it'll have enough. Okay, more fissile stuff. Okay. Let's see what happens with these plutonium pellets. Yeah, it certainly has enough uranium waste in there. Supposed to go at 50 per minute? Yes, 50 per minute. So we'll go ahead and just double this up to 200. It's going to give us 30 water on the recycle. Yeah, we should say 30 on our valve. Oh, it's starting up. Our first plutonium pellets. And let's see if it goes into the awesome sink. Yeah, never bothered to make this, everybody. How we doing on this stream? Holy mackerel, 11-hour stream going on right now. Almost 12 hours. Actually, 11 hours and 53 minutes. You guys are enjoying this stream, put a 1 in the chat because we're doing some epically awesome stuff up in here today. Yeah, we are doing some good stuff. Oh, here they are. And the answer is no, they do not go into the awesome sink. All right, well, now we know. Okay, now we got a bunch of petroleum pellets, but those petroleum pellets are not radiating me. So, that's good. So we're not getting radiated by those. But we want to go ahead and go and see if we can do encased plutonium cell, which is going to be in the assembler. So let's just go ahead and do the next part of the process. Right here. Run that into there. Run this power over here, and then run it back. We have that other power. Over here, somewhere over here. And then this is case plutonium cell. Need some concrete. I don't think we have any concrete over here, but I know where to get it from. All right, let's go get some concrete. Bring it back this way. This makes it so easy. So easy when you have lots of space underneath. You don't have to jam it all in there. We just cram for space all the time. Not going to run out of space anytime soon. See? I can make my line runs go all the way down if I want to. Plenty of space. Okay, so we got that started. Let's go ahead and see where this is way over here. We kind of run this one down the road too. Yeah, we have a nice road there. End up toward the end. So we could go here, but then we could go down by double. Let's just do that. We're going to run along the road here. Stay right there. Kind of dip that under. Go over here and figure out where our concrete is. Might be running it somewhere else. Can't remember. But I definitely know there's concrete over here. Yes, right there. So we're already running it down this way. This middle one. Okay. And we're running it, running it, running it. Here, and then it drops down. Ooh, that's a perfect place to tie in right there. So we can split it there because we can see it's not fully being utilized. And we're kind of running that down the road, so we need to